The main girl slowly opened her eyes, waking up from a sweet, chill dream, and let out a quiet breath through her nose. She was shook to feel totally different, sensing the soft, almost airy feather bed beneath her back. Feeling the weird tight dress on her body and spotting a purple canopy in front of her, the blonde girl jumped up. Trying to figure out where she was and what the heck was going on, she looked around the bedroom, completely unknown but hella fancy. The girl slowly got up, using her hands to pull down her poofy dress. The heroine caught the reflection of a beautiful lady in the mirror. She even paused to check herself out a bit longer, smiling as she placed her palm on her cheek. The pink-eyed girl squealed with a grin that this stranger was mad gorgeous. But then suddenly she repeated the exact same move behind her, realizing it was her own reflection. The blonde woman froze in shock, realizing this wasn't her usual look at all. In her past life, the heroine was just a regular girl who spent way too much time grinding on a popular game. So deep into the plot of this sick simulator, she didn't even notice the red light flashing on the traffic signal, warning her she couldn't go this flying truck heading straight for her. She had zero time to stop. She kept running forward, just blasting the horn hard a few times. The brown-haired girl only had time to turn around and let out a quiet sigh. Like in slow-mo, then her short life got brutally cut short by a massive machine's terrible hit. Remembering that universe, that reality, and her sad fate, the girl froze and bowed her head. Realizing what was really happening, she ran her fingers over someone else's waist and noticed this figure was curvy with boobs that felt not just strange but kind of familiar. The blonde woman knew this bright, sexy image way too well, so she freaked out, clearly piecing everything together in her head. The girl slowly realized she'd been reborn. And her new life was that of a side character in the most popular game, a dope and interesting simulator. About love blossoming in the Demon Academy's garden mixed with tough quests and mad complications, all teens knew the main character. According to youth pop culture classics, all kinds of fan favorites were irrationally but madly in love with him. The girl couldn't even imagine her life wouldn't just end in an accident, but would turn out so different from her old basic familiar one. She got straight up horrified, thinking that the one she was reborn into wasn't even the hardest obstacle the main character faced on his journey. She skillfully blocked him from getting close to his favorites, pulling all kinds of dirty tricks, but she was a noble woman. From one of the most noble houses in the whole empire according to the game's complex plot, Garnet North was the daughter and heir of a super noble family. But a wicked, aggressive side heroine, her character struck fear and annoyed not just all the other story characters, but also the players themselves, who couldn't stand the moments this character popped up. The noble felt hella lonely because everyone was glued to the main character, not even thinking about shifting the spotlight. The OG Garnet was meant to die at the hands of the final boss everyone fought around halfway through the game. The goal of this popular simulator was to build a romantic relationship with a male character. And you had to play as the main character. She was a low-ranked demon who, despite her status, knew how to use light magic, which was rare in the demon magic world. She also got into the top demon school where the king's own son studied, the biggest boss of all rulers, a slim, majestic redhead with broad shoulders and mad handsome. There were struggles along the way, but some fan favorites always popped up depending on your choices. And Garnet's comments and even her thought process intimidated the girl with skill and finesse. But she always crushed every challenge thanks to her kindness and positive vibe. The game also included leveling up through combat. And the ending depended on the main character's final stats that had to be leveled up throughout the game. At the climax of the whole love story, there was a brutal battle with the main boss that a lot of players couldn't beat. Even after multiple tries because of the difficulty and lack of strength as the long but dope plot moved forward and unfolded, the main character gradually woke up the mysterious powers inside. In the final battle, as usual, they got help from the main love interest chosen during the simulator, with the highest affection points to beat the final boss and save the demon world from destruction. That was the main goal of the game that millions of players worldwide chased eagerly. Garnet North's death was easily overlooked in the original simulator plot. No one remembered her until the game's end, of course. There was a super happy ending for the main character and their main love interest after all that. The blonde girl thought fearfully that at the end of her new life, inevitable death was waiting in the middle of the unfolding plot. Her pink eyes shimmered with salty tears as she whispered that doing nothing definitely wouldn't lead to anything good. Just bad consequences. Clenching her fists, the girl thought that knowing the game and the plot, the characters and their fates would help her change the destiny of her main rival while saving her own life at the same time. The action of this popular love game took place in the state of magical creatures, the demons in their powerful empire covering vast lands. Initially, before the countdown of years began, it was ruled by a single demon lord. But after a while, the whole way of life gradually changed. Then the power started to be in the hands of the 4 heavenly demon kings, who led the strongest and most famous aristocratic houses. Besides the powerful high-ranking demons, there were also weak low-tier demons whose lives went in a completely different way and barely envied Garnet despite her high aristocratic status. She was on the level of the low demons and only used weak magic. Magical skills could open any path. But because of her skills, all the aristocrats and family laughed at her, even the servants' maids, gardeners and laundresses who worked in her father's mansion secretly and sometimes openly mocked the girl. One day, the boldest of all the maids even pushed Garnet down the steps of a tall staircase, running fast toward her, and without even giving her a chance to escape. The girl was fully aware of that incident, and remembered that this fall clearly happened before the rebirth, and she even lost consciousness. The blonde regretted that until she recovered her memory, she practically knew nothing about the original North and the kind of life she lived. The only fact known to her, and apparently generally known throughout the Demon Empire, was her terrible and frankly unbearable character. It was totally normal for the girl to make false accusations against all the servants, framing them, manipulating others, and forcing them to endure punishments. She always enjoyed the fact that she caused trouble for everyone, both the common servants and the highest-ranking aristocrats. Garnet spent a lot of time in bad and reckless company, always getting involved in stuff that was almost criminal. Her interests were limited to brand new items, expensive jewelry, and lots of cash. North liked casino games, betting, and similar activities that weren't fit for a noblewoman's status. And she couldn't care less about morality. The blonde woman was way too generous and even careless. She wasted her money without mercy, spending it recklessly, although, of course, she never earned money herself. Even those maids who were supposed to take care of and protect her often acted like her haters, as if she wasn't even a person. Despite fulfilling their basic duties, they had no intention of following etiquette or decency toward the princess. One day a maid poured a sweet sticky drink from a big teapot right over Garnet's head, staining her perfectly clean hair and expensive dress. North screamed in surprise and anger, feeling completely soaked with the sticky drink. Luckily, it had already cooled down, and the woman didn't even try to hide her emotions. Smiling with fake innocence, she honestly claimed her hand just slipped and said she was really sorry. The girl was totally sure that from now on she wouldn't act as stupidly as the real Garnet did. The memories finally came back to her, and now she was going to shut everyone around her down with serious rejection and pure rage. Repeating this thought in her head, North suddenly jumped and shoved the maid away, screaming mad after that humiliation. Garnet kicked hard, yelled loud, and declared that next time they'd better think twice before messing with the lady with those ideas. The maid found herself sitting dizzy on the floor, and a second maid ran over and sat beside her, scared but hyped to help. Even though North was weak in magic for all demons, this character's physical traits were insanely high. The second maid, with zero guilt, suddenly told her lady this was disgusting and way too dangerous, and crossed every line of allowed behavior. She added that the chance of someone like Garnet becoming the future head of the North family was straight up unthinkable. North froze in shock, not understanding how they could say such words to the lady, considering they were just servants and nothing more. Then, hearing a tired, irritated, overweight male voice calling her name from behind, the blonde girl immediately turned around. Standing in front of her was the fourth celestial king of the North Lantana North, who was also the girl's dad, having put up with her antics almost since she was born. Garnet stopped and called out to him, wanting to spill everything ASAP about what happened and reveal the full truth about the rude maid's behavior. The girl's pink eyes widened, and a bright, peaceful smile spread across her face, thinking she'd definitely be saved from this nasty situation now. Turning and placing her hand on her dad's chest to get his attention, the blonde asked him to listen, and started telling the story about the maids. The man suddenly clicked his tongue in irritation, snatched her hand off sharply, and asked why she was making such a big deal out of nothing again. The girl froze, feeling all calm and joy instantly drained from her soul because of her dad's unexpected words. Like dumping a bucket of ice water on you, if you think about it. The dad was always cold to his daughter because she only caused him problems and headaches of every kind. The maids weren't in a rush to leave. They stayed close and listened with obvious interest, while Garnet desperately begged her dad to hear her out again and again. Suddenly, one of them yelled loudly that the young lady hit her in the face for no reason, just like that, hard and painful, because she was in a bad mood. The blonde declared desperately that those words were nothing but lies, and actually she had been poured a drink straight from a porcelain teapot. The man cut her off harshly, and immediately ordered his only daughter to shut up, then called her the family's biggest and most unforgettable disgrace. Garnet asked him to clear up the misunderstanding, but the king dismissed it, saying he was tired of false excuses. The maids waited until the ruler got a bit distracted, then snickered quietly and disgustingly. Not even hiding their lies. Nobody believed them, but the reason was only their own actions and choices. The girl herself had previously thought of North as just a low-tier villain, and an annoying rival to the main character. With a sigh, the dad told the heir that even he was running out of patience now. Garnet felt tears in her eyes when he said she should leave her inheritance to someone else. The blonde whispered, asking who that would be, and the king sighed, annoyed, closing his eyes. This man was now in the factory and research center zone, serving as the young director of the Royal Magic Research Institute. The draconian Lilian, another candidate, was Lilian the monster hunter's younger brother. Dark-haired Iris. Later, Garnet reflected on the fact that everything happening could turn into a nightmare for her. Her father's behavior and words, tired of his only son's antics, were clear as day, and his subsequent actions were clear too. Only here, as the daughter of the fourth celestial king, she was losing all chances of a chill, peaceful life. Later, two already known brothers visited the royal palace for an audience with the known ruler. Addressing his brother, the blonde guy said someone recently hit him up to talk about an interesting topic. Lilian was 15, so her position as head of the institute surprised those unaware of her skills. Iris, who was 14 and preferred monster hunting over science, asked what was up. The guy replied it was about the royal inheritance, and the dark-haired one muttered that the ruler was persistent. Lilian wondered with a smile if the current heir was really that mediocre, and said it was super unlucky. The younger brother replied he didn't see anything unfortunate about it because the older brother wanted to take the celestial king's spot, and that was an advantage for him. A few days later, Garnet was chilling in her cozy room reading a book lying on a soft bed and slowly swinging her legs. She laid on her back and thought the new successor her dad picked as heir would arrive today at the estate. Looking up, the girl decided she needed to be more worthy than those people the king called, to somehow rise in his eyes. The blonde took her time and dressed carefully, putting on her full dress that delicately mixed pink with thick black. Garnet looked down the spacious hallway, which was completely empty, and walked calmly forward, wanting to get her plan going ASAP. Soon she leaned on the slightly open door of one of the high-ceilinged meeting rooms where she immediately saw the right people in front of her dad, the Celestial King. Two young men were sitting, and everyone was chatting with interest about various topics. Laughter and smiles, carefully but quickly backing her back against the door so they wouldn't see her. Garnet was surprised she hadn't immediately remembered these two. After thinking a bit at that moment, the blonde realized these two were possible love interests of the main character from the original plot. In her memories, images definitely appeared of two demon brothers, with interesting hair in different shades of blue, who weren't the last heroes in the game. The main character could only seduce one male character, making him her favorite, but there was also a hidden spot more. These two young men were brothers, #01 to each other, and also held high-ranking demon spots in the upper class. Lilian, the older of the two brothers, first appeared in the story as a true genius, the youngest director of the Royal Research Institute. All her achievements were just impossible to count and remember because she even became a billionaire. Despite her very young age, the younger brother, dark-haired Iris, wasn't lacking in talents either, but wasn't a scientist. Instead, he was an excellent hunter of a wide variety of monsters. In the future, according to the game plot, he was supposed to become relatively quickly the leader of his unit under the Demon Lord's command. The young men got along since childhood and throughout their lives, were close in the game and often walked side by side, spending lots of time together. Garnet thought with horror she'd never be able to pull off something like that in her life. To get past both and earn her dad, the Celestial King's trust, she heard creaks and then sighed loudly, displeased, and asked her daughter why she was there calling her. After that, North, terribly nervous and worried in front of these young men, entered the room and sat with her dad, finding herself right in front of the two demon brothers. She trembled uncomfortably with fear, but tried to hide it, clutching the skirt of her gala dress, as the king introduced his daughter, Garnet North. Both guys immediately looked at her with an interest that was borderline straight-up disrespect. Surprised by her bluntness, the blonde thought both were super hot and that there was no way they'd ever be into anything she had to offer. Especially not her. The girl could guess a lot, but never that her dad would name anyone other than his lazy daughter Garnet as heir. Suddenly remembered that as the original game's plot moved forward, the brothers were pretty tight with her during the events that went down. North and Lilian were in different years at Demon Academy, and it was weird for a minor character to interact with a favorite, but it happened. The older brother suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts and said with a smile he was really glad to finally meet the girl, pressing his hand against his chest. The young guy politely introduced himself by name, then pointed to his younger brother, naming him and introducing him too to the high-ranking folks, saying he'd heard a lot about the girl. The blonde thought for sure none of it was good, neither in high society nor low. Garnet clearly understood their opinion of her, was already set and unsatisfactory, and it needed to be changed ASAP by any means. She clenched her fists, trying to psych herself up to only say stuff that wouldn't make those smart demons think she was dumb. The princess exhaled, looked up and said she was also delighted to meet them, then introduced herself. Again to her guest by name, using her knowledge of the original game, the girl said she'd heard about Lilian's new magical developments in various scientific and research fields. Their shaky, just-started convo was interrupted by the Celestial King's butler, who gently knocked on the open door. The man waited until everyone paid attention, then turned to the monarch, reminding him it was time to handle other important business. The ruler murmured back, "That time flies so fast you might not even notice," and stood up, clenching his fists, turning to look at his daughter, and guests apologized for leaving and explained he now had to go. Garnet, panicking, thought that despite all the stuff affecting domestic and foreign policy, her dad just couldn't leave her alone here mentally, but screaming inside real loud. The blonde desperately thought she was dumb and had literally nothing to talk about with those guys. An awkward silence took over the room after the king left, and the brothers calmly poured tea. Not really caring about what was going on, North was scared to say a word. Not wanting to sound dumb or like an ungrateful, rude rich girl, Lilian suddenly broke the awkward silence and admitted that honestly she was kinda jealous of the girl in some ways. The blonde froze in surprise, not getting who could be jealous of the failed heir's disappointing situation. The young guy explained that she was the daughter of one of the Celestial Kings, but grew up to become that person, mumbling he wasn't talking about her in a good way. Garnet seemed to feel the effects of his demon magic on herself and exhaled embarrassed. Unsure if those insults were meant for her or not, she thought she heard Lilian's calm words, but couldn't believe he'd say that stuff out loud and fearless about the ruler's daughter. The girl shifted her gaze to Iris, who had apparently been watching her closely all along. Not really hiding it, she immediately changed her expression and sadly asked what Garnet wanted from him. And behind him on his shoulder, a threatening white tiger suddenly appeared like his alter ego. The dark-haired guy put down the now empty cup on the saucer, his hands looking way too rough and strong for such fragile dishes. The hunter stood up abruptly and quickly from his seat, smoothing out his expensive dark blue jacket and his perfectly clean white lapels. Opening the door, Iris said it was better if the girl didn't look at him like that, meaning she shouldn't stare. Opening the door, Iris said it was better if the girl didn't stare like that, basically not to keep her eyes locked on him, muttering that she was the one bothering him. North froze in surprise with her hands up. She didn't expect that behavior because even if people didn't like him, they tried to hide it behind fake smiles. Lilian also got up from the couch side and said that from that day on, the two of them were officially her siblings. She added sarcastically, "Nah, it's not true now. He also has a shot at taking the 4th spot." Celestial King, the Garnet eyes widened in surprise when the young man, without hiding his intentions at all, declared he'd kick her out the door the moment he got the chance. When she was left alone in the room, Lilian's insolent words still echoed in her head. There was just no way she could be allowed to get what she wanted. After those statements, growling with indignation and anger, North mentally shouted that those siblings were a damn piece of shit and that she'd never give them the air spot she held herself. Later, back in her room, the blonde reasoned that these two were clearly the worst picks for any love line development. Unlike Garnet herself, the main character had a super soft and way too sweet personality. And that was their main difference. Lilian now seemed like a total demon even though she stood out for her good manners, which made her seem pretty fake. Iris, the youngest but boldest, didn't even hide her intentions toward the king's heir, whom she seemed to hate with all her soul, pounding on the bed. The blonde thought, annoyed, that she felt way better with the hype during the game in that past life. Today was supposed to be the usual monthly family gathering, super painful just for Garnet. She was constantly criticized and even openly insulted by other family members and distant relatives. Then they just went on about the dirt on all kinds of people. The girl realized with horror that today, besides her evil and jealous relatives, Iris and Lilian would also be there as new heirs, and that was just brutal. Before the memories came back, she was way happier sleeping peacefully through all those meetings, not even thinking about being nervous or worried. The demon world was originally split into 5 major territories, each ruled by different celestial kings. The capital, the empire's main city, was under the rule of the most powerful demon lord, so that city always thrived. The Demon Academy was in southern city, a beautiful coastal region with constant sunshine and warm winds. To the east there was a city surrounded by deciduous forests, where nature and its care meant a lot to the locals. The arid western city sat in the desert, surrounded by stunning oases that didn't soften the sandstorm's effects. Finally, under the northern celestial king's control, was the mountainous region, the most scientifically advanced industrial research area. The Garnet family ruled the northern region, full of workshops and institutes, and the city was boldly compared to the empire's capital. The king always backed scientific progress and defended the state's culture, even at great cost, taking on a heavy burden. Soon the relatives started gathering at the ruler's palace in various carriages, which they left in the mansion's spacious courtyard for the meeting. Noble couples, young and not so young, as well as singles, were already in the halls, actively discussing news, gossip, and rumors that everyone cared about. Now Garnet was sitting next to her dad at the head of a long, wide wooden table, while people gathered in the room and greeted each other. The girl nervously thought she was about to face a dangerous encounter for her, which gave her slight nausea and an unpleasant chill inside even before the meeting officially started. People openly and fearlessly discussed how glad they were that the king was disappointed with his heir, calling him useless. They said the ruler had officially adopted possible heirs already, and that Garnet couldn't be the potential head of the family at all. The long table filled with rumors before hot dishes, and that Garnet couldn't possibly be the potential head of the family. The long table buzzed with rumors before the hot dishes arrived. Lots of snacks and a wide variety of drinks for the usual meal. The king finally stood up from his seat and announced that his big news was to discuss the role and fate of the next state heir. He said only a worthy candidate could hold the title of celestial ruler, and many, maybe all, already knew about the replacement that had happened. The family smiled as they were introduced to 2 new candidates, promising for the role of head of the family, aka the next ruler. Many present immediately started asking about Garnet's fate, the new heir's plan, moves, and more. The king sighed patiently and said there were more contenders every time, and some were convinced they had equal rights to the throne as the heirs. The man loudly declared that in a month a serious magic tournament would be prepared and held to decide the future successor. The long, gloomy meeting ended soon, and all the family members quickly started to scatter, leaving the spacious hall and chatting about what happened. Garnet was still shook by what she heard from all sides and just stayed silent, bowing her head and sighing miserably in silence. Her dad noticed this and casually told his daughter that if Lilian and Iris win, she'd instantly lose her status as heir, seeing her daughter's face change even more. The man tried to calm her down, saying thanks to the tournament rules, all participants, including her, would have a chance to win. The blonde girl clearly realized it was unlikely she could stand up to such strong demons. She'd be at a serious disadvantage. Lilian, still there, said with a wide smile that her skills were clearly not on the same level, and Garnet would definitely have it tougher than everyone else. The girl thought angrily and annoyed that this dude was talking like she'd already lost the competition, even though it hadn't started yet. North recognized her new sibling's superiority, and after some events, gave up trying to reclaim her previously lost positions. Iris immediately declared with mad confidence that she didn't even need to join the tournament because she wouldn't win anyway and would just waste her energy. Lilian listened closely to her little brother's words but then chuckled calmly, knowing appearances can be deceiving. Hope for possible backup in this showdown appeared and shone bright in the girl's soul, but the blonde man immediately said he also trusted the outcome and added that once he became Celestial King, he'd demand the money wasted on her back and invest it in developing many institutions. Iris, thinking about possible outcomes after winning the tournament, said she'd sell her old weapons, buy new ones, and develop the city guard. The siblings laughed quietly in unison while watching the Celestial King's enthusiastic and clearly approving reaction. And their only daughter's nervous mischief. Garnet thought angrily and annoyed that she wouldn't be able to put up with all these idiots for that long, even at the cost of crazy effort and self-control training. Screaming mad inside, the girl firmly decided she'd have time to get into shape, and definitely wouldn't forgive any of them in the competition. She stood up and very politely asked if she could join this interesting convo too, where before she'd spoken in third person. The young ones were a bit surprised and went silent, hearing that the current heir, who wasn't in the best spot, also wanted to speak. North said when she wins the magic tournament, both brothers would bite their tongues and open their eyes, because they never expected the girl to show her teeth like that. The blonde added that both pissed her off too much with their words, and now she'd take this competition way more seriously. Later, the princess walked down the hall thinking that after this convo ended, where she even decided to threaten retaliation, she actually felt way better. She thought hard if she could level up. Just like the main character in the original simulator plot, her level up in the game started with being able to beat different low-level monsters living in the forest outside the capital, Garnet. She wondered if the same completely simple and logical strategy would work with her qualities and stats that needed development. Suddenly, a chubby unknown dude snapped her out of her thoughts and immediately asked if the next meeting had turned into a total disaster. North froze in surprise, realizing she didn't remember at all who this person was from the simulator events, even though she knew all the characters. The girl wasn't sure if that blonde guy was related to her or just some bad company she used to hang with in her free time. Suddenly, he added with confidence and a mocking tone that Garnet didn't stand a single chance against those two, so there was no need to stress about the tournament's outcome. Garnet's jaw dropped when the guy said if she had nowhere to go, he'd take her as his life partner and that he'd only be happy with that result. After that, the blonde girl got even more hyped to win, even with her super low skills, just to avoid all this madness, and although it took serious effort, she didn't want to give up her spot to anyone, much less marry some random stranger. So far, she could only use weak electric magic like to paralyze an enemy. But that could also turn into a super useful skill once she realized that paralysis combined with physical strength could be her win. North smiled brightly. Seeing the advantages even if they were weak later, the girl worked hard on her development in the dense, leafy forest right behind the capital's Magic Institute, walking tiredly down the path. Barely dragging her feet one after another, Garnet muttered she had to walk way too much to get here. She immediately convinced herself that if this place was part of the game, then she could find plenty of easy opponents here. To level up her stats and levels by killing creatures like small metal slimes with weird shapes, you could get quite a few points. She also hunted agile miniature gray mice, and by beating them in the game, they rewarded you with mochi cakes that gave a special boost seeing these funny creatures live. The blonde girl remembered with interest how hyped she used to be playing the simulator. Not wanting to leave it, she leveled up the main character because it was impossible to reach the point of fighting the main and most powerful final bosses without small villains. The win over the metal slime gave her the chance to earn lots of specialized experience points, and the girl skillfully took advantage of it. In a past life, she did this all the time because it was the fastest way to level up. And so she knew all the ins and outs of this interesting house. They ran super fast and were hard to kill in one hit, due to their high resistance to almost any physical damage, but you could destroy the little mouse to get the magic mochi, which also had beneficial properties when leveling up this lower tier of animals. Was usually left alone, but Garnet decided to cheat a bit and use it as a slime trap quickly and with extreme persistence. She attacked several mice and then confirmed her earlier theory by immediately executing a totally logical plan. Having gotten several of the useful mochi, she smiled, realizing that if she got the slime, it wouldn't be able to move for a while, and that would guarantee her the win. There was also a pretty rare deadly candy, a high-class item that dramatically boosted normal attacks several times after chewing it. North remembered there were also items that increased critical hit chance to almost 100%. This clever and thoughtful way she could beat this little monster. Even if her magic was super weak, the one mochi helped the girl skillfully, even if just for a bit, but still. It robbed her opponents of the chance to move at least somewhat. None of the living beings in the simulator could withstand a physical hit like the one Garnet had. She smiled brightly and rolled up the sleeves of her dark outfit in a triumphant gesture when her quest finally gave the first but pretty tangible results, dealing with the slick metal slimes over and over again. The blonde paused a bit and exhaled loudly, fighting off attack fatigue, wiping the cold sweat that had formed on her forehead with the back of her hand. The girl wondered how far she had leveled up her skills. Magic, to her surprise and disappointment, was still pretty low, while the stats average for common demons ranged between 20 and 50 from that point on. Garnet realized that to boost her magic levels, she needed to hunt non-stop without even taking time to rest. Sleep, travel to the forest, and come back. The girl tirelessly started dedicating literally all her time to capturing and destroying low-level monsters obsessed with the need to win the next tournament, even sleeping in the cold, dark forest. Snug inside a sleeping bag, she dragged relentlessly on her back so she wouldn't get distracted in the end. The forest was completely stripped of the old abundance of metal slimes after her crushing, almost non-stop grind. Stepping forward, the blonde, tired but in a good way, murmured that it took way longer than she thought. Garnet finally headed into the city, stretching her shoulders that were stiff and tight from constant stress but trained, and looking at the usually noisy capital's streets. Clearly North had to get her act together for tournament day. Ditching the worn-out look because her battle suit had lost all decent appearance, all her clothes were irreparably damaged, and for the competition she needed to find new clothes ASAP that were easy to move in. Without restricting her moves, the blonde girl scanned endless boutique and store windows, which only had dresses and nothing suitable. Turning around, the blonde got distracted when she heard a strange noise, and then saw a crowd gathered in the central plaza already familiar to her. An unpleasant blonde man shouted hysterically that all his clothes were ruined and asked what he was supposed to do now, roughly grabbing a woman by her fragile wrist. He asked what that disgusting behavior was and how she dared to lift her breaker. Garnet looked around and realized a small kid had accidentally stained the formidable man, or rather his obviously expensive jacket, with ice cream. She clearly remembered he'd been at a previous family gathering and had interacted very weirdly with her after hinting at a possible spouse connection. The nobleman shouted loudly and threateningly again that he was a direct relative of the Celestial King and wouldn't let such things slide without proper punishment. The fat man waved his huge hand forcefully at the scared woman, who could only wait for what would happen next. Garnet only had time to exhale and quickly and sharply ran forward and shoved her unpleasant acquaintance, making him stagger involuntarily and stop. She immediately shouted, ordering him to cut this out right now, and pushed him hard straight into his fat stomach, moving him away from innocent people. The blonde man screamed painfully, slamming his back against the wall behind him, which literally crumbled from the sudden hard collision with such a mass. The onlookers, both nobles and commoners, whispered quietly but not too secretly that this strange brave girl's clothes were super torn and dirty. Blushing intensely with embarrassment after everything they'd heard, Garnet turned to the watchers, and suddenly they were shocked to recognize her as the true daughter of the Celestial King. None of those present could understand what was going on, because just a bit earlier North had been just as arrogant and usually took full advantage of her position. Now suddenly she was defending strangers from her own high-ranking relative in a way totally out of character, and that was wild. From his own high-ranking relative in a way totally out of character, and that was wild. Staring at the man already lying on the stone street floor after a heavy hit, the blonde thought she'd gone too hard with the hit and maybe should have been a bit more careful. North desperately wondered what to do next, and decided the best move now was to bounce fast somewhere far from here. The mom and son she saved, who came from a simple, unprotected village, were still super scared, but definitely they'd remember this savior girl forever. As she bounced off the main street, Garnet sighed, thinking about how everything that happened was straight up awkward and now public knowledge. She spotted a random clothing store tucked in a plain alley and decided to step in, hoping to find something that fit her vibe. Right at the door, she was greeted by some unusual and super interesting models that didn't look like the usual fashion market stuff. The blonde smiled, thinking she didn't expect to find such a dope boutique in a chill corner that could actually surprise her with what they sold. The dark-haired girl working there came up to the customer, hyped to say hi, and asked if she needed help picking out an outfit. Garnet quickly explained she needed clothes that wouldn't hold her back because her current comfy fit kept getting wrecked. It was like the store owner had been waiting for this moment her whole life. She smiled wide and immediately bounced off somewhere, barely jogging back with heavy hangers holding two cool, different options. The girl asked if the customer liked the clothes while checking out the many pieces that clearly matched her taste. North asked who made these fits, and the dark-haired girl proudly said they were her own designs. After trying on both sets and rocking the second one, the Celestial King's heir confidently declared that everything fit perfectly and she was buying every single outfit offered. She left the store with a huge round white box tied with a big bow, packing all her new gear. The blonde thought it was a major hassle carrying such a heavy shopping box, since she was now taxiless after a long forest hunt. Those who saw her earlier at the plaza during the weird incident were shook, seeing such a drastic glow-up in the princess's look, who'd turned into the definition of elegance. They wondered which obviously luxury brand store Garnet had hit up for such a big haul. Since they'd already dipped from the main boutique squad, they figured despite her tough vibe, Lady North knew fashion and style like a boss, so they had to hit that store ASAP. The young nobles quickly circled up, buzzing about the need to get there fast, or else all the outfits would be snatched before they even showed up. At the same time, a scruffy dude with a thinning goatee and a long dark cloak was walking toward the blonde. He took a few steps but suddenly tripped and fell, slamming his palm hard enough to bleed Garnet. She spun around from the hit and saw the stranger looked seriously hurt, and probably in mad pain, so he needed help. Squatting next to him, North asked, hyped, if the fallen man was okay, trying to gauge the damage. She dropped the heavy box on the stone floor and pulled a fresh white handkerchief from her backgammon pocket, ready to help, surprising the stranger with her caring move. The noble skillfully wrapped his injured hand from the fall with her fancy cloth, not holding back at all, still squatting in front of him. The blonde smiled warmly and assured the stranger everything was going to be totally fine now. Recognizing the girl as the heir of one of the Celestial Kings, the man was shocked. She gave him such an expensive handkerchief and even bandaged his wound. Madame Garnet, who had already quickly handled her business, didn't act at all like the noble and commoner rumors and gossip said about her. Later, when it was already night, the carriage arrived at the imperial castle, its wheels creaking under the pink and sparkling sunset reflections falling to the ground, holding the grocery box in her hands. North sighed chill, whispering that she was finally home after all that grind. Training and home, she reminded herself the magic tournament was tomorrow and she needed to snag that W by any means necessary. The sun was already dipping behind the horizon, and the blonde made sure to push her limits hard but still keep her own interests locked down. Tournament day arrived and a whole crowd nobles, merchants, plebs plus warriors packed the Colosseum, specially decked out for fights. Fighters of all kinds and magic styles were already roaming the roomy locker room, sitting at tables gearing up for a quick brawl. Garnet was stressing about what was next, clutching her skirt nervously. Luckily, it wasn't one of those typical fancy dresses, worn by the highest noble ladies. The familiar demon brothers rolled up to her, and when Lilian asked with a smirk if she really showed up, both were oozing confidence. Right away, they added it had been a minute since they saw North, who was apparently prepping for today. Sarcastically hyping their fear of the showdown, Iris calmly said if a nobody like her came to this tourney, despite the obvious outcome, it'd still be mad respectable, shaking with rage and irritation. The blonde thought furiously that after all the bullying, she'd make these damn idiots regret every word. Lilian sighed, wishing her luck, and Iris confidently said with all her effort she wouldn't even make it past round 1. As the battles kicked off, the young fighters were already talking trash, saying it'd be way too easy and that the real hype would be them facing off in the finals later today. Clenching and unclenching her fists with burning annoyance, Garnet mentally dubbed them her ugly bros, ready to school them fast. Any demon who wanted could join the magic tournament. Hosted by her dad's status, rank, or social standing didn't matter. North feared, as expected, tons would come to fight for the Celestial King spot, so her chances of winning were hard to gauge. Not far off was a burly blonde dude, who spotted the air princess and immediately called her name, asking for her attention. The familiar named Bob threatened that yesterday the girl made a bad call, just slamming him against the wall. Garnet smiled nervously and groaned inside, thinking she still managed to spot him in the crowd, and didn't get a head injury, which honestly would have helped. Bob said he's still a pretty understanding and chill guy, so he's cutting the girl some slack because there was a mix-up between him and that dumb pleb. The blonde girl's mouth dropped, feeling a wave of disgust when the greasy smiling man asked if she was actually jealous of him. After a short, pointless back and forth, Bob told Garnet not to sweat it because he's really into dirty girls like her. The dude didn't stop there, saying if he wins today and becomes head of the family, he'd shower the girl with love and care. Sometime after this unwanted encounter, the referee dropped a loud, dramatic speech to kick off round 1 of the magic tournament. In the first battle, per the draw results, Garnet had to fight that same arrogant Bob who kept throwing shade with nasty comments. The girl listened quietly and sharp, noting the enemy considered defeated if they surrendered or physically couldn't fight anymore. The chubby man with a nasty grin said he'd be super careful not to hurt his beloved girl's body. Patting her shoulder with his huge hand, Bob declared the girl could just give up without fighting to save energy on a pointless battle. The blonde stepped back, horrified, clearly realizing she had to beat her relative at all costs to avoid that mess. The referee raised his hand and then shouted that the magic tournament was officially starting, slamming it down hard. Immediately backing off and letting them clash in battle, Bob instantly attacked with full force, raising his fist and wildly swinging at Garnet, fueled by a fierce explosion of his energy. The girl rushed to the side, shouting loud as she dodged flying rocks of all sizes that could have seriously hurt her. When Bob asked if she was giving up, the blonde spun around and yelled mad that she'd never be his babe, that she'd never let that happen, standing her ground with zero plans to end this fight, much less quit so fast and take insults like that. Lilian and Iris, both watching the first fight with interest, looked surprised by how things went down. Underestimating the heir to the throne, the dark-haired guy asked thoughtfully if that was all there was, because he expected her to fold from fear of others' magic even before the fight started. His older bro smirked, knowing Bob could make anyone lose it in battle, so you shouldn't judge the outcome so quick. Iris crossed her arms, shrugged, and said it didn't matter who won, she'd face him next round, so she'd just wait chill and indifferent, straight up saying she didn't care. Who'd come out on top this round? Not even North. Bob said he wouldn't even let Garnet get sarcastic with him, that she had no shot against him, 'cause she couldn't even use magic. The fat dude added that a rebellious chick like her deserved way harsher punishment than he thought. Against all odds, when magic grabbed his hands for the next powerful, even crushing blow, North charged hard at him using his more developed physical powers. The princess pushed off the stone platform and jumped high, dodging skillfully, leaving Bob frozen in shock. Shaking his head in all directions, Bob yelled, confused, wondering how she got so far. Finding herself right behind him after a perfect jump, the girl skillfully aimed her magic powers at the fat relative, summoning lightning that hit him hard. The man screamed in pain with his mouth wide open, then felt his whole body start to go numb. Garnet suddenly remembered she still had some electric magic that could paralyze any enemy. North immediately added that if she landed a solid hit on the enemy, he wouldn't be able to move a finger at will. Hands on hips, he triumphantly announced it looked like he dodged the worst fate of becoming his babe. The referee sat next to Bob, who couldn't get up, and loudly shouted that Lady Garnet won the first fight of the magic tournament. The demon siblings Iris and Lilian were shocked seeing the scene, 'cause they definitely didn't expect that outcome. The regular crowd also yelled, expressing surprise and chatting about such an unexpected but dope show to watch, clearing his throat and hiding his feelings behind a mask of indifference again. The dark-haired man said seriously and calmly that fools just get lucky. He immediately told his older bro he was gonna get ready for his fight, and got up from his seat, heading to the fighter's locker room, sitting in the stands and steadying her breath. Garnet thought she'd won the first fight and the next one would be tougher, but she could handle it. The blonde watched closely as the battle started and listened to everything going on among the crowd, watching the fights. Iris's fans, girls screaming loud, holding signs and posters in their hands, shouting that today he looked as handsome as always. The young guy stepped out fearless and calm to fight a muscular dude barely dressed. Wearing a horned helmet, Garnet wondered how strong Iris could be if he was loved so much. 'Cause she'd only heard about his endless wins before the referee raised his hand standing between the two fighters, and shouted they could start the fight, lowering his palm and stepping back toward the edge of the stone platform. Using earth magic, the opponent yelled out loud and wild that he would definitely become the next celestial king. After his victory in this tournament, Iris walked past the man with ease and indifference, saying his words were pretty funny. Entertaining and super interesting, the dark-haired guy said he only joined this magic competition because he'd eventually have to fight his brother. Suddenly he struck the enemy with the deafening force of a blazing red flame. Iris threatened, ordering him not to even think about interfering with him in this. The fire he possessed, a scorching, crushing, infernal force, erupted beyond the Colosseum, making the crowd shake with fear and awe. The dark-haired guy blew out the flame in his palm, stepped forward and confidently declared that the battle was over and everything going on was just boring. The referee raised his hand with a bright smile and admitted that Mr. Iris had won this round unconditionally. Covering her face with her hands, Garnet thought in horror that this kind of combat magic didn't just scare her, it straight up terrified her. She waited for the other fights to finish in the locker room, wondering how the fight would end and what she'd be capable of. Not too surprised, the blonde girl first heard screams and shouts, then the referee's notification that Mr. Lilian had won the third fight. A bit later, when the semifinals started, Iris came out to face her, not even doubting himself or his success. The dark-haired guy looked calm, even a little bored. With a smile, he advised the girl to at least try to entertain him a bit. Clenching her fists, Garnet thought she wouldn't let him be so cocky and treat her like some weakling anymore. The referee hyped up all the spectators who couldn't get enough of the epic fights and announced the start of the match between Mrs. North and Mr. Iris. The dark-haired guy's fans kept screaming, welcoming their idol, while the blonde woman said with a wide smile that from what she'd seen he was getting more and more popular in these circles. Making a finger gesture to the girl, Iris said he didn't care at all, and called the girl closer, calling her a bitch, knowing it would hurt her. Garnet thought angrily about how much the guy annoyed her with his confident attitude and behavior, hitting him as hard as she could. She unleashed all the electric magic energy she had and yelled at him angrily, but the dark-haired guy, without much effort or fear, just stepped aside, dodging the blow like it was a warm breeze. Garnet opened her eyes, confused, thinking her magic attack hadn't worked at all. Iris patted her shoulder with his palm and said he was hoping for at least some interesting moves in this battle, but apparently he was wrong. Despite leveling up in the minor beast's house, North's magic powers still weren't a match for the others. Before the magic tournament started, she did everything she could and then some, but apparently it wasn't enough to win. The only thing that really changed significantly was her speed, though it only affected her reflexes. Iris easily dodged the electric magic attacks because they had short range and quickly dissipated in the air. Garnet had absolutely nothing to lose, so she rushed forward and decided to act completely different than before. She thought at least the paralyzing magic should have some effect on her relentless enemy. The blonde clenched her fingers, feeling energy surge through her body, and summoned electricity, moving quickly toward him. North gathered absolutely everything she had in this desperate strike and shouted, wanting to at least trap him in this attack. The girl barely caught Iris, because he dodged easily again, stepping to the side and apparently continuing to mock her. The dark-haired guy looked at his rival with even a hint of surprise, raising an eyebrow, but quickly composed himself. He thought with a bright smile that he was on the edge of failure, but now his whole plan seemed to have worked, and even way more than he wanted. Iris clearly noticed her excitement and lit a bright flame in the palm of his hand with a laugh. Whispering that things were getting way more interesting, Garnet screamed in horror as she realized she couldn't do a damn thing against him in the battle, standing right in front of the young guy. The girl understood why he looked so happy, thinking hysterically about what she should do next, a clear fear showing on her face. The princess even went way paler than usual. Iris seemed crazier than before. Giving in to the thrill of the fight he was leading and had no plans to back down, he pushed off the ground hard and charged forward. Abruptly, he wasn't about to back down to the girl staring at her beautiful face with wild, feverish eyes. Completely surrounded by fire, Iris declared that if the tricks were done now, it was Cell's turn. Garnet screamed in fear, realizing there was no way she could block this attack with her weak magic energy. The dark-haired guy ran at her without stopping, fire blazing stronger and stronger in his hand. Wanting to face the enemy head-on, she ran screaming across the stone platform, careful not to burn any of her precious parts out of fear. A bright fire hit the stone platform and luckily didn't reach the girl, instantly turning into a column of gray smoke. Sitting on the edge of the platform, the blonde girl was breathing hard after dodging that attack and thinking desperately about how not just to survive but to win in this uneven fight. She realized clearly and plainly there was no way to stop the young guy from landing that same powerful fire strike again. That maybe one day she wouldn't be able to dodge it. Garnet knew perfectly well that if she kept hesitating she wouldn't just lose, but also get hurt, and she needed to get close to him without getting caught in the flames. The girl looked around and stared at the cracked ground of the battle platform after the fire, then stopped because she had an idea. Iris, ready to score another win, was already winding up for the next hit, and with a smile asked why she stopped so suddenly. The guy ran away from the fire again, continuing his mouse-like sprint, feeling his thin skin start to burn from the insanely hot air. As the flames turned into gray smoke that made her eyes water, the blonde was breathing hard. Recovering from her next run, she wanted to hit Iris with her strongest evasive move, and he fired up from the fight. Fell for a similar bait, attacking and yelling she had no choice. It was time to use the only plan. If she'd come up with a bit earlier, Garnet decided to block the next attack the only way possible, and she dropped to one knee, pounding the stone floor with her fist as hard as she could. Because of the damage, the hard dusty platform not only cracked, but a huge chunk even flew up, covering the guy from the crazy fire blast. Iris froze in surprise for a moment, realizing she literally had made a shield for herself out of the platform debris without using any weapons. The young guy got distracted immediately and realized he couldn't see where she'd gone, seeing nothing behind the gray smoke and dust. The dark-haired guy realized too late that Garnet had already climbed up quick and slick behind his back to attack. She gathered her strength and hit him with her magic, and although it wasn't super crushing, it was surprisingly sharp and piercing. Iris froze, her eyes wide, as her whole body slowly trembled and started to lose feeling. The fighter collapsed to the ground, cursing, totally unable to get up because she'd lost the ability to move. The guy was breathing hard, standing next to the freshly defeated Iris, apparently unable to believe his win. The referee, who'd hidden during the fierce attacks to avoid getting burned, peeked out and announced the lovers' victory. The spectators, all without exception, nobles and commoners alike, demons tall and short, gasped in shock, whispering and exchanging looks. Lilian sat in her seat while everyone else stood up from the stands, shouting in surprise, smiling. Garnet thought she'd pulled it off because Iris had underestimated her and her skills, later meeting Lilian in the locker room. When he stepped forward with his arms crossed over his chest, the girl noticed his furrowed brow and responded the same way, because honestly she was just defending herself in the fight. They passed each other without a word, but they already knew what events would link them soon. Entering the buffet, Garnet realized she might face Lilian in the next battle. The girl grabbed some food, thinking she should study her future opponent's fighting style. The blonde walked back to the competition room, thinking about the house where the fight was about to start, crossed the threshold and froze. Hearing everyone's cheers and the referee announcing Mr. Lilian as the winner, frozen with fear, Garnet was shocked to realize the battle had ended even before it began. During the break, silence ruled the room, and people got caught up in their own stuff. North even forgot how worried she was and happily chowed down on a hot dog. The crowd was hyped, saying Mr. Lilian was sick and could end any battle instantly, no cap. The girl's jaw dropped when she heard the young man's flame was somehow unusual. He controlled it effortlessly. The blonde thought Lilian and Iris were alike since both used fire magic. She wanted to keep eating chill, but then she heard whispers and rumors about herself. A girl said Mrs. Garnet had zero chance of winning and laughed. Garnet froze, with a pissed-off look and her appetite totally wrecked. Soon the referee happily announced the final. A battle between Mr. Lilian and Mrs. Garnet. The rivals stared with so much tension and irritation it was like a lightning bolt crackling between them. Even before the clash started, the young man confidently claimed his magic, which was pretty basic, had primitively destroyed the whole arena before. The blonde snapped back that he could say whatever nasty stuff he wanted. But a win's a win no matter how. The slightly surprised referee, whose words went unheard by the fiery finalists, repeated himself loudly, yelling that the battle was starting. The guy ducked behind the railing of the single-jump platform, having learned from Princess Garnet's past destructive fights, thinking he hadn't seen Lilian's fighting style and all his fights happened in a flash. He guessed this battle might be like the last one. When the boy slowly reached out to attack, the blonde froze and widened her eyes as a bright blue flame shot toward her. North sprinted forward as fast as she could, screaming in fear at the swift, sharp attack from her opponent, who was better than her in literally every way. Looking around, the girl started breathing hard, unable to grasp what just happened and why. Looking ahead, she saw a bright blue flame that was just as hot as normal. Lilian was shocked the girl dodged it, because he made the flame as smooth and invisible as possible. Garnet exhaled and stoically out loud declared only pathetic cowards attack from behind. The young man reminded the princess of her recent words, saying a win's a win, and so it was. At the same time, the arena kept glowing with a blue flame that didn't die down or fade at all. Lilian said he didn't want to see her lose disgracefully, but couldn't help it. The guy added with extreme indifference that even if the princess played fair, she couldn't beat him. The blonde froze as the blazing blue flames blocked all her escape routes with a solid will to win. Garnet thought she had to clear the way no matter what. She slammed the platform floor hard again, gathering all her physical strength to help. The ground beneath them exploded and shattered from the attack, but Lilian effortlessly rose into the air. The young man murmured something with slight but well-hidden surprise, showing he didn't get what was going down. The referee grabbed his head and yanked his dark hair, yelling loudly, "High-key, all that was just straight up terrible." Both opponents froze midair, clearly ready to keep the fight going. Even after all the destruction, Garnet gathered all her magical power into her fist to strike her opponent. Looking determined, Lilian boosted the flame multiple times, saying the trick she pulled with Iris wouldn't fly here at all. Feeling the heat hit her face and body again, the princess clicked her tongue, realizing her older brother was way stronger than her younger brother, and while she was whining, the guy was already close. Whispering in the princess's ear that she was slow with no time to fully dodge the flame, Garnet screamed loud as hell. Feeling that hellish heat, the girl screamed when Lilian said she originally wanted to fight with weapons instead of magic. The dude immediately added that this was banned, so she was at a slight disadvantage. While fighting on this ground after the attack, Garnet thought Lilian must be messing with her because she was the only one struggling. Blue Eyes said she put up an anti-magic barrier before the fight, so nothing worked. The blonde thought desperately that this guy had taken every precaution against her. She figured physical strength would only get her close to the enemy as fast as possible. The girl clenched her fists, thinking there was no clause in the tournament rules. That victory had to be purely magical thanks to her training. Garnet boosted her physical attack level, but not magic. North decided to ditch her weak energy completely and just push her physical strength, throwing heavy rocks at Lilian. Mumbling that this way she'd have better chances, a bit surprised, the blue-eyed girl skillfully dodged every possible hit, frowning because the princess still dared to attack. Moving forward determined, the blonde knew this battle would be tough for her, but she'd manage. Lilian suddenly realized her rival was slowly wiping out her magic with physical attacks. Wiping out her magic, she smashed the ground again, breaking it, and seemed to be getting a taste for this kind of fight. The referee screamed scared, thinking these two could just demolish the unlucky platform Garnet was on. She charged forward furiously with fists out, seriously thinking about winning this fight. The referee hid and sat on the floor, ears back and screaming, anticipating the girl's heavy attack. Lilian thought, confused, that she usually defended with a weapon but now couldn't use it. Blue Eyes shook her head, thinking she was shocked that a demon with such insane physical strength actually existed when looking at the stern Mrs. North. The guy mentally concluded he'd been way too careless before the fight, but the electricity magic slipped from the blonde's hands as she lunged at the young man for a desperate hit. The crowd watching the fight screamed, surprised, unable to hide their reactions to everything going down. The girl angrily thought she wouldn't let anyone take away her chill aristocrat life. Hitting Lilian, the blonde was sure she'd never lose her title and end up on the streets. The king and his servants watched everything from their fancy box sitting on the throne. He wasn't just surprised, but legit shocked his daughter was already in her third arena fight. Garnet froze, breathing hard, trying to pull herself together when her opponent finally sat down on her knees. Lilian didn't look defeated at all, but wasn't in a rush to get up, smiling and shaking her head. The young man suddenly smiled warmly, like he'd just scored a win, and looked up, calmly declaring he was surrendering. The princess, still standing in front of him, froze with wide eyes in shock, and her jaw dropped. She couldn't hide her expression when Lilian added that if the princess kept going, she'd just be wasting her energy. The guy said with a chill laugh that the decision to beat him using only physical attacks was super entertaining and interesting. Lilian stretched with a smile, shaking his hand in a classy move. Clearly familiar with her aristocratic nature, and congratulated Madame Garnet on her official victory, the blonde froze, and was sure that if it went on a bit longer, she'd definitely pass out from how wild things were getting. The referee made sure no more stones flew her way, then stood up and loudly declared that the knight had surrendered, and that the princess was the winner. The demons from both lower and upper ranks started whispering in shock. Some couldn't even hide their screams of surprise and disappointment. The young fans of Lilian openly sobbed, covering their faces with their hands because their idol couldn't become the next celestial king. While the rivals still faced each other, everyone wondered how the lady who couldn't use magic would be the future ruler after her father. Garnet lowered her teary gaze as she clearly heard that someone so arrogant and terrible like her wasn't worthy of becoming the heir of the mountain region. The celestial king, who entered the ruined arena, ordered everyone to be quiet, and asked his daughter to come to him. The blonde girl, feeling the exhaustion from all the battles, obediently approached him with her head down, not wanting to hear any more of these nasty words. The man said he wouldn't break his word, so his only daughter would remain the future heir because she won the tournament. The minister shouted that there was no way they'd accept Garnet as the future ruler, and today she had definitely tricked and fooled them all somehow. Bob, who couldn't believe what was happening and had steam coming out of his ears, started feeling the rage and yelled that it was true, staring blankly. The blonde silently reflected on the fact that someone he definitely lost to her, honestly, because of his weakness. When Lilian heard from the crowd that someone wanted revenge for lies, he exhaled, irritated, and shouted loudly, ordering them to shut up. Scared by the fury of such a strong and influential demon, the people in the stands obediently fell silent and stopped suggesting new solutions to this situation. The young man said there was nothing worse than accusing a person of lying and cheating without any proof at all. Garnet looked surprised at the one who recently tried to corner her, and if not burn her, then hurt her with the bright curls of his blue flame. The blue-eyed guy put his hand on his chest and added that he did his best to win, but this battle showed he still wasn't ready to take on the role of head of the family. Climbing onto the platform toward his older brother, Iris put his hands in his pockets, expressing his agreement, and said he also lost with absolute honesty. The blonde blushed, not expecting at all the support from the one who recently had been making playful and sarcastic jokes about her and her skills. Asked a bit dumb, but with more affection, if she had already recovered from the battle, and the dark-haired guy looked at her silently. Both brothers looked at each other and even chuckled quietly when they saw her confused and even a little scared. That was the expression on poor Garnet's face. Addressing everyone present, Lilian, with a smile that wasn't even typical of him, asked everyone to just reread the magic tournament rules, immediately opening the booklet with the necessary list. Iris read aloud that whoever wins the tournament automatically becomes the heir of the mountain region. Blushing even more than before, the girl allowed herself to consider the idea that in the future she might even become friends with these two demon brothers. Among the crowd, clear discontent still reigned that none of the magic tournament guests thought to hide in front of their celestial king. Garnet desperately thought that having won, even though she had become head of the family, she had no idea what she'd do with those who were against her. Several officials, ministers, and mayors reflected on the young hothead's inability to become the next celestial king. One shouted that she was gifted with both beauty and mediocrity, and his interlocutor added that the tournament was started to deprive her of the chance to inherit. The man added that Lord Iris and Lilian would be perfect for the position, and the second said that relying only on Lady Garnet. The old gray-haired dude still holding a spot on the board just started nodding like it was pointless, saying there had to be someone better and more legit than her, but Bob insisted he was the most promising candidate of all, since he was a closer relative and could offer a bright future. The blonde, who honestly tried to secure her win, couldn't wrap her head around whether this fact really meant nothing to them and was left stunned. She clutched her chest, thinking everything was obvious from the jump because initially all her relatives were against the girl staying in the family. The buzz of the human swarm suddenly went dead silent when several blazing infernal flames hit the bottom of their stands. Snatching the fire from her hand and growling in irritation, Iris loudly ordered everyone present to finally get a grip and shut up. The dark-haired guy said they were just making noise, but now everyone had to face the truth because the old man was still right. The celestial king looked disgusted at the young guy calling him that but stayed quiet because he said anyone could claim the heir spot. Lilian confirmed everything was 100% legit, and was sure Garnet didn't cheat during the fights held in the magic tournament, adding it'd be easy to understand if their brains had even a little bit of folds. Iris asked her brother if this kid was even capable of being sly. North still couldn't get how two evil brothers were suddenly trying to protect her and push their interests instead of their own. At the same time, Lilian said he was ready to handle all complaints personally, and Iris asked to leave it to him to warm up properly. The brothers looked so determined they unintentionally scared everyone present, who had loudly voiced their opinions and decisions before even the annoying Bob, still watching what was going down, clenched his teeth and fists, growling silently in outrage because he couldn't stand them. The king stepped forward and said he'd really been worried before that Garnet wouldn't handle the roles assigned to her. He added that's exactly why he adopted Iris and Lilian, but all his fears, as it's clear now, were totally pointless. The man said that unfortunately for many, his daughter, considered mediocre, won this magic tournament and proved otherwise. The king looked at all the unhappy people and said if they allowed such thoughts and words, he'd have to tell them everything going on. He said he'd been constantly watching his daughter's actions for a while to see if she was ready to stay in the family or not. The ruler said it might be hard to believe, but Garnet really has changed a lot this month. The blonde woman opened her eyes and looked surprised at her dad, and until recently she'd even refused to believe him. The king said to win the tournament, his daughter spent several days in the forest, training non-stop without rest and basically no sleep. Then, according to the monarch, after returning to the city, she freely helped residents who were in trouble. The ministers stayed silent as he said all this time Garnet behaved with dignity and beyond that, did everything she could to become a better person. Bob shouted she was an evil, selfish woman and he'd never believe she'd do anything good without benefiting herself. North smiled brightly, closed his eyes, and thought about how awful this guy would be if she became head of the family. The king's patience ran out fast, as he kept hearing insults toward his daughter from a careless relative. Suddenly, from somewhere under the stands, a young woman dressed simply came out with a child clinging tightly around her neck. She publicly declared that the words of the Northern King were absolutely true, and Lady Garnet really saved her and her son. The blonde remembered it was the same family Garnet saved in the city's central square from an angry Bob yelling something. The king froze in surprise when she told him she'd gotten lost in the city and gotten into trouble, from which the princess helped her get out. People heard that while she was in a tough spot. Everyone else just walked by, but the lady's move was straight up brave. Bob yelled again, asking how he had the nerve to open his mouth, insulting her and calling her just a dirty pleb. The scared woman hugged the kid close and shut her eyes when he shouted that he'd silence her for good now. Garnet was ready to bolt again, to save the poor stranger who now also spoke up to defend herself, no fear of the fallout. Lilian held Iris, who was rushing to help too, putting her hand out to stop him from making a rash move. Bob froze when the pleb shouted that the lady North had protected her from this damn bastard, pointing right at him, threatening her with magic in front of everyone. The blonde asked what he had said, clearly trying to hurt the woman. Garnet watched everything going down, hyped, knowing she had to step in ASAP or things would get ugly. Suddenly, a girl walked through the crowd wearing a rare blue Levite dress, her dark hair shining gracefully down her back. The king growled annoyed, telling his relative to chill and stop embarrassing himself more than he already had. The blonde obediently stopped, hands still raised, fully aware he was powerless against the rules. At the same time, the girl confidently agreed with the decision to make Lady Garnet the future heir to the mountain region throne, explaining that before the princess visited her shop, it was on the brink of collapse, but now her business was truly saved. The blonde froze in disbelief, wondering what the hell this was all about, since she hadn't actually done anything to rescue anyone. The high society ladies whispered that the lady was basically advertising this clothing brand because she shopped there. Garnet listened, genuinely surprised, realizing she barely knew about the high-quality clothes made by the boutique owner's own hands before. She noticed she'd been walking around town carrying a box with a huge logo, and honestly, a lot of people just trusted her style sense. The brunette added that the lady generously bought tons of stuff at her store, and thanks to that, everything got a second wind. North's mouth dropped in surprise as the stranger kept describing her contribution and thanking her just for making a small purchase. Suddenly, a sharply dressed man stepped forward, his shirt collar spotless and almost shining eyes burning with determination. He said he also agreed with naming Lady Garnet the next Celestial King, because she helped him when he was hurt. The blonde girl suddenly remembered with surprise that this was the guy she'd seen that one time, leaving the boutique with a huge box. The girl recalled he was the one who had fallen right in front of her on the path. Sensing the vibe shift, the king stared at the man he'd known for ages. Since he was the prime minister of his state and meticulous at his job, Garnet raised her hands, shocked eyes wide, not understanding how all these things she barely noticed could actually help her. The man explained he liked to disguise himself and visit public places in low-key clothes, but the lady still wrapped his hand with an expensive handkerchief. The king thought the report said she helped an old man in town, but apparently the spies mixed up the prime minister with the old man. Garnet was the Celestial King's daughter, and had met this man several times before, but she didn't remember his face at all. The blonde wondered if she only remembered people she liked and those who showed interest in her. The man added that the girl's kindness was genuine, because he didn't look like a prime minister, just a regular guy to everyone else. The Celestial King turned and nodded, thanking the prime minister for his help, and he just smiled, even chuckling quietly at his expression. Doesn't matter who becomes the next Celestial King of the North, it'll still be one of the biggest calls for the entire demon empire. The father added that if Garnet did well in the tournament, then under her care the Northern Kingdom would definitely be safe. The man looked down and muttered, who still had some doubts about whether everything would be okay after his decision. Several ministers and deputies listened to the ruler, and everyone was nervous, unable to hide it because they couldn't stand his only daughter. The king said he wouldn't break his promise, so the title of the next Celestial King stays in the hands of the previous heir. Grant's pink-violet eyes opened wide and shone intensely upon hearing what he had been trying and fighting for so long. The people who believed in his arguments applauded, raised their hands, and shouted that people like Bob were out. Even Iris and Lilian were smiling, reacting to everything happening like they had just won this insane fight themselves. Garnet clenched her fists, trying to grasp the scale and meaning of the victory she had just scored. The girl blushed hard and even closed her eyes to hide the tears welling up in them from everyone present. The people gathered in the stands, whom she had unknowingly helped at various points in her life, watched the lady with joyful smiles. Bob almost exploded with overwhelming hatred, mentally cursing Garnet for jumping in, and thinking their showdown wasn't over that day. Later, the golden rays of the setting sun already lit up the Celestial King's estate, resting in peaceful silence under the warm wind. Lying on her soft, precious bed, the blonde enjoyed her rest, murmuring that she was insanely tired after everything she'd been through for a month. Her father's words still echoed in her temples as he confidently, even lazily, said he was giving this title to his daughter Garnet. Leaving himself an out, the man added that if the girl suddenly stops handling her powers, she'd lose her inheritance rights and it would pass to Liliana. Exhaling loudly, the princess thought with relief that luckily, she had managed to avoid a terrible event in the form of possible title deprivation. She looked out the window, thinking that even if she didn't want to be the next Celestial King, this was the best way to live a long life. Stroking her chin with her fingers, the blonde thought with satisfaction that after all she'd wiped the noses of all these upstarts with her own efforts. The girl suddenly lifted her gaze from her thoughts when someone knocked on her room's door, and looked that way in surprise. Garnet slipped on some soft black slippers and walked to the door, telling the arriving guest she was almost at the door. She let her visitor in and froze, eyes wide open in shock, mouth agape at who she saw standing in front of her. Lilian, smiling with arms crossed over her chest, looked super chill, like she hadn't just barged into someone else's bedroom without permission. Still unable to process, the blonde asked why she suddenly decided she could come here. She couldn't even imagine Lilian suddenly needing this, that suddenly he would come to her unannounced and uninvited, and at night no less. Laughing to herself at the princess's reaction, the blue-eyed guy told the girl not to freak out because he doesn't bite. He said he no longer wants to fight Garnet, and that North is a super interesting topic to study, and surprisingly he's pretty talented too, blushing a bit. The blonde thought it was hard to believe his wish to be friends after all those words about how he'd throw her under the bus in the future. The young man smiled and invited them from that moment on to forget all the beef between them and just be friends. Completely lost and biting the inside of her cheek, the heir to the throne thought she had a really bad feeling about this friendship. Lilian asked if he could come into the room, and the girl immediately said it wasn't a big deal, nicely asking Garnet not to overreact. The blonde guy passed by her and she screamed loud, already imagining how red she'd get from her own mess, clutching her chest. The young man said maybe they're not blood relatives, but he wants to be a good big brother to her. North frowned again, and bit his lips nervously, not even imagining how this could possibly work out. Such a close relationship between them when he said he wouldn't mind chatting. A bit while the princess thought about all the cosmetics and other junk scattered around her rooms, the blonde girl realized that no matter what kind of relationship they had, she still wouldn't want to show up looking like a ruthless person. Suddenly, she let out a loud, sharp scream, asking him to wait at least a minute and stay still so she could clean everything up real quick. Lilian watched with a smile as her official sister pulled out tons of books and scrolls from the bed, and at the same time put things back in place. She couldn't help but laugh quietly and kindly while watching her nervous antics and her desperate rush to clean up as fast as possible, continuing to sort through the scattered stuff. The girl blushed involuntarily, either from embarrassment or just from the act itself of talking to this dude. Later, when darkness slowly fell over the outer estate, they were already sitting down having tea, and Lilian said she wanted to talk about her father's request. The Celestial King said that he and his younger brother, Iris, would also live on this property, so now they're officially related to the ruler. The blonde woman's eyes widened in surprise, and her jaw dropped, not even imagining how she'd exist in the same building with both of them. She asked if he was sure about this, still trying to understand what caused such a drastic change in the two brothers' behavior, who also wanted to stay here. Lilian said that was exactly the case, and the girl let out a loud sigh, serving her companion another cup of hot herbal tea. Blue Eyes said that before being adopted, they sold their old house and spent most of that money on a ton of studies. Garnet looked at him with interest when the young man said living here with his younger brother and younger sister would be way more interesting. She was about to murmur that he'd really changed his mind about her when suddenly she heard another knock on the bedroom door. Raising a cup of hot tea and smiling sweetly, Lilian murmured that he'd arrived, even faster than he himself could have imagined, still without getting a response but already having entered the princess's chambers. The dark-haired man with a mischievous grin announced to his older brother that he'd arrived. Garnet froze in surprise, not knowing how to react to the hunter's shamelessness as he headed straight toward them to join the tea party. Iris approached the sofa where Lilian was sitting, leaned toward her older brother, and suddenly calmly asked him to wrap this up quickly, tapping the spot next to her. The blue-eyed man told her to take her time and sit down, while North wondered if they remembered that was his room alone. Looking at the sweets, the cups of hot drinks, and the teapot, the dark-haired guy asked, a bit annoyed, if they really decided to have tea without him. Placing another cup on a white saucer, the girl hurriedly replied that she'd also serve tea to Iris because she didn't know he'd also decide to visit her. The room immediately filled with the pleasant aroma of herbs brewed in a porcelain teapot. When the hot drink was in the cup, Lilian said that despite her position as the Celestial King's daughter, Garnet always makes tea for her and even serves it to others. Iris accepted the cup, while her brother added that normally ladies couldn't even do that without servants, and it seemed like the lady was fully taken care of by servants. After these flattering words, the princess involuntarily recalled her past life where she definitely didn't have a single servant helping her. If you put it in gaming context, she'd be a pleb who served the masters, but now she said she also knows how to make tea. The blonde woman said she usually eats alone, so she often handles these kinds of things herself, like buying sweets for tea in town, like cookies and mountain chocolate. Lilian said they seemed quick to believe the bad rumors about her, and then honestly admitted she was wrong about her. Garnet stroked her hand and thought that, purely theoretically, the previous rumors about her character and actions were absolutely true. While Iris poured sugar into the cup, the blue-eyed man said that now he was known as a magic researcher, and his brother as a monster hunter. North's eyes popped out of their sockets like literally about to fly off his head when the sugar cubes just lined up in a tall pile in the dark-haired guy's cup. When Lilian said they were just regular plebs, the princess remembered she'd read that info in the character's biotap. Then long ago, they were left alone as little kids in this dangerous, brutal world, but clearly they had zero plans to quit. The siblings spent mad time grinding on themselves, leveling up their talents in different areas, and slowly climbed up together from the bottom. Lilian explained with a soft smile that it was exactly because of her tough life story that she couldn't stand lazy, useless people. She added that's why she accepted the master's adoption offer, and at first she actually had this harsh plan to kick the girl out of the estate. Garnet looked at him with surprise and rage, like she suddenly remembered all the shady stuff, the hurtful, even downright evil things he'd said. After setting the cup on the saucer, Iris caught his reaction and quickly assured that now he and his big bro weren't about to pull that crap at all, adding she never thought a tiny thing like her could be so strong. Then thanked the girl for the sweets and tea, though Garnet wasn't totally buying it. She managed to shake off the bad vibe her brothers had already put on her in the original simulator storyline. Lilian and Iris also decided to instantly befriend the main character. Because of their unusual skills, the demon siblings treated the girl as friendly as they do North now, and that still made her think about what was going on, exhaling and feeling the heat on her cheeks. She thought that even if she wasn't the protagonist, they still chose to meet her halfway. Night gradually fell over the estate, while the new sister and her new big brother's tea party kept going with warm convo. The girl sat on a soft couch facing the guys, then stretched and asked if the two were heading out today. Lilian looked like he was thinking way too hard, humming and rubbing his chin with his fingers like he was trying to find some excuse. He said he wanted to go shopping because he was running low on materials for experiments, but he preferred going himself rather than sending his servants. Iris caught her brother's look and quickly said he also had to handle some important business, but it was a secret and he couldn't say more. The blonde felt it and advised them to get those things done before it got totally dark, thinking they'd be fine anyway. It seemed like after bonding with these interesting strong heroes, even the sky seemed to shine brighter for the heir to the throne. Finally, when night fell over the mountain region's capital, the two brothers set off to start their newly planned business. Guards stood near one of the many houses located on a quiet street, and surprisingly lights were on in the windows. In this building, Boyu, pissed off about what happened, gathered those willing to stir up some trouble for cash. Angry, he kicked the table and knocked it over. Cursing and asking how she could be the next celestial king of the north, the blonde guy shouted that he was way better than this fallen loose woman and declared he'd still prove his superiority to everyone. His nasty plan was to publicly disgrace the girl and strip her status so the North King would have no choice but to exile her. The people gathered with him listened with some surprise as Bob yelled that he'd then set up real torture for Garnet. Justifying himself, the man said he lost only to lower everyone's guard, but if you control the girl, she instantly becomes obedient. Having disgraced her in front of everyone, he wanted to make sure the princess got kicked out of the house and stripped of everything. Having dishonored her in front of everyone, he wanted to make sure the princess got kicked out of the house and stripped of everything, and then she'd have no choice but to stand up when a weird noise was heard outside the door, followed by a loud crash. One of the rebels stood up and asked what that could be. The door was ripped off its hinges and the room filled with the light of bright blue and scarlet flames mixed together, blasting heat. All the criminals screamed, and one of them said scared that everyone needed to get out ASAP to avoid getting hurt. Men in expensive uniforms stepped through the threshold, at the same time clearly set on disrupting the peace. From the quiet meeting, Lilian and Iris looked at the scared faces with a smile and then whispered between themselves. They were easily detected by a magical listening device, fully aware of who was coming for their souls. The criminals yelled loudly, clearly not even planning to fight because it was pointless. When the little bug flew away from Bob, Iris repeated that they found them thanks to this little thing their brother Lilian made. He explained with a smile that he made it just in case before the tournament and that it also has a tracking function. Super convenient, the dark-haired guy said. Since dealing with idiots like these was a regular thing, he had a bad feeling about some shady plans. And his brother replied that this was definitely noticed. Bob dropped to the ground and froze, terrified when the blue-eyed man said that the old plebs often had to get their hands dirty to survive, reminding him that after the tournament everyone's attitude toward Garnet changed, including him and his brother. But Boyu wasn't just mad, he was almost angrier than the rest. It was literally written all over his face that he was about to throw down, and immediately, as usual, they decided to find out exactly what it was. Iris said it was so easy it was almost funny, and if Bob was lucky, he might still be able to move after the talk and even show his real determination. Lilian added that it wasn't enough to dishonor someone in front of everyone because Garnet was basically just roasting him for his totally fair win. Flexing his arms, fists clenched, stretching his whole body, the dark-haired guy looked down on the man and called him an idiot. Lilian stood up, moving shoulder to shoulder toward her brother, asking with a wicked smile if they were ready to have some fun with their bros. Bob shouted that they were dirty upstarts dishonoring the aristocratic family and that right now he'd show them the power of a real noble. Both brothers, immediately embarrassed by his stupidity and narrow mind, lowered their heads, and Iris muttered that Bob was an idiot after all. The blonde decided to seize the moment and sneak attack the two brothers so they wouldn't have time to respond. Lilian and Iris turned around when they immediately felt different types of energy aimed to hurt and fight them. Pulling out a black whip, the blue-eyed man laughed and claimed that the tournament rules slightly limited his wrestling skills, but now those rules were gone. Both criminals immediately flew to the side, stunned by his unusual weapon that even managed to miss in a short time, pouring some kind of potion on the enemy. Lilian declared they couldn't be hurt and that this red brew would only cause a slight tingling sensation. Both criminals screamed, clutching their heads and the spots hit by the potion, yelling that it was super painful and they felt it all over their bodies. The blue-eyed guy chuckled softly and smiled. In today's recap manhwa, he said it was a prototype of a hallucinogenic potion and that the experiment seemed to be a success. Iris spread her arms out wide, lighting up her bright flames and shouting that she finally didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting anyone. When her older brother warned her that there were a lot of residential buildings nearby, the dark-haired guy shrugged and said everything looked intact until the criminals and losers were slammed against the wall, screaming in fear and whispering to each other that these two dudes were seriously creepy. Bob shouted that they were nobodies and plebs, lucky to have a benevolent aristocrat watching their backs summoning electricity. The blonde declared that his magic skills were way stronger than his brother's, and now he was gonna prove it. Both brothers easily dodged the hit, sliding to the sides with zero intention of falling for some idiot's trash talk. Iris laughed happily, calling him an idiot, and said that even if he could, he was still painfully slow like a turtle. Lilian said exactly for those reasons. During the whole fight with Garnet, he tried to use his weaknesses against him. Bob shouted hysterically, telling him to shut up and asking why plebs like them thought they had the right to talk to him like that. Randomly and rapidly shooting his energy in all directions, the blonde guy yelled he would never lose to them. Iris clicked her tongue, rubbed her chin with her fingers, and casually noted that this dude was starting to seriously annoy her. Stretching her hands forward and delivering a solid blast of her flame to attack the dark-haired guy, added that he was pretty damn tired of this whining. Bob screamed in pain and literally flew to the side when the full force of Iris's hellfire slammed down on him, landing on hands and knees. After the flames died down, the blonde guy cleared his throat to get rid of the soot and black smoke hanging around him. He was shocked by everything going down, realizing there were no limits to these two brothers and they could do whatever they wanted. Bob got up and ran forward, screaming and thinking he needed to get out of here ASAP, because these dumb brothers were totally crazy. The blonde almost made it to the door when Lilian's black whip stopped him. Not even letting him move, she wrapped him up tight and easily immobilized him, which made the bulky Bob shout nervously and wave his short arms in frustration. Lilian smiled, leaning against the doorframe, and asked the noble, who was already sweating all over where he was headed, blue eyes, remembered the night was high society wanted to teach the plebs a lesson and now suddenly was about to bail. Iris decided not to get hyped on words and monologues, just quietly approached Bob from behind with a flame lit in the palm of her hand. Bob started screaming louder the closer she got, and the more he felt the burning fire from the crazy dark-haired hunter on his body. It looked like the capital was sleeping peacefully, and only these two brothers knew what was going down in one of the buildings surrounded by skyscrapers. A little later, Iris said that idiot had escaped and asked her older brother if they should go chase him. Lilian said no need to stress because she'd hand over proof of the heiress's attempted murder to the city guard, and Bob definitely wouldn't get away with it. The next day, the bright sun gently rose in the clear blue sky, lighting up the royal estate with its rays slowly reaching the princess's bed, who was sleeping peacefully in her spacious soft bed, making a slight grimace of pain, and waking up slowly, opening her eyes and blinking several times. The blonde thought it was already morning and time to get up to start the day, slowly sitting up on the soft mattress and stretching, trying to fully wake up, but it wasn't easy. Garnet muttered that yesterday had been a hectic day, and she still felt tired even after her long nap. The girl thought she heard breathing, and felt some movement next to her, so she abruptly pulled the blanket off the bed. Underneath it, lying on her pillow, was Iris, sleeping peacefully, quietly snoring and showing nothing embarrassing in her position. The blonde looked at the hunter in shock and kept waiting for him to wake up, but contrary to her thoughts and expectations, he just turned to his side, unable to hold back his extreme embarrassment. Garnet blushed hard, wondering to herself or maybe to him what the hell was going on here. Hearing his loud shout, the dark-haired guy growled, annoyed in his sleep, then got up, sat on the bed and stretched, yawning while rubbing his sleepy eyes with his fingers, yawning over and over. The young man, in a hoarse tone, asked why she decided to make so much noise early in the morning. Red as a ripe tomato, Garnet covered herself with a blanket, told him to stay still, then angrily asked what he was doing here. The dark-haired man grumbled, unsatisfied, saying it was only 7 a.m. The heiress shouted and asked again what the guy had forgotten in Iris's bed. She didn't seem to see any problem with what was happening and rubbed her eyes again, also remembering why she suddenly decided to sleep here. She explained that yesterday she was super tired and apparently got confused by the dark hallways and rooms, and ended up here by mistake because of exhaustion. The young man just lay down on the bed and fell asleep almost immediately as soon as his head hit the pillow, not caring about anything else but sleep. Turning face down and yawning, Iris hugged the white pillow tight and muttered, unsatisfied, that she wanted to sleep a little longer. Tossing and turning once again in the heiress's comfy bed, the dark-haired man finally turned to hug her, stroking the top of her blonde head. Lilian suddenly entered the princess's bedroom and said she thought her brother, who wasn't in his room that night, would definitely be here, gently touching her cheek. The blue-eyed man said that to barge into a woman's room in the middle of the night, even without permission, you gotta be scared. The blonde girl stood up and looked at her newly formed big brother with disgust, thinking he had just barged in without permission. Garnet blushed with embarrassment when she saw the thin straps of her nightgown slip off her shoulders and couldn't imagine how the girl might appear. She hurriedly fixed her dress, trying to look somewhat decent because unfortunately she wasn't alone in the room. Looking at her little brother still peacefully sleeping in the heir to the throne's bed, Lilian asked Garnet to forgive him for this. She explained that despite his behavior, Iris was just used to sleeping with her pillow or her own brother all her life. Approaching the dark-haired man, Lilian suggested it was probably because he once sold his favorite pillow, adding that her little brother had never acted so shamelessly before. The blue-eyed man suddenly yanked him out of someone else's bed hard, making him gasp. Iris somehow got up while Lilian explained that her brother just loved spending way too much time with her, which was why he got lost here and dozed off. The blonde, still sleepy and slightly annoyed, thought these two were invading her personal space way too easily. Pulling a folded paper from his pocket, the blue-eyed man said he originally came to show Garnet something. She listened with interest as Lilian said she found something very interesting on the maid's table this morning, and thought maybe Garnet would want to check it out. Standing behind the heiress, the blue-eyed man straightened a newspaper page that was entirely dedicated to Lady North and the virtues she had achieved. The blonde blushed hard, stepping back while Lilian affectionately called her queen and assured her she was getting more and more popular. Iris seemed like she wanted to warn her big brother about something, and even woke up abruptly, but he couldn't do it out loud to avoid giving himself away. Garnet carefully scanned the newspaper text with her eyes, and Lilian stood beside her watching for any reaction. The girl read that Mr. Bob was arrested this morning and would soon appear in court, looking at the text with surprise while seeing the malicious smiles of the two brothers. It wasn't hard to guess that last night the two had done something very significant. At the same time, in the Western Kingdom's desert, the same interesting events took place that affected the story as a whole, the ruling family's chambers. They were decked out in rich burgundy tones, decorated with pricey chandeliers, canopies, and the finest quality fabrics. The girl sitting at her desk raised her hand and crushed a piece of paper that snapped shut under her fingers with a loud crunch. The Western Celestial Queen Datura, a young woman with purple ears and hair, wondered out loud what all this meant. She blushed with anger when she read that this small fry would become the next Northern Celestial ruler and declared this was straight-up disrespect. The girl stabbed her fork into the chocolate caramel cake, muttering that she herself was the daughter of the former Western Celestial King, and ascended the throne the same way, but Garnet had always been a dumbass compared to her, and now Datura couldn't figure out why all of a sudden. Everyone started hyping her out of nowhere, calling her a monster, and adding that she'd be better off keeping a low profile. The queen asked her companion if his opinion was right and if he felt the same, a young blonde dude with dark skin and violet eyes. Besides being short, he had the interesting and unusual name Nelum. Datura flopped face down on the couch and kicked her legs, then rested her chin on her hands, singing that Garnet was just a nobody. Pulling a sharp blade from its sheath, the blonde man asked calmly if it was true he had to deal with all this. Smiling, the girl said the guy was sharp, then placed her palm on her chest, wondering if Nelum would do this for her when the lady said she knew about her extraordinary skills. The young man nodded obediently and grabbed the door handle, ready to hit the road. Rubbing his chin, Datura was left alone and muttered with a smile that this guy is insanely hardworking and therefore should keep Garnet in check. In the Northern Kingdom's territory, the day was already turning to night, delighting the people once again with the beautiful show of a pleasant pink sunset. Working with the king, Lilian brought him another box he needed, and the man looked up and thanked his new son for the help. The ruler chuckled lightly when the blue-eyed guy objected that no thanks were needed because it was the least he could do. Watching this from behind the slightly open door of the room, Garnet frowned a bit and thought the kid was getting used to mansion life way too fast. Lilian seemed like the perfect son, and an ideal person in general because he managed to grow in every part of his life and help others. All the servants, ministers, and deputies were just crazy about how hardworking and honest this young guy seemed. North thought with a little jealousy that Lilian had become the local favorite. Way too fast, even though this role was supposed to be hers later. Walking back to her quarters, the girl ran into Iris in the spacious hallway, although she didn't even think this meeting was possible. After slightly opening her already wide eyes, the blonde woman stopped with clear interest and asked where she was going at this hour. The dark-haired girl lifted the hem of her blue jacket a bit, showing a sheath on her belt, and an obviously very dangerous sword hidden inside it, saying she was going on a night patrol. She added that monster orders don't fulfill themselves, and even though she lost the tournament, she still had work to do. Looking at her excitedly and wondering where the girl might spend the night, Garnet exhaled loudly and asked Iris to be careful, blushing a bit at her concern, and trying to fake that her heart wasn't pounding faster in her chest. The hunter nodded and announced she was leaving. Later, the girl finally got to her bedroom, which as nights went by felt more comfortable and cozy for hanging out. Raising her hands, happily surrounded by snacks, the blonde girl thought she could finally enjoy the simple joys of life. She flopped onto the bed, thinking that Lilian and Iris were no longer threats to her, and that everything, including her rep, was slowly getting better. Her gaze got caught on the darkness, and that everything, including her reputation, was slowly improving. Her gaze got caught in the darkness. Not hiding behind the panoramic window overlooking the capital at dusk, the girl immediately thought clearly that she heard some kind of creak and noise coming from the yard or the enclosed terrace. Garnet got up and took a few steps, looking out the window, not really understanding what all that noise was about since the yard was empty. The blonde woman opened the doors leading to the spacious balcony and stepped out calmly. Leaning on the railing and watching the street scene, the garden looked the same as always, ordinary and chill. Nothing special at all, but Garnet felt like someone had been here recently. She thought maybe she just imagined it. Amidst all these nerves and worries, the source of the noise had already reached her bedroom. Nelum, dressed in a long black cloak, easily hiding his master's appearance from prying eyes, pressed a dagger to the heiress's throat. The blonde froze when she felt the cold steel almost saying goodbye to life as she thought about what was coming next. When the man, clearly up to no good, asked if she was Mrs. North, the princess quietly asked what he wanted. Nelum still held the dagger in his hand, now glowing with a strange purple light, saying he'd been assigned this task. The girl turned a bit, simply unable to understand who wanted her dead, and not by their own hands but with the help of a hired assassin. The blonde said he personally felt no hatred toward the heir to the Northern Territory throne. But an order is an order. Garnet was still caught in his relatively strong grip, thinking she needed to act fast. Otherwise, this would go way too far, remembering that her physical skill development was probably the strongest in the whole game. In today's recap manhwa, North skillfully pulled the knife from his palm, giving her a chance to escape. The girl quickly ran forward and shouted loud. Hoping someone would hear her running away from the stranger, the blonde yelled without looking back, asking who sent the assassin after her, but he claimed he couldn't answer, lowering his gaze and focusing. The blonde man summoned small loops of some kind of energy planning to take care of the girl with it. The young man lifted his head and sent his magic toward the air, saying the tournament winner couldn't be defeated. Honestly, Garnet suddenly remembered those magic tournament battles with her brothers, where she ran along the stone platform and quickly dashed to the side. The black cloak fell from the face of the young man sent to kill her, and his face didn't look like a ruthless assassin's at all. The blonde froze and widened her eyes as she thought a bit about what was happening and suddenly realized she knew this guy. This blonde dude was definitely one of the most popular romance options in the original game. She clearly remembered his deep dark purple eyes and his hair that looked more like bright white snow than ordinary curls. Garnet brought her hand to her chin, thinking about how she didn't recognize him right away. Even though it wasn't supposed to be that way since she'd never heard his voice in the game, the young man was named Nelum, and indeed in the original story, he was a cold-blooded silent assassin. But who kept showing up in the Western Kingdom? Little Nelum was sold in the market as a slave to the celestial queen Datura before entering the Magic Academy. The blonde cursed mentally and clenched her fist, suddenly remembering that in the simulator she wasn't the only rival to the main character Datura West, arrogant and proud, who always brought nothing but trouble, was the only one who outdid Garnet in every standard of villainy and cruelty. The girl suddenly wondered why Nelum was here because according to the game's timeline, there was still a lot of time before entering the academy. Snapping back to today's events, the princess panicked, thinking none of this mattered. Wondering what to do, the mercenary launched his wind energy at her again, and the girl stepped back. To avoid getting hit by the attack and taking damage, jumping to the side as fast and high as she could, the blonde was frantically trying to figure out a move, because she had to act fast. Nelum suddenly swung his strong arms, pulling 6 sharp blades from his sleeves, skillfully holding them between his fingers, readying for the next attack as he dodged while running, moving forward on the dark carpet, threatening her with sharp swords and no intention of stopping. After her lover's order, the blonde quickly thought and finally realized that just like in the magic tournament, she could use her physical strength. Nelum already threw the knives forward with force, trying to face the target the Celestial Queen had set for her as fast as possible. Garnet grabbed the dark carpet the young man was running on tightly with her palms and exhaled loudly to carry out her plan. She shouted that she wouldn't let anything happen to him, and suddenly pulled the carpet from under his feet, using all her physical strength to ask for help. Nelum croaked silently in surprise and fell backward along with his numerous swords that scattered in different directions. The heir to the throne looked at the confused expression on the young man's face with a smile, who clearly didn't expect such an attack, and ran forward. Now the whole princess's room seemed to be in ruins, clearly showing that an incomprehensible and unplanned battle was going down here. Taking advantage of Garnet's blonde position, she hit him in the stomach with all her strength. With a clenched fist aiming to completely disarm him, Nelum hit his head on the ground when he fell and groaned loudly in pain because he didn't have time to close up and block the girl's hit. When the mercenary lost consciousness, the blonde woman started breathing heavily, catching her breath, and lowered her head, slowly coming back to her senses. Looking at his peaceful face, the girl immediately got shocked, thinking that clearly she couldn't have done this and that she had gone way too far. Clenching her fists, she thought in panic that she might seriously hurt this young guy who didn't even have time to touch her, not knowing what to do now. The next day, the sun was already shining bright over the royal estate, where very interesting and unusual events had taken place just yesterday. Nelum blinked slowly and realized he was not only alive, but also lying in a very soft place that was comfier than his own bed. Surprised, he slowly touched his forehead, feeling it with his fingers, and realized that under his blonde hair there was a white bandage. The mercenary sat up in bed and turned around, surprised to realize he was still in the girl's room, who had chased him that night. Garnet was sleeping peacefully on the couch with her head resting on a white bandage, while the first aid kit was next to her, and this couldn't help but surprise the young man. He realized that after the crushing hit from the seemingly fragile girl, he had passed out so hard he slept till morning. Nelum stood up and thought with surprise that he didn't understand a thing because it wasn't clear how the princess could sleep peacefully in the same room as the assassin, mentally emphasizing that the blonde, among other things, also healed the wounds he got when he tried to attack her. Hearing the whisper of her steps, Garnet woke up and got off the couch, noticing the young man already awake in front of her. She sat down and said thank God he was okay, and thought about how she almost killed him with one precise hit and how dangerous Nelum was. He wondered why she didn't just get rid of him, and then asked if the heiress had any specific purpose, since they left him alive. Garnet said that if someone died in her room it would be impossible to sleep peacefully, and then suggested he could just leave. Actually, the girl knew the young man was never a bad person, but Datura made him an assassin, and according to the game's events he should still be a slave. Shaking her head a bit, Nelum said he couldn't just abandon this place, because he was forced to follow the order his lover gave him, pretending to think and make a simple guess. The girl asked if her lady Datura wasn't. From the expression on the guy's face, who wasn't dumb enough to lie, Garnet realized this fact was the same as in the game, meaning she was right. Rubbing her face with her hands, the princess didn't understand why they'd send him as an assassin, which means she nailed it. Rubbing her face with her hands, the princess didn't get why they'd sent her an assassin. If originally the lover of Nelum's target was only the main character, they met in person. Just once at the meeting of the 4 heavenly kings, since both were direct heirs to the throne of different territories, Garnet realized she was busy senselessly flirting with everyone, which is why she didn't communicate with Datura. And that wasn't surprising. After joining the academy, Datura set her sights on the female lead, and Nelum's story kicked off when he was ordered to commit a murder. Light magic was super rare, and its manifestation in a lesser demon made the girl's classmates bully her, pushing it way too far, but Nelum was deeply moved by the main character's good heart, so according to the original plot, he betrayed his lover thanks to the main character's guardian, the Eastern Celestial King. The young man escaped his lover's grim fate and stayed with the main character. Their love was pure and innocent. After beating the final boss together, the young couple got married and Nelum became the next ruler. The blonde girl thought the young man showed up in the game way too early, And on top of that, he didn't attack the main character but went after her instead. Garnet was dead set on not falling to fate and dying at the final boss's hands, so she decided to do everything possible to flip the story. The girl totally understood that to do this, among other things, she had to save Nelum from the terrible future waiting for him. North confidently declared she had an offer for him and opened the dresser, pulling out a thick sealed envelope. The blonde froze, staring in shock at the lover's moves and listening to the interesting words she spoke with smooth delivery, showing him a fat stack of bills tied tight with a rubber band. Garnet asked why he hadn't accepted it instead of her money, thinking this girl was the future queen of the North. Nelum asked if she really wanted to pay. The young man's dark violet eyes lit up when he asked the heir if she wanted him to get to work and kill her employer. Garnet explained that was his salary enough to buy whatever he wanted because she wanted to hire him as her butler. The shocked blonde guy's dark violet eyes went wide and his jaw dropped, hearing this, repeating everything in an echo. The dude was just a slave bought by his lover and barely had the right to betray her, not even for the huge cash offered. When the girl kept persuading him with all the cool job details, Nelum said he couldn't just ditch his lover. The blonde remembered a possible slave contract in the game. To save Nelum, the main character just stole it. But now she had to think of something. Originally, to stop slaves from running away, magic was cast, forcing them to obey their master's orders to avoid pain. Garnet said in this case, they'd have to do things a bit differently, and she'd buy his slave contract from the Western Celestial King. The guy froze, still unable to believe someone cared so much about him without expecting anything back, and asked why she needed him. The princess said she didn't want to die and also wanted to hire him as her servant. Realizing Nelum would be a super useful ally, the young man saw that despite all the risks, he really wanted to break free from being a slave and stop doing all the dirty work on command. The blonde exhaled and said if the heir managed to settle his contract immediately, he'd swear loyalty, clenching his fists in a victorious gesture. Garnet thought with satisfaction this was a power move because in the game, Nelum's contract was with Datura's dad. Hearing her phone ring, the girl stepped away and grabbed it. She picked up and asked her dad what was up since he decided to call her. Discussing what happened with his heir, the Celestial King couldn't sit still in his office, so he preferred a normal convo over a phone call. A bit later, the king rushed to his daughter's room and asked what happened. He asked if she was okay and what was going on. Garnet sat on the bed while Nelum snacked beside her. She preferred a normal convo over phone calls. A bit later, the king rushed to his daughter's room and asked what happened. He asked if she was okay and what was going on. Garnet sat on the bed while Nelum snacked beside her and told her dad everything was totally fine and she'd already talked about it. The man grunted he couldn't chill because that morning someone tried to take out his heir, his only daughter. The girl told her dad to calm down, explaining the guy didn't want to kill her and it was just the power of the slave contract's effect. The blonde thought that after the magic tournament ended, dad started treating her warmer, assuming he'd listen to her request. Garnet. She took his hand palm to palm and explained everything to her dad, saying she wanted to help the guy, but couldn't easily make a deal with another ruler. The man muttered that his daughter, the future Northern Celestial Queen, would be brave if she just hosted an assassin. A bit later, the consequences of Garnet's request and all the other actions took place in the Western Royal Ruler's mansion. Datura grabbed the hem of her black dress with her fingers, whose long nails were covered with shiny bright red polish like a warning sign, and barging into her dad's office without permission, no asking or knocking, the girl yelled angrily and impatiently, asking what all this meant. The heir's purple hair was totally messy. As she tried to figure out why he did this, why he sold Neluma to this girl, the Celestial King closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hands, exhaling loudly when his daughter said it was just a disaster. He understood that if his slave fell into Garnet's hands, it'd probably be a huge problem, and on top of that, they'd have no trump cards left in this fight. The man ordered her to shut up, calling his daughter a real idiot and asking what she was trying to achieve. In today's recap manhwa, when she carried out this assassination attempt, the dad added that she must be mocking him because she suddenly decided to send an assassin to get rid of the future Northern Celestial Queen. Datura froze from shock and fear and even took a step back, not understanding how dad could know what she'd done. Banging the table and seeing the expression on his daughter's face, the dark-haired man explained that last night the Northern Celestial King contacted him personally and said there'd been an attempt on the young heir's life, during which they caught the hitman and he confessed everything. The girl put her hands on the table and said Garnet was lying because she always acted like that. All her words were lies and only caused trouble. The dad said this time the heir showed generosity towards them, thanks to which he could clear up this misunderstanding, and selling a slave would save the country from war. Datura trembled with hatred when he added that even though both were daughters of rulers, they still differed in many ways. The main action shifted back to the northern territories, more specifically to the spacious mansion of the ruling royal family. Garnet sat on the couch facing her new ally, explaining how her dad balanced the possible danger of conflict with small losses. The blonde listened to the heir with surprise and interest, so intently that he even slightly opened his mouth, not having time to take care of himself. North stated that after all these negotiations, he received a quick letter with his slave contract and immediately unfolded the paper. She declared it was time to burn this piece of paper to ashes and brought it close to the candle's flame. Burning a corner and watching the flame, Nelum tried to realize that with this document, his lack of freedom had vanished. And now no one would dare call him a slave. Garnet said with a smile that from now on he was free and could officially be named her butler. As promised, The young guy muttered that the girl burned her contract so easily, although now he could easily turn him into her own slave by giving him clothes. The heir said she didn't want to see him as a slave, but simply as a servant, and wanted friendship from him, not total submission. At the end of the day, Datura lost control over Nelum, and all the existing characters began treating him like they normally did with lesser demons. Accepting the mistress's words, the young guy knelt before her and moved, asked the heir to let him take her hand. When Garnet hesitated, she offered her palm. The blonde closed his eyes and kissed her wrist, smelling the sweet scent through his nose. The princess's pink eyes opened wide and her cheeks flushed deeply. Feeling such touch and tenderness, the young guy swore he'd be devoted to his babe till the end of his days, and looked at her with sincere, deep eyes, showing all his honesty. A little later, Nelum, already dressed in his butler uniform, approached his new lady, ready to follow her orders. Covering his mouth with his maroon fingers, he admired the young man who was holding a teapot with a cup in his hands to serve the drink, and said it suits him well, serving hot tea evenly and skillfully. The blonde man thanked the heiress with a smile and added that this white uniform was very comfortable. The guy held the cup and saucer forward, looking at the lady with his deep dark eyes, saying he would work hard for her at the same time. Iris and Lilian overheard a conversation between the princess and her new butler about the possibility of a real friendship between them. The Celestial King in his office mentally reasoned that his only daughter had changed a lot lately. Besides winning the magic tournament, Garnet started treating common folks way better. Even freeing a slave who tried to kill her, the man reflected on the fact that his true heir, the future royal family rep, was very decisive. He was trying to decide if Garnet should enroll in the Demon Academy, because she herself had said years ago she didn't want that, but despite her reluctance, the next Celestial Queen should have gotten proper education and also developed connections with various demons, having sealed the order to enroll Garnet in the first year at this institution. The king muttered everything was set soon. There'd be a rulers' meeting where, as usual, they'd discuss major events happening all over the world. The next morning, the sun's rays woke the rest of the world, and birds of all colors and sizes were already gathering, their chirps turning on their backs and quietly snoring. Garnet breathed steadily and slept peacefully. Not wanting at all to wake up and start the day, the girl wanted to lie back down face down, but turned the wrong way, and abruptly fell off the bed, landing on the floor and rubbing her bruised head. Nelum entered, greeted the lady good morning, and explained he thought the heiress was already awake, so he decided to come to her. When the butler reminded the blonde she had an event planned for today and needed to get ready, Garnet felt. Soon her hair was tied up in a sleek ponytail secured with a big bow, and in a puffy black and pink dress with an unusual cut. The princess stepped into the hallway where the butler was already waiting for her, and closed the door after eating, asking if they could go shopping now. Garnet walked forward with a smile on her face, and her loyal assistant Nelum, who still kept calling her my lady, calmly followed her. Leaving the estate, the girl raised her eyebrows, surprised when she saw Iris and Lilian smiling, and asked what they were doing here. The older brother explained they were already waiting for the lady with her loyal servant, then asked if they heard right that Garnet was going shopping. Iris cheerfully confirmed they both had errands too, and asked if they could all go to town together. Garnet and Nelum looked at each other surprised because they couldn't understand what was causing this sharp desire from the two siblings to spend time with them. Suddenly, Lilian turned her gaze to the dissatisfied young man, and asked with a smile if it was true he was Lady Garnet's new personal butler. Iris, being way less friendly, brushed the dark hair off his forehead and asked why the hell the princess would hire someone like him in the first place. The blonde didn't take the bait and simply introduced himself as Lady Garnet's butler. Hired directly by the direct heir of House North, the younger brother seemed to blush with anger and irritation at that answer, while the older brother chuckled quietly, rubbing his chin with his hand. During their conversation, a white carriage designed for short trips and pulled by two griffins headed to the Celestial King's estate, having wrapped his arm around Garnet's waist with one hand, and with the other pointing at an approaching vehicle. Lilian asked the lady to sit down. Iris called out surprised to her brother. When he announced he'd sit next to the girl, Nelum seemed more scared than he should have been in that situation. Suddenly, walking past Lilian, the blonde guy stopped in front of the heiress and declared that taking care of his girl was his job, so he'd be sitting right next to her. The guys exchanged silent looks, filled with hostile dissatisfaction, while Iris and Garnet waited quietly to see how this convo would end. The dark-haired dude stepped forward and leaned over the girl, raising his index finger and asking if she wanted to sit together. As they talked, the carriage and driver rolled through the busy city streets, heading to the final destination the princess had set. North felt super uncomfortable, because the two guys sitting across from him clearly weren't happy. Meanwhile, Iris, sitting beside him, felt like a total winner. Soon they arrived at a men's clothing store, and under the interested stares of the brothers, Garnet said Nelum needed to buy casual clothes. Lilian stroked her chin with her fingers, nodded a couple times, and said it'd be better if they all met up a bit later. At a pricey boutique, guests were already being greeted at the entrance by respectful advisors, ready to help pick out the right styles and get them fitted. When the blonde said this was a gift from her and that he could choose whatever outfit he wanted, the young guy clenched his fists with joy, unable to decide where to look. The butler immediately turned to his girl and declared that if it was something she liked, he'd always wear it proudly. Even the salespeople were surprised and touched by the guy's words, and the girl covered her blushing face with her hands, saying she wanted a brother like that. They immediately got to work inviting the young man to try on several suitable outfits, switching easily and bringing new sizes. Dark Eyes thought this was the first time he could buy the clothes he wanted. In a store himself, not just wear what was gifted to him. Pointing to a suit with a ridiculously high price tag, the princess asked if Nelum liked that style. He said it'd be too expensive, but the princess quickly assured him that her dad was giving him plenty of pocket money when the blonde quietly said he really liked it. Garnet quickly said they'd buy it and then had to hit a couple more stores. Meanwhile, Lilian was spending her time a bit differently, also shopping, but not for clothes. Grabbing the books she'd bought wrapped in a paper bag, the young guy smiled, thinking about how long it had been since he'd visited a store. He also thought about how the new butler Garnet didn't seem like any kind of threat to his life, but it was still annoying because he was constantly hovering. The young guy saw a little kid looking hopefully at every passerby, asking if anyone wanted to buy flowers. Suddenly a tall man shoved him and ordered that those rags stay away from his store and not scare people off just by looking like that. With a hard shove to the shoulder, the kid screamed and fell to the ground, dropping a small basket of wildflowers probably handpicked. Lilian thought this kid was an orphan, and although recently, thanks to the master's reforms, the number of street kids had gone down, they hadn't disappeared. The guy sat next to the kid whose clothes were dirty from the fall and kindly asked if he was badly hurt. Picking up one of the white flowers from the ground, the blonde murmured that he'd been through a lot, and after saying that, declared he'd buy all the flowers the kid had. The kid gasped and asked the gentleman if that was true while placing several bills with multiple digits into his small palms. The blonde suggested the kid probably chose to sell flowers here because he thought it could be super profitable. He blushed hard, realizing his simple plan had been exposed, and felt embarrassed, even shy, wondering if it was that obvious, shifting from foot to foot. The kid explained he hoped the jewelry store visitors would pity him enough to buy the flowers. Lilian. The boy explained he hoped the jewelry store visitors would feel sorry for him so he could sell the flowers. Lilian showed respect for the fact the boy did everything on his own and then handed him a paper, telling him if he wanted to work he could apply at this address. She did it because she often thought about 10 years ago and truly wished someone would help him and his brother. Then she and Iris, little girls, tried to make money any way they could, even if it wasn't the most honest, smearing themselves with fake blood. Lilian, disguised as a wounded girl, lay down on the cold ground in front of a popular and fancy jewelry store when the man asked if she was okay. The boy thought the rich dude bit the bait and now he could pity him and get some cash out of him. She sat on one knee in front of him and said the plan was to use juice and paint his blood, but somehow it wasn't enough, and the kid was shocked. The man smiled and said it was a pretty bold act, because few people would dare pull such a stunt in front of adults. Addressing the second kid, the aristocrat called him out, told him someone could fall asleep on the street, and suggested they were both orphans. The brothers froze in surprise, because they didn't expect that reaction after their scam, and the man suddenly promised he'd take care of them. That's how the Heavenly King took in the two brothers, gave them shelter and food, let them grow and develop and not just beg on the streets. Lilian snapped back to the present, mumbling that she'd been way too caught up in her thoughts because now it was time to get back to her meeting with Lady Garnet. Meanwhile, Iris was just walking the city streets, wandering through various alleys and sometimes retracing the same path. Honestly, she only came here because she was scared to leave Garnet. Alone with her new butler, and the young guy hated shopping. The dark-haired dude thought bored that he needed to find a weapon shop so he wouldn't be so bored while everyone else was busy with their own stuff. Suddenly he heard a noise. People started running and screaming, and some shouted that a huge demon beast had shown up in the city, a magical creature with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes full of rage. In today's recap manhwa, long horns and strong muscles. It was already charging forward. The man who had fallen trying to escape screamed in horror and reached out, yelling desperately at the monster to stop and not come closer. Iris cursed and pulled her hands out of her pockets, thinking her wish had come true, and now having mercy definitely wouldn't be boring. She coldly blocked the man's path, telling him not to worry and declaring that an attack like this would be met head-on even by a creature that big. The monster roared loudly, feeling the hellish heat of the flame being thrown at it. But as the attack from an experienced hunter intensified, the monster's roar turned into a desperate scream. When it dropped dead on the stone street floor, the rescued man jumped up and tearfully thanked Mr. Iris for saving him. The dark-haired man said that next time there was an attack like this, he might not be around, so he needed to learn to defend himself. Passing through a familiar, forgotten alley. Long ago, Iris involuntarily remembered how the current king taught him and his older brother. While learning to hunt small creatures, he cried like a little kid, quietly whining and wiping tears with his palms. The man asked why the boy didn't try to attack, and then asked if he'd just let a bigger monster attack and eat him. The ruler gave instructions that one must always be able to defend themselves because otherwise the beast won't back off, and won't even let you escape. Lilian rolled up her sleeves and told her little brother not to worry about it, because she'd definitely have his back. But Iris saw the bruises on his brother's arms, and thought that because of his weakness, Lilian often suffered way more than he should before starting training with His Majesty. The boy always hid behind his older brother, without whose support he definitely wouldn't have survived. Now Iris thought each of these streets held and brought back memories of that past life, but then she decided she should head back happy with her many purchases. Garnet walked forward and said everything they bought would be delivered during the day, and the young man wondered if there was too much of everything. The blonde smiled, realizing he didn't get this girl's good deeds at all, but he was super grateful for everything Nelum did, and he couldn't help but flash back to what went down back in his hometown. It felt like forever ago, even though it was only 3 years then he went solo against 2 opponents, who threw everything they had to win but barely pulled it off. Everyone was low-key amazed that this kid was straight up invincible and strong enough to go toe-to-toe with adults. Suddenly a loud crackling fire broke out in the village, neighbors screaming, a similar noise and the clang of knights' metal armor because of political games. Their village got attacked in a conquest where soldiers claimed they were doing a so-called purge. Nelum was tied up back-to-back with other kidnapped kids while the knights laughed, talking about selling them as slaves. That's how a super young kid ended up chained and caged in a slave market where his life was sold for coins. When the lords asked how much this kid was worth, the seller solemnly announced this kid was from a missing assassin family lineage. Datura smiled and said she finally found exactly what she'd been needing for a long time, and told the seller she was buying the dark-haired kid, saying from now on he's her toy, gotta obey without questions. Every order, no right to betray her, even forcing Nelum to give her a massage. The princess smiled and declared that the handsome, skilled butler was just a blessing from above. She basically treated the kid like her personal toy, ordering him to even feed her with a spoon, loving it, pulling him out of his thoughts. Garnet asked if there was anything else he wanted to buy before leaving. The blonde added that if he suddenly liked something, he could easily buy it now and shouldn't be shy about saying so. Nelum said instead of buying anything else, he wanted the lady to sit with him in the carriage. When they got back to the estate, the princess blushed a bit and asked if he really wanted that, and the butler cracked the carriage door open a little, letting Garnet in first. Once they were seated in the carriage, the siblings came over with their stuff to head back to the estate, and froze in surprise. Iris glared at the new butler with anger and irritation, growling mentally in rage, wondering how this brat could take her spot. Lilian laughed and said with a smile that to not give up even after failing, you gotta have mad confidence in yourself. Nelum stayed quiet, just smiled politely at the knights and himself, thinking silently he wouldn't hand over his babe to any damn upstart. When all the kids finally got in the carriage, there was tension between Iris and her rival, like lightning was about to strike. Garnet looked at each of them confused, not getting what happened or why everyone suddenly went silent so abruptly. Soon the girl was yelling in her dad's office, asking why he wanted to do this and why he even approved her admission to Demon Academy. The king said he understood her feelings, but as a future ruler she needed an education. Plus, to make useful connections. Garnet grabbed her head and didn't argue anymore, but thought to herself she just wanted to live in peace. But that wasn't the case in the academy. In her own dorm room, the blonde girl angrily pounded her fists on the bed and shouted like a kid that she'd accept anything but not the admission. She added that her dad had everything set up, even got her a special uniform, and she wouldn't even be allowed to skip class. Because it was a boarding school, Nelum assured the lady he'd definitely go with her, and if anyone dared to mess with her, the servant would rush to handle them. The blonde sat on the bed, thinking she'd have to stay chill and not draw too much attention since her dad's decision wouldn't change. She shouldn't have paid attention to the main character and his love interest, who had to build their relationship at the same time. Garnet promised herself to avoid an imminent death at all costs, and if things got too crazy, the girl would just run away. The princess couldn't hold back tears, feeling like a real kid for once, but clearly made sure her safety came before her studies. North couldn't argue with her dad's decision, and after a while she arrived at Demon Academy with her stuff and servants. The blonde was super nervous, getting ready to step into that place, knowing she might face death. Nelum noticed her state, asked if the lady was still worried, then assured her he'd always have her back no matter what. The heir to the throne pressed her palms to her chest, thinking she'd hardly ever get this hyped. If she only knew the danger she was in. She got snapped out of her thoughts by Datura's sudden arrival, who with a sharp fake smile asked who was coming. The dark-haired girl asked if the highly respected future queen of the North, Lady Garnet, had suddenly blessed them with a visit. North answered calmly that it was her, and wondered if she could keep it together because for the first time she met a real villain unlike her. Datura West, daughter of the Western Celestial King, was the true embodiment of evil. Garnet clearly understood she had to be way more careful, because this girl was the one who sent her assassin. The dark-haired girl said no one would have thought such a lazy woman could get into the Demon Academy. Nelum froze and widened his eyes when the lover's interlocutor asked what kind of trick he had to pull to catch and tame him. Unable to take it, Garnet shouted that even if she ignored the rude behavior of sending a serial killer, she wasn't gonna put up with it anymore. Clenched her fist, not getting why Datura needed to set up the assassination attempt when the girl didn't have time to do anything bad. The dark-haired woman kept saying that in the it originally belonged only to her, then asked how much money it would take to get her slave back. Garnet shook her head, looking at the girl confused and wondering mentally if she even knew what she was talking about. Nelum's life was saved thanks to the deal between the Northern and Western Celestial Kings, and Datura definitely couldn't break it. The blonde said the young man wasn't a slave, but her personal butler, and he had no right to decide over his life. The yellow eyes of her interlocutor seemed to light up with fire when the princess added she had simply burned the slave contract. Garnet admitted this move was super risky, so it'd be way better if everyone around her accepted it and let Nelum go. Datura thought with serious irritation how the dumb villain in the novel could be so chill and reasonable. The black-haired girl bit her thumbnail, thinking mentally she was reborn in this game. With full knowledge of the plot, Nelum declared he wouldn't go back to the Western Kingdom because now he faithfully served Lady Garnet as her personal butler. Yellow eyes shouted angrily that he simply didn't dare talk to her like that, declaring she'd never forgive him. Iris and Lilian, who had also arrived at the academy and were already used to it, froze mid-walk when they heard a loud female fight. The blonde guy slightly opened his mouth when Datura yelled at her former slave, asking how he could become an errand boy. Iris frowned when she heard people overestimate Garnet's skills and abilities way too much, and that she was actually just a liar. Nelum and his current lover froze with sad looks on their faces when the girl yelling declared North was simply fooling everyone. The future celestial queen of the North jumped up and asked why she was saying those things about her, like she was sure about them even though they hadn't even talked before. Lilian agreed it was totally wrong to say those things. Iris asked if she was sure that after those insults, her dad would be happy. The dark-haired girl froze when she heard these two handsome bros suddenly for some reason start defending. The girl playing the villain, the Demon Academy courtyard, might have seemed peaceful and calm if it weren't for the loud, annoyed voices of the new students. Datura is sure she sees some of the main love interests of the main character in front of her, but in the original game they never protected Garnet. Clenched her fists and teeth, thinking North should just be dust under her feet and shouldn't be allowed to take control. Nelum hugged her current lover around the waist, nodding toward the Academy's main building, reminding her it was time to bounce. And she agreed. Lilian, being the only one in the whole group who was a sophomore, said she'd already confirmed her transfer to the upper class and that she'd hurry them up. Datura trembled with rage and fury, filling her, realizing she didn't want to let them go just like that after this pointless convo. Suddenly, I raised my hand majestically in a stop gesture. The dark-haired woman declared she wasn't done yet and demanded to come back. Iris, annoyed, told her to shut up and added that if she was late for old Lantana's speech, he simply wouldn't show any mercy. Garnet thought her dad must have been glowing with joy this morning, precisely because he joined the parent committee and they'd see each other. Datura yelled furiously that Iris didn't dare talk to her like that, much less openly threaten the heiress. The dark-haired girl was sure those differences with the game probably happened exactly because of North, who always minded her own business. Reaching them, she yelled that even though Garnet was a low-tier villain and a glitch anyway, she ruined all their plans and overall none of this could happen. The girl stopped, gasping in surprise and thinking about how Datura could use the phrases from the original game to describe her. The blonde wondered if she meant a glitch in the video game and spun around sharply, suggesting her rival might have also been reborn. After a moment, Garnet decided West's ignorance about her similar fate would actually work in her favor and that it was better not to reveal herself just yet. Datura's game version was really cruel, but she never. In today's recap manhwa, she acted like that when she sent an assassin for a real crime. At the same time, the dark-haired woman shouted again, ordering them to stand up. And through the metal bars, she hit the enemy with her energy. Datura's yellow eyes burned with hatred and the urge to mess with the other while yelling that now that damn glitch couldn't ignore her. Garnet noticed just in time the strange gray liquid rapidly closing in and ran forward, because she didn't know how much she could take. Nelum caught his lover pressing her against him by the shoulders, yelled that she needed to be careful, and then turned her to the side, helping her dodge. It seemed the dark-haired woman was just mad as hell, glaring at her rival and growling threateningly that she'd take her out herself. It turned out she wasn't trying to throw water on North. That strange liquid was the melted metal bars from the fence. The demons passing by during a normal walk stopped, surprised to see a female fight nearby, and definitely didn't expect to see something like this. The young redhead, dressed way flashier and shinier than the others, despite wearing the same uniform, lifted his head after those words. A young guy in a white robe, with soft green hair and gills, murmured with interest that someone really wanted to stand out on the first day of class. Several girls among the lower demons also witnessed what happened, whispering that all this was just terrible and super unpleasant. Garnet, who had just narrowly escaped Datura's attack, panicked and thought her magic was way stronger and that she'd barely have time to do anything. The dark-haired woman shouted loudly that she'd do whatever she wanted, even if the whole Aran tried to save her, and raised her hand again. But contrary to all expectations, the magical energy release clashed with Iris's equally strong flame, who wasn't about to miss this attack. North was worried about the siblings and called them by name, but Lilian rushed to calm her down, explaining that if West didn't get it, they'd explain it another way. Datura clenched her fists, scratching her skin with her nails out of uncontrollable rage, asking how they dared act like that. Garnet and Nelum turned around when an imposing male voice demanded silence, and then the dark red-haired young guy declared they had no right to pull that kind of crap in Demon Academy. But at the same time, cold-blooded as he was, the one who stepped up was the son of the Demon King himself. And his name was Aster-san. The blonde knew him as the strongest character in the game and one of the main love interests. Suddenly, even though they were engaged, Aster aimed his magic skills at the girl, and she froze, trapped under branches of flowering plants. The demons, watching all this from the side, suddenly heard the crunch of metal behind them and turned around, not really understanding what caused it. The protagonist was right under the swinging metal structure, and barely had time to dodge because she was frozen by a sticky fear. Garnet realized she couldn't just stand by and watch, so she quickly ran forward and called on her physical strength, smashing the heavy structure with all her might, which immediately collapsed, unable to withstand such crushing damage. The young demons of all kinds, watching this, stared in shock at the show put on by a fragile girl. She looked at the unknown blonde with all the gratitude in her soul and then asked for the name of her savior. A weird dude in a white robe with gills was mentally shook that the mediocre northern queen suddenly decided to save someone's life. Astri also looked at Garnet with interest because the rumors about her were all over the place, and muttered that she was a very interesting girl. The gathered students shouted, competing with each other, trying to figure out what the hell was going on here, and why the stranger suddenly decided to destroy the pillar. The blonde thought she'd already drawn way too much attention to herself. Even though she planned to live her years at the academy quietly, the rescued girl was the green-eyed protagonist named Rose, whose hair was the poetic soft pink. When she asked the stranger's name again, Garnet was stunned by surprise, because she didn't expect their meeting to happen so fast and under these circumstances. Rose asked if something was wrong, and the princess decided there was nothing to be done and introduced herself to her new acquaintance by full name. Hearing this, Astrid rubbed her chin thoughtfully with her hand and recalled how much the Prime Minister once praised this girl in a conversation. The redhead approached the future Northern Queen, greeted her with a smile, and apologized for his girlfriend's disrespectful behavior. Lying on a stretcher, Datura still recovering from almost being strangled by her boyfriend's green bindings, she heard she'd be punished. Unable to handle the emotion of talking to the demon ruler's son, Garnet stammered and said she'd be very grateful. Astra was one of the original simulator's love interests, and also the Demon King's only son destined to follow in his father's footsteps. The young man's main magic was plants, but his huge power made it possible to easily defeat the final boss, and his relationship repeated the scene with Rose. Touching the girl's chin with his fingers, the redhead said she wasn't as simple as she wanted to seem, and that he was curious about what she'd do next. The people of Astra took Datura to the medical wing, and he turned around, leaving a final comment that they'd meet again anyway. All this unusual knowledge and awkward conversations were observed from the side by a young guy with light green hair. After a while, the bell in the Demon Academy tower was already notifying everyone that they had to gather and better hurry up. The Northern Celestial King was already seated surrounded by his colleagues who were part of the parent committee prepping for his speech. Garnet positioned herself between Iris, next to whom she felt most comfortable, and a Nelum who didn't want to part from her lover. Looking around, the girl was surprised by how many representatives from different countries were there, and then noticed her dad, the man. Looking around, the girl noticed with surprise how many reps from different countries were there, then spotted her dad, the man. Suddenly blushed at his daughter's happy gaze, thinking such a strong reaction in front of strangers could hurt his rep. The blonde said dad always seemed super serious, but today he was somehow way too nervous. Eris mentally told the old man to chill. The mermaid dressed in white thought with a smile that Garnet North seemed to have suddenly become a different person, and that she definitely wouldn't be bored at the academy. This school was a boarding school, meaning it completely replaced the students' homes while they got used to the program. There was a dorm where, according to the original game plot, the heiress lived with the main character Rose and the others. Each student got their own room just like their servants who followed their masters everywhere and helped them with everything. Soon Garnet was approaching her own room's door, resigned to the fact that she'd be spending a lot of time here now. The girl realized she was starving and mentally planned to start looking for the cafeteria, which was also in this building. She was walking down the hall when suddenly she bumped into her new friend, who wasn't about to forget their friendship. The green-eyed woman put her hands on her chest and said she hadn't introduced herself, but her name was Rose East, and she was super grateful for the rescue. The blonde thought they shouldn't get too close, to avoid seriously messing up the plot structure, even if she didn't want to risk herself by being near the main character. It'd be hard to calmly turn away from that cute face. Then Rose suddenly announced she really wanted to be her friend. Garnet just froze in shock, silently wondering where all this was going to lead. A little later, the girls were already sitting across from each other in the dining hall, and the princess, annoyed with herself, thought she couldn't say no. Suddenly an unknown male voice said it was pretty curious, and then asked if she really had a girlfriend. The blonde turned a bit surprised, not quite sure who those words were for. And Rose's gaze followed. North saw before her the son of the fourth celestial king, the ruler of the south, named Piracasa. Garnet's pink eyes widened, confused why he was suddenly talking to her. Even though they knew each other, they'd never really communicated. Kiria was another favorite character, with whom the main character could have a romantic relationship, being the direct heir of his ruling father. The young man often attended interstate meetings where Garnet didn't exactly behave her best. While the blonde was thinking of the best way to respond to his joke, the guy suddenly turned and said they'd see each other again. But for now it was time to bounce. Rose, cheeks full, asked who that rude dude was who just came in, said something so nasty to her friend, and then left immediately. North exhaled and remembered that very soon there'd be a meeting of the Celestial Kings where the children of world leaders would also be present. Looking at Rose, who was zoned out on her omelet, the blonde realized she'd be attending that event too. Even if the main character wasn't the ruler, the daughter of the East still had the right to be there with the others. Rose was a representative of the lower demons and possessed rare light magic, making her as unique as the monarch's kids. Garnet exhaled, thinking she wouldn't even be able to predict the final boss's appearance in the game. But she'd bail if she felt danger like in the game. All the key characters except second-year student Lilian studied in the same class, so there was definitely no peace. She just couldn't get why she suddenly found herself in the spotlight sitting between Nelum, Iris, and Rose. Because everything was different in the game. Blondie noticed Garnet's obvious excitement and promised the lady he'd always have her back and she didn't need to stress so much. Iris rubbed the back of her neck, saying irritably that the princess was already tired of the guy and was quiet. But insanely tired of him after all this time, the green-eyed girl asked, surprised, if they all knew each other even before enrollment, and immediately added that it was sick to have so many friends. North couldn't help but think about how much attention she'd been drawing since day one, even though she didn't mean to and was just trying to live low-key. She totally understood that even though she was interacting with all the main characters, something bad could happen and death couldn't be avoided. After looking at all her friends, Garnet realized one face was missing, and she started looking around until she noticed the redhead Astra sitting next to Datura, who asked if she would help her since she only felt safe by her side. The blonde heard the girl howl at her fiancé and realized she was trying to max out the affection level thinking about Rose's situation. According to the original game plot, the green-eyed main character chose Astra as his favorite, and that's why now the princess was wondering about their relationship. When the lesson started, Garnet firmly decided she had to think more carefully about every step to avoid something bad. She just didn't get how she could still be safe and sound now, because the usual game world had changed beyond recognition. When she turned around, the princess saw the son of the fourth celestial king named Kiri behind her, and so she abruptly turned it to avoid the conversation. The other day he made a totally uncalled for rude comment, and Garnet decided it was better to look at the teacher who had already arrived. The next celestial king's meeting was held in the southern city, and that's where all the ruling family's kids were invited, including the north. The girl remembered that before none of this interested her, so she shamelessly slept through the meetings, and now she was terribly embarrassed. The blonde wanted to stay away to avoid those feelings, but her dad really wanted her to join, so the girl decided to go. Already in the hallway, she was greeted by Datura, who with a sarcastic smile asked if the future queen of the north had decided to show up to today's meeting. The dark-haired girl remembered she usually just slept through those, and Garnet told her to shut up, because that would never happen again. Already seated at the long table between Iris and Lilian, the princess was super worried, because for the first time she was taking a meeting like this seriously. The oldest brother warned that for disrespectful behavior, he would turn her to ashes. Iris nodded, hands behind her head. The rulers started discussing the fact that Garnet had changed for the better, and Datura's dad said his daughter should learn a lot from her. The girl's yellow eyes lit up with anger and hatred when her dad praised her rival, emphasizing she'd make a wonderful queen. Kiri's dad said confidently it'd be awesome if Garnet became the future wife of his first and only son and heir. When a conversation started between him and the northern ruler about this, Lilian suddenly declared he'd take care of her himself as future wife, but Iris opposed. The light green-haired young man seemed almost totally unbothered by this whole thing, and stayed silent without joining the conversation after everything that happened. The girl walked tired down the street, thinking everyone at the meeting just kept praising her, and Datura kept glaring at her. Despite this, she still wanted to help Rose with her crush, whoever the green-eyed girl chose as her partner. Garnet immediately thought to think clearer. She definitely needed a snack, and the southern kingdom was famous for its food. Just as she decided she could chill alone, Kirilla suddenly approached and asked what she was doing here. The blonde explained she just wanted to have lunch, and the guy smiled, running a finger over his lips, saying it was weird to see her alone. Quickly pointed to a certain spot and said this restaurant was considered one of the best in the whole kingdom. Garnet thanked the crown prince chaotically and rushed the right way to finally be alone, but she heard footsteps behind her. The girl stopped and nervously looked up, asking Kirilla why he was following her, and the guy calmly said he was just hungry too. The blonde totally got she couldn't say no or stop him from going anywhere, so she hid the disgust on her face, clutching her dress skirt, and stepped forward to meet the host. At the entrance of the restaurant, Garnet, blushing from the guy's company, quickly said she didn't need a table for two. The gray-haired guy asked, surprised, why the owner decided to visit them since he rarely showed up at his own place lately. Kirilla quickly turned to Garnet, who was clearly shocked that this was one of those restaurants that he opened and ran himself. Turns out North's pink eyes widened as he stared at the young man closely, because in the end, he asked if she really wanted to be his wife a little later. The girl thanked herself for putting up with all the jokes because the lunch the waiters brought her looked absolutely fire. Garnet immediately grabbed the spoon and said the dish looked insanely tasty, and the waiter casually mentioned that the owner was also a great cook. They said he personally came up with all the dishes on the menu, and the girl tried the hot dish, instantly believing the waiter's words. Kirilla himself just kept a chill silence, but with a very satisfied smile, devouring the food, hyped to have made such an impression. Datura walked down the street thinking that at the meeting everyone only talked about Garnet, even though she was just a basic villain. The plain third-rate villain? The dark-haired girl thought that in the game's script, the girl acted differently and was basically a dummy who got dumped at the first convenient chance. After thinking it through, and realizing she might also be reborn in this simulator, the girl thought she'd do anything. But let that stop her. In her past life she was a high schooler who spent all her time gaming, especially in the game she was reborn into now. She had no friends. Her grades sucked, exams didn't excite her, but in the game, everyone seemed to love her for who she was. The girl didn't try to change her real life because in the virtual world she already had her own personal harem with a squad of handsome dudes. Death was as dumb as life when she thought she needed to pee but fell and hit her head in a bad spot. Meanwhile, Garnet thanked Kirilla for the amazing food with a bright smile, saying everything they served was super tasty. The guy noticed she looked way happier after eating something delicious, and then added that he really appreciated her good taste. The blonde blushed, hearing she was an unexpectedly cool companion, thinking she must have been far from the nicest person before Kirilla put his hands under his chin, and said he initially thought the girl was a sea urchin based on her development level. In today's recap manhwa, she screamed in surprise. The guy asked why she suddenly changed so much, and Garnet nervously muttered something incomprehensible. Not understanding why the convo went that way, she just thought she didn't want to keep talking and needed to bounce when suddenly Datura yelled she finally found her. North looked at her angry, even furious expression and swallowed lightly, not getting what could be causing all this. The dark-haired woman loudly and shrilly declared that if this time Garnet decided to get close to Kiria, then she's an insanely flaky woman. Turning, the girl thought irritably that her rival had started again, and said the young man himself had followed her and it was a misunderstanding. The princess knew very well that Datura probably planned this showdown here not just to humiliate her in front of everyone. Yellow Eyes said she noticed some major differences compared to the original game's plot, which led her to the main point and asked if she really wasn't real. The blonde swallowed nervously and looked up, realizing her rival had guessed about her otherworldly origin. She didn't want to argue about this in front of everyone, plus Kirilla was nearby, who obviously would also deserve an explanation after such a weird convo. Going back to dumb Garnet, she said she didn't get what they were talking about and added that West usually talks about weird stuff lately. North spread his arms asking why. Datura suddenly decided to talk to her since they'd never communicated before that moment. Yellow Eyes. The girl's eyes narrowed a bit, thinking her rival's reaction was super ambiguous and confusing. Still not getting why her actions were different from the game's storyline, she muttered that apparently she jumped to conclusions, thinking the obstacle had to be taken out no matter what. Datura. Immediately she flashed a predator's smile and said she'd been thinking about something during her free time. The blonde woman had no clue what to expect from this dude, so she just stared at her, waiting, not knowing how to defend herself when he openly declared that Garnet was messing with her and ordered her to back off. The princess dropped her jaw in shock. Datura smirked and said no one could escape her, and that in the end, she'd definitely take what's rightfully hers. The blonde was ready for anything except a full-on attack in broad daylight. Screaming in fear at her rival's power, she shut her eyes, thinking if she'd known about this, she would have taken Nelum with her because she couldn't handle that kind of magic power. Only now, Kirilla stretched out her hand and her energy, no way weaker than Datura's, clashed with the substance and pushed it back, forcing it to freeze in place right in front of the girl, shielding her with her body and nudging her a bit behind her back with her hand. The young guy frowned and asked what she was doing. The dark-haired West shouted that in the demon world, magic skills are everything and a weakling like that shouldn't be the next heavenly king. The guy said that was true but added she should stop because he's not that soft with people who wreck his restaurant just to pick a fight, then glanced at Garnet and turned to her. Kiria emphasized that among other things had gotten way more interesting than before. Datura clenched her teeth when the young guy calmly said the Taos couldn't just ignore someone trying to hurt the customers at his restaurant. He crossed his arms over his chest and added they weren't in their desert land right now, so it'd be better for her to back off before she put herself at a disadvantage. Turning around, the dark-haired woman said she couldn't use her position to humiliate guests and let her go now, but next time she wouldn't back down. Blushing from fear and embarrassment after the intense fight, Garnet thought all this was way too unexpected, and West really seemed like she wanted to kill her later. The girl followed Kiria and thanked her for saving her, and the young guy smiled, saying he never thought he'd hear something like that. Suddenly he asked what Datura meant by saying North wasn't real. The girl wondered silently why she had to ask that out loud, deciding once again to pretend she didn't know anything. The blonde said she herself had no clue what was discussed during today's skirmish. Kirilla's fingers suddenly touched Garnet's blonde strands, lifting a delicate lock right in front of her face so the girl could feel its warmth. Pressing his lips to her silky hair, the green-eyed guy asked her to consider this act as his personal thank you for today's lunch. The young guy smiled, seeing the bright blush on the girl's cheeks, and gave her gentle pats on the head like he would a mischievous kid after some time in the academy yard. Rosa hurried to class with her briefcase, thinking about how she wouldn't get scolded for being late, just focused on her own stuff. The girl didn't notice at all that someone else was coming around the corner where she was supposed to go, and they weren't in a rush. The green-eyed girl collided with the redhead as hard as she could, so hard both got hurt and fell to the ground. On opposite sides, one of them got up and sat on the stone floor, rubbing his knee with his palm, hissing softly and then muttering that it hurt a lot. Rose also sat down and sincerely apologized immediately, asking excitedly if the guy was okay and if he got hurt from the fall. The young guy's red hair definitely looked familiar because she'd witnessed many events involving him, so she asked if she remembered his name correctly. Meanwhile, Garnet was running to class, thinking waking up early was pure torture for her, and on top of that, the alarm hadn't even gone off today. The blonde paused for a moment when she noticed Rose and Astra sitting on the floor, clearly clashing at the worst possible time. When the air helped the main character up, they kept talking and eyeing each other with interest. North thought he'd seen her somewhere before. The girl happily realized she'd already witnessed a similar scene. In the original story, back when she was still playing the simulator, Garnet silently watched as Astra wondered if Rose was okay, and she shook her head no, gently wondering how he was doing. The blonde was sure this was the right move in the game for a solid boost in the sympathy level. After that, Astra was supposed to take her hand and help her up, looking her right in the eyes. Then they'd head to class together. She thought this was a major plot progression, because the main character had finally taken the first steps toward her love interest. Suddenly, Astra just stood up, keeping his hand still, saying Rose didn't need to worry, because he was perfectly fine too and now had to rush to class, so they both needed to hurry. Garnet watched, shocked that despite the main character's correct response, the redhead didn't go to class with her or even shake her hand. The green-eyed girl suddenly turned at a creak and spotted her friend around the corner. But it seemed like she didn't even think about accusing her of eavesdropping. Rose greeted her friend. Then she smiled and said she was just glad they weren't totally late for class. Later back in the office, the main character was just happy they made it on time. But Garnet wondered why things were different from the game Astra. Didn't act like his character was supposed to in the original plot and showed zero sympathy for Rose. In the next lesson, the teacher gave the students an assignment saying they were starting a home economics class which required them to prepare their favorite dish. Garnet said even though she didn't cook much, she'd give it a shot. And Rose was happy they were on the same team. Iris, sitting behind him, asked why he wasn't in the group with North, saying the team setup was unfair. Nelum muttered that she agreed. Immediately turning to the dark-haired man, the butler asked if he'd get under his lady's beautiful feet if he were by her side. Seeing their funny exchange, Kirilla was already stirring something in a plastic container, saying that in this case, he'd decide what to cook. The blonde thought that since Astra and Rose were on the same team, they started talking a bit more but more or less the same. Lost in her thoughts, she kneaded the dough, which had a bunch of lumps, trying to shape it like the donut they were attempting to make. The redhead heir noticed the baked goods, looked kinda weird, and North replied that his didn't turn out any better than hers. The green-eyed girl called her friend over and showed her the bunny shape she'd already made on the plate, saying it just needed to be baked. Looking at the still raw donuts, Astra asked what shape they were supposed to be, suggesting it looked like some kind of coin. Garnet said this accessory was a symbol of the Northern Kingdom, and said those buns were super popular back home. Laughing, the redhead said for sure. It was a really original idea, adding she was still a very interesting girl. Astra calmly told him that he'd heard how his fiancée had once again decided to cause trouble for North, just like at the entrance ceremony. He added that although he'd sent more than one official apology letter, he wanted to say what was written there in person. Garnet looked at him surprised, thinking that during the game the heir seemed arrogant but acted like a normal person. It seemed the young guy was nervous and even wanted to apologize for his restless girlfriend's behavior, but just didn't have time because they called him. Datura, who appeared out of nowhere, said he hadn't come to visit her, even though he missed her, and after all she was his future wife. Astra said he was super busy with the cooking process, so she found it boring to wait a bit. And he himself saw something unusual on his shoulder. A truly huge green grasshopper was sitting on the girl's red and black dress, and it seemed super chill. Noticing how the redhead was shaking, Garnet looked at him surprised, and asked what was up and if he was okay. Astra suddenly shouted that he'd seen a beetle and stepped aside when a big green grasshopper jumped off Tatura's shoulder and flew away out of nowhere. The redhead pulled out a can without paying attention to the black-haired guy's confusion, who didn't get what was going on, trying to hit the grasshopper with the spray. The heir to the throne pressed the button. Without even thinking that the bug had already escaped, West shouted while his whole face and body were covered in the spray stuff, leaving his mouth bitter and his eyes burning. Garnet, who was still doing donuts, turned toward the noise, watching this weird scene. And totally clueless about what he was doing, Astra kept cooking in class. Someone was already washing and drying the dishes, putting them back in place, while others were just finishing their plates under the required conditions. Because of the redhead's phobia of being attacked by bugs as a kid, his panic made him use magic. And then the pastries got burned because of all this. In the end, only the positive Rose was happy with the work results. But not Garnet and Astra, who stayed silent and annoyed. The blonde wondered what the heir to the throne wanted to tell her. Before her attention got distracted by the bride and the beetle on her shoulder, the girl snapped out of her thoughts when Kiria suddenly called her name, holding an interesting wooden box in her hands, saying she brought it for her. She said that before the main dish she made some appetizers she should try because they'd be on the menu of her restaurant. Garnet opened the box and realized it was a super popular dish, a treasure chest, and Astra said she wouldn't be able to buy it anytime soon when the princess offered to share a dish that would be enough for everyone. The redhead repeated her words with a smile, saying it was charming in its simplicity. North thought that her behavior and constant compliments were super unusual, especially considering her official engagement to Datura. She just wanted a chill life. And the main character, Rose, who was ready for that kind of relationship, was really close. The only thing she could do was watch these characters' actions from the outside because they interacted like regular classmates. In the game, Rose needed to boost her score to 200 points, and only then could the heroine unlock secret powers within herself to beat the final boss. But it was also necessary to develop romantic relationships, because only with max development could the favorite help the heroine in the boss fight. Garnet couldn't be sure how much the game's events had changed, so she could only guess when the villain would be ready to show up and kill her. She definitely didn't want to test that or wait for the possible ending. On the contrary, she wanted to avoid those events at all costs. The details of how the boss appeared after someone broke the containment seal were in the fan book, but the girl hadn't read it. It was only clear that it was sealed somewhere unknown, but would definitely appear. At the start of the second semester at the academy, it was impossible to stay inactive, but Garnet couldn't scream about it either, because no one would believe her and she didn't want to get involved with Datura breaking wooden sticks. The blonde thought with a sigh that despite everything, she still needed to eat. After a while, the princess sat in the academy courtyard, exhaling loudly and thinking about how she had no clue what to do next. Suddenly hearing a meow, North looked down and saw a small, cute creature, thinking it was someone's puppy. An interesting lemon-yellow creature whose fur also had white with bright green eyes, and an emerald of the same color shone on its forehead. Garnet remembered that in the game, Rose had a familiar who helped her in battles. and was called Piracasa, who could start talking and was friendly to whoever talked to him. The kid jumped onto the bench where the girl was sitting and she thought that in the game he'd just appeared in Rose's room. Without explanation, Pika stuck her hand in her bag. The blonde murmured through laughs that there was only a burger in there. Too overcooked and unlikely to be liked, the magical kitty lifted its head and said in a sweet voice that it really wanted to eat it, meowing several times to confirm its words. The princess remembered that in the original game events, only the main protagonist Rose could talk to this beautiful creature. Pika stubbornly rummaged through her new friend's bag and pulled out a white handkerchief wrapping the burnt food, and the blonde guy squealed. In today's recap manhwa, he remembered this wasn't the only edible thing he had, and quickly opened another treat, handing it to the animal. Garnet chuckled softly as the little creature purred happily while eating, clearly having been pretty hungry before. The animal's green eyes shone even brighter than before, and its cheeks looked flushed with a totally human blush from so much happiness. The blonde stood up holding the handle of her briefcase with both hands and told her new buddy it was time to hurry up and leave. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she froze when she heard little paws and happy meows behind her, ending up following Garnet to her room. But the bedroom didn't allow animals and she had no clue what to do next. The kitty, with a calm smile, confidently declared it would live here and definitely repay the favor when the chance came. The blonde immediately waved her hand, saying the baby didn't owe her anything at all, and asked it not to worry, but the animal replied that North had saved it. When the girl asked how it knew its name, even though it didn't introduce itself, Pika said anyone could check the applicant lists. Garnet thought she could set up a meeting between this creature and Rose so they'd bond like in the game. She lifted her head when she heard a knock on the door and thought thoughtfully about who might be coming now, after class. From the other side, Rose seemed to answer the silent question, calling her now real friend by name with a smile, grabbing the kitty under its front paws and pressing it against her back. The blonde immediately felt happy and thought this visit was super timely. Greeting her friend with a smile, Garnet asked permission to introduce her new friend to Rose, holding the animal out in front of her. Deciding to take the original game name, the blonde said it was called Piracasa, and she found it while walking in the garden. The green-eyed girl intertwined her fingers in admiration, squealing that it looked like a kitten, and then smiled, declaring she'd call it Pie. When Rose took the baby in her hands, Garnet thought the game was following the original plot again, where the main character called it the same. While the princess thought the animal would now follow the main character forever, Pika jumped from her arms and came back. The blonde looked at the animal in surprise and then froze when it greeted her as Cure, but didn't greet the main character that way. In the end, Pika showed no interest in Rose, who only briefly talked about the latest news with her friend and then went home. Garnet started getting really nervous, because now not only Astray but also her possible familiar had so easily distanced themselves from the main character. Of course she couldn't do anything about it because this little creature with big bright eyes wouldn't be scared off or offended. The girl thought as a last resort she'd have to team up with Datura, who even though she hated her might want to cooperate. At the next planned event called the Forest Path, all the academy students attended without exception. This was another way to get closer to a romantic interest, since all classes would camp in the mountains and could interact with each other. Here the heroine not only improved her relationships with her favorites but also her development levels. Just like Garnet and everyone else, Rose managed on her own calmly and didn't pay attention to anyone. She ran ahead of the boy and easily climbed onto his head when North stopped breathing hard and unable to keep up the fast pace any longer. Nelum reached out and asked if her master was okay. The young man carefully and gently examined the heir to the throne. And with a smile, she suggested that just the two of them could slowly climb the mountain, taking his hand. The blonde girl apologized for causing so much trouble since despite the training, she wasn't very tough. The guy took the girl's other hand and said he was happy to be useful to the lady, and that he'd definitely make sure she didn't get tired, and they'd climb the mountain together. Iris suddenly called out to Nelum, irritated, saying he was always hanging around her feet, and that he was the one who could climb the mountain with Garnet because he was way tougher, clutching his chest. The blonde declared that his duty as a butler was to accompany his lady, so it was none of anyone else's business. To avoid more beef between the hot-headed youths, the girl let both of them tag along while they climbed the mountain. The rest of the students crowded around watching with envy and jealousy as the ruler's daughter got all that attention. By nightfall, all the students finally reached the desired mountain, on the other side of which were houses built, especially for hiking. Garnet flopped onto the soft couch holding Pig on her head and sighed with relief. Saying they'd finally made it, she settled in more comfortably and remembered that the romantic interests approach. In this arc started with the main character's choice. Rose was just a low-level demon with weak skills and was bullied by jealous high-caste students. During this arc, the girl not only stayed alone amid all that anger and envy, but also became the target of attacks and jabs from them. One night, those same hooligans left her at the foot of the mountain, and the player had to pick their next move from a full list. Depending on the choice, you could meet a specific love interest, spending time with them and building interest points in your favor. At the end of the hike, the chosen favorite would take the main character back to the dorm. That was the twist in this arc. Sitting on the couch next to her pet and watching Rose, the blonde thought the girl was acting exactly like in the game, even though Garnet, worried about how other demons would react to the main character, many guys would still be ready to jump to her aid, thinking nothing really depended on their actions anyway. The princess stood up and was about to head to her room, but the demon stopped her. One of them, with short dark hair, said they'd had a talk and the matter needed to be dealt with ASAP. The blonde couldn't help but feel a really bad vibe about this conversation, and swallowed hard but followed the girls. Already outside under the cover of darkness, the female demon group leader said that lately Lady Garnet had been acting absolutely shameless. North was scared and shocked by how things were unfolding because she barely had time to bother. At least one girl in her huge crew, the main demon's friend, claimed the princess flirts with every guy who treats her well and asked if she wanted all the women to hate her, glaring and listening to their rude words. Said in an extremely threatening way in the middle of a dark forest, the girl remembered the game events and thought in horror that by changing her mood and actions she might ruin the original game's script and live through all the events for Rose. Another demon said the princess didn't know anything about magic, clarifying if she really liked to look helpless in front of men. The two girls wanted to jump Garnet from behind when the main girl said, annoyed that they'd teach her a lesson. Looking around, the blonde realized the strangers wanted to use magic against her and froze, trying to figure out what to do ASAP. Stopping in the dark forest among the trees, North took a deep breath, looked around, and with slight panic, thought about where she'd ended up. When faced with a group of evil maidens, the heir to the throne couldn't think of anything better than just running as far away from them as possible, looking at the bright stars. The girl thought she wasn't the main character, wondering mentally to herself or the universe why everything turned out this way now. Well, all these events didn't involve Rose, who was the main protagonist of the original simulator, and that seemed sus to Garnet. She thought there was no way she'd get to play as that girl from the game and just wait for some savior. So she needed to find a way home. But at the same time, loud footsteps echoed from the guy's dorm, making a ruckus. It sounded like a whole herd of elephants or moose. Iris asked if Garnet's bro had seen him, and Nelum said she saw him with a group of freshmen on the first floor. But she went somewhere with them and didn't come back. Lilian, who had been chillin' playing cards with a classmate, turned around surprised as the guys ran toward her. Later, the blonde suggested that if Garnet was hanging with those girls, even bigger problems were coming. And Iris added that Rose didn't know anything, but then they got distracted by a bang and saw a weird animal outside the room's window. And the princess's butler claimed it was her pet, which he found in the academy's garden. Lilian opened the panoramic window and stepped out onto the terrace, asking the little creature what happened and what it wanted to tell everyone. Lilian guessed the animal might know where Garnet was now, but it didn't even listen and quickly flew into the room, soaring over all the young people. Running in different directions around the room, it screamed desperately that the girl had disappeared. The guys couldn't make out a single word from the loud screech of the strange creature. They just watched and tried to come up with a plan. Meanwhile, Garnet decided walking through the dark forest was way more dangerous than waiting it out. So she sat on a big rock wondering about everything going down. The blonde thought she had way too many unanswered questions, and now the only thing left was to wait. That night, North's only option was to ask for help, but she didn't even count on anyone coming to find her in this wasteland. The girl tried to shout that word as loud as she could over and over, but it felt like something was blocking her from screaming that loud, and her throat was dry when after her shout, something moved in the bushes. Garnet thought excitedly that even though she wasn't the main protagonist, this option worked for her. Only now it wasn't a helper jumping out of the thick foliage, but a real wild beast. Ready to tear her apart, the blonde girl swallowed calmly and mentally said goodbye to life. Because she saw her reflection in the monster's glowing red eyes, the creature lunged forward with a roar, smashing its huge paws on the ground, and Garnet screamed and jumped onto the rock she was sitting under, running away from it. The girl thought she wasn't the main character of this story, and therefore didn't deserve a savior but a terrible monster. Meanwhile, in Nelum, said the lady was last seen around here. Iris pushed through the bushes, asking what she did to piss off the girls. The young ones intimidated them and the students immediately. In today's recap manhwa, she told where the princess was running, and the dark-haired girl muttered they were too soft. Lilian immediately called her younger brother, who didn't stay quiet and told her it would be. In today's recap manhwa, it was way better to keep searching right now. All the young ones and the Garnet beast heard a noise in the woods and a loud scream. Barely human, it seemed to rip the silence of the night apart. The blonde dashed forward, adrenaline fueling her to move as fast as she could while the massive predator chased her, slowing down bit by bit, even bracing to fall. The princess was sure she couldn't run anymore and her strength was running out. Suddenly, North almost bumped into her little beast, who shouted happily that they'd finally found their master. She wanted to ask where it came from, but the magical creature suddenly leaned forward right at the predator. Garnet raised her hand scared and yelled, trying to tell her pet it had to back off or else they'd straight up get eaten. But Pika stretched two tiny paws toward the monster's face, and the whole area suddenly filled with a bright, blinding white light. The monster didn't realize at first it couldn't see a thing and whimpered scared, stepping back several paces, trying to blink, barely opening its eyes and covering them with its palms. The blonde girl was shocked to realize the little creature had used its magic to win and forgot this animal. According to the original game plot, had light magic it skillfully used to help the characters. Looking at the furry predator, who seemed a bit out of it, Garnet knew it was better for them to bail. Before it came to, Pika lit the way, and the girl with new strength from the sudden rescue followed to get to safety. After a while, North started breathing heavy, clutching her side, thinking she'd soon drop straight to the ground, totally drained. Soon she finally saw Iris, Nelum, and Lilian, who suggested she get out of the dark forest and back to the safe house ASAP. Garnet looked at them surprised but couldn't help smiling. and blushed hard, feeling someone's worry even though she thought no one would notice her disappearance. The blonde girl gasped and said she and Pika might be chased by a huge evil monster, so they had to get out of there fast. The girl was trying to calm down when suddenly she heard a loud, even angrier roar of a massive predator behind her. Iris's flame flared up in her palm as the young guy with a cheerful grin said it had been a minute since he fought. Beast that big, Nelum agreed. Lilian gently pushed Garnet behind her back, shielding her with her body, and calmly asked if her little brother could handle it alone. The dark-haired guy nodded. Swinging, the guy ordered his brother and the butler to watch over the princess, adding he could solo this monster. It seemed Iris's magic was so ridiculously strong it shook not just the whole broadleaf forest, but also the surrounding areas. Hearing the roar, Kiri, who was resting after a long hike and recovering in the water, turned around and looked out the panoramic window. Astray was talking business with his company. He turned toward the sound and explosion light, immediately muttering and wondering what the hell went down there. As a result, the terrible monster was defeated. No cap. It fell into the hands of the main love interest of the protagonist, who now was Garnet. By the way, the girl still joined the fight at the guy's request and beat the almost dead monster, even though she was super scared herself. Nelum said it was a sick hit, and the blonde woman chuckled quietly at the awkwardness, saying she didn't expect that from herself. Iris sparked a fire in her palms, saying they shouldn't stress because she remembered the way back, and Lilian objected that they use magic and walk like all the monster's palms. Garnet got scared, hearing from her older friend that monsters might attack again if they suddenly detected someone else's energy when the downpour started. The blondie remembered when they went to find Lady Garnet, there was a small house at the foot of the mountain, the heir to the throne. Thought they wouldn't have to get soaked to the bone and walk in the dark half the night around all the possible monsters. A few hours later, the teens finally rolled up to their little safe house and rushed inside as a squad. Since they were already soaked, North, drenched, exhaled chill and pressed her hand against her chest, declaring they were finally safe. Looking out the window and touching it with her palm, Nelum said the rain wasn't even thinking about stopping, so it was better for them to just wait it out here all night. Iris looked around and immediately asked how 4 people were supposed to sleep here, when there was only one bed in the whole house. Lilian, barely touching her, hugged the girl and said that in this case, they'd have to crash with the lover in the same bed. Taking the girl's hand and squeezing her wrist, Iris said her brother couldn't just steal Garnet and the bed along with her. Suddenly, Pika confidently announced she'd be spending the night with the lover, and all the guys would temporarily live and set up shop on the second floor. Everyone, including the annoyed Iris and the princess, who was completely blushing, turned surprised toward the magical creature. After a while, the girl was left alone and hung her clothes on the lines, hoping morning would come ASAP. She thought Rose was probably worried about them, and then she heard a weird sound and turned, feeling something cold in her hand. The guys, who had already settled into their beds upstairs, jumped up because they heard Garnet's loud scream coming from downstairs, competing with each other, asking what happened and if the girl was hurt. The 3 buddies rushed down the stairs, skipping steps. Sitting on the floor in her underwear, the blonde was trembling with fear and pointed at the little metal slime, explaining it popped out of nowhere and scared her. Nelum was already gearing up to fight and pulled out a knife. Eris muttered that it was just a common little monster and stepped forward, saying he'd handle it. Covering Garnet with a white blanket, Lilian carefully said it'd be better if she stayed covered or she might catch a cold unintentionally. At the same time, the dark-haired guy dealt with all the slimes with the help of the heir's butler, who easily wielded swords. A few hours later, the rain stopped, morning came, and the bright, blinding sun was already shining over the forestry school residence. Rose woke up, sat on the bed, and looking around the bedroom, thought Garnet hadn't come back after leaving. A woman with dark hair tied up in a strict bun and thin glasses silently looked toward the bedroom and also thought North hadn't returned. She heard that the king's heir had caused a lot of trouble before, and everyone around her needed to be extra careful. Although the students said the princess started behaving better, the teacher found out from Datura that Garnet had sneaked out for fun at night with a group of guys. When the friendly group returned to the forest, after the night's adventures, the blonde muttered that they finally made it back. North hadn't slept enough, and today just wanted to lie down and do nothing because last night was a complete disaster where they didn't rest at all. When they met, Rose said with a bright smile that she was super worried about her friend and was insanely happy about her return. The girl muttered that a lot had happened there, and they planned to discuss the situation among themselves, but the blonde was called by name by the same strict teacher who already knew everything, walking toward them. The woman said Garnet had finally decided to come back and didn't look friendly at all. As she walked toward them, the dark-haired girl said she'd been listening closely to where the princess was all night, what she was doing, and why she didn't spend the night in the dorm. She said she was attacked by a first-year girl's magic and then had to rush off into the forest, where the heir got lost. North declared excitedly that during that night she managed to run into a huge monster, got caught in a heavy downpour, and finally found a house at the foot of the mountain where she spent the night. The teacher, who was nearby, lost it and, waving her hand hard, slapped her student on the cheek. The dark-haired woman said sternly she didn't need excuses, which were obviously just plain lies. Garnet touched her cheek and added that those people weren't worthy of studying at the academy and that she personally would take care of their expulsion. An insanely happy Datura popped up behind the teacher, her voice dripping with sarcasm and shade. She apologized to Mrs. North, who confidently said she was just super worried about the princess, who straight up vanished with 3 kids under the cover of darkness. The teacher claimed that unlike Garnet, Datura was a good girl who always asked for advice from her elders and never lied to anyone. The woman added that as proof the other students could back up what West said was true. Suddenly, someone from the company lifted their head and, despite the fear and trembling in their voice, said that actually it wasn't all like that. Datura glared at her and angrily asked what she was whispering about, questioning if she was serious, like she just lied to her teacher. Raising her hands in a peace sign and turning pale with fear, the girl nervously declared that she hadn't said or meant anything like that. The dark-haired woman crossed her arms over her chest and said that in this case, nothing bad had happened. Garnet frowned and realized West also knew the events of the series, like a reborn, and probably set it all up. Suddenly Nelum appeared in front of her, who confidently declared that her lover wasn't lying and was actually scared of all these girls. So she ran off to the woods. The blonde was determined and ready to make sure no one dirtied the name of his savior, for something she never did. The teacher said the young man was the princess's personal butler, whose duties included protection so the young man couldn't be trusted. The North heir realized they'd conspired, because throughout the whole conversation the teacher treated only Datura with respect and boldly called her by name. In the game, West had tons of minions making life hell for the main character, but using friendship with the teacher was next level low. The original story had a similar situation with these characters, and West made sure all the attacks now landed on her. The dark-haired girl said that in her academy origin didn't matter, and the law was just words from teachers and professors. Garnet thought irritably that it was easy for the girl to talk since she was just pushing this woman around, using her connections. When Datura asked how the princess planned to avoid expulsion, Rose and Nelum expressed their wish to protect their friend from this. The blonde nervously squeezed the wrist of her other hand with her fingers, wondering if she would be willing to accept such a harsh punishment for something she didn't do. West laughed loud and open, saying ending her school life like this, which had barely started, was super pathetic. She added it was impossible to keep those people on their side and advised the teacher to quickly send a decree about her expulsion to the administration. The woman adjusted her glasses, confirmed that was the case, and asked not to worry, adding she'd definitely handle it. But suddenly, a trio of men appeared who hadn't been there before, one crossing his arms over his chest and asking what was going on here. The teacher said she was just having an educational conversation with a disobedient student who broke the rules and nothing more. Garnet listened quietly, while the woman said she went to the woods with the kids at night, probably to do something shady. A man said this story was different from the report they got, and his colleague replied that the surveillance footage showed something else. Datura and the teacher froze in shock and even fear when they learned about the recording devices. The stranger added they constantly upgrade the security system, and that's why they equipped the whole forest camp with special cameras. The blonde dude said they forgot to check yesterday's footage, but the students reminded them about this important detail. The guy was talking about Lilian and Iris nearby, who definitely wouldn't disrespect Mrs. Garnet North. She looked at her saviors with pure delight, because without their help there's no way she could have avoided that much embarrassment and getting kicked out of the academy. A majestic man with glasses confidently declared he personally checked all the records, and they could trust the facts mentioned. He was the principal, someone you could always trust, so the woman froze in surprise, thinking he was joking. Garnet looked down to hide her obvious excitement and silently wondered if Iris and Lilian, in today's recap manhwa, she might have told the guy the whole truth. Lilian immediately said she asked the boss to check everything related to the words said earlier about the accusations against the princess. The man, of course, puffed up with pride when his student added that without such an amazing teacher, they wouldn't have been able to solve such a complex case. He added that the camera footage showed how this student was attacked by other girls using their magic, and Garnet ran away scared. Lilian and Iris smiled happily. When the boss said anyone would have dipped in that situation, the man added that you can't call yourself a teacher. After unfairly condemning a student and listening to the crowd, the dark-haired girl lowered her head because she had absolutely nothing to argue against such eye-opening facts. She said that in this case, she'd gather the rest of the students for roll call and ask them to ask about her. She turned and left. Datura swallowed nervously and looked at the teacher, realizing that in this situation, she had no one else to lean on, but the woman left blushing with anger all the way to her ears. The dark-haired woman followed her, and a group of girls who were part of her crew followed too. Garnet exhaled loudly and relaxed, clutching the clasp of her uniform tracksuit and thinking that to her surprise she was saved. The boss said the conflict was resolved, and Lilian turned around, thanking him with a smile for his help in the matter. Soon all the teachers and other students left, leaving Garnet alone with her now familiar squad of friends, all with bright, respectful smiles. The blonde thanked her crew for their actions that let her dodge punishment. The oldest brother smiled, nodded, rubbed his chin with his fingers, and said no thanks were needed. He added that thanks to Nelum, they located the necessary camera and got footage proving Mrs. North's innocence. Garnet turned to look at her personal butler and realized she expected nothing less from this small, quick assistant who was devoted to her. Lilian added that he, her younger brother, and Pai managed to convince the teachers to watch the necessary camera footage before any procedure. Giving a thumbs up in approval, the dark-haired guy with a confident smile declared that it was all bullshit, and that they'd help her anyway. The girl blushed hard, clenching her hands because she couldn't express all the gratitude she felt toward all these people who cared about her. Datura and the teacher discussed what had happened in the back hallway. insulting the northern princess and thinking about what to do next. Only they didn't know that at that moment, around the corner, every word was overheard by the heir of Lord Demon Astra. A bit later, the main events of the plot moved to the spacious Demon King's castle lit by bright sunlight in the main hall. The servant informed his master that a report from Lord Astra himself had arrived this morning, the ruler's son. Hearing all this, the king agreed with the heir's doubts about whether Princess Datura would be a worthy demon queen because there were too many rumors. What made Lady Vez stand out from other candidates for the future ruler's wife was precisely the fact that she skillfully handled her magic. He murmured that if we talk about other options, the Eastern King recently adopted a girl who has light magic and is very supportive of others. The servant confirmed the king's words, and added that according to rumors, this girl was the only one who possessed rare light magic. The red-haired monarch rubbed his chin with his fingers, listening carefully to his subordinate, and murmured in response that this was very interesting. Listening closely to his subordinate, he murmured back that this was pretty interesting. The ruler leaned back on his throne, noticing the thoughtful look on the prime minister's face. Asking what was up, the man didn't answer right away because he was thinking about another possible option. One that could link Astra's fate. He said if he were king, he'd pick little Garnet North, who's changed a lot now, as a wife for his firstborn heir. After that nomination, there was total silence in the main hall, which was awkward. The prime minister murmured that Lady Datura's position hadn't been questioned until that moment, and that Lady Garnet would become queen of the Northern Kingdom after graduating. He added quietly that if he could choose a candidate for the future ruler of the state and Astra's wife, then his eyes would be on Garnet. The man said that although her magic wasn't that strong, she won the magic tournament and became the favorite of the townspeople and the family. The Demon King paused thoughtfully, then twirled a strand of red hair with his fingers and said that in that case they could check her out later, walking through the academy halls. North walked calmly, adjusting her uniform, then stopped and sneezed loudly. Covering her face with her hands, Nelum, who immediately appeared nearby, asked if she was okay. Since a couple of days ago they got caught in the rain and the lady might have gotten sick and caught a cold. Clenching his fist, the blonde said that if those damn bastards hadn't scared the princess, this wouldn't have happened and they wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Like basically, he pulled a dagger from the inside pocket of his jacket. Nelum asked if it would be easier to just take them all out by grabbing the long tails of his jacket. The girl screamed desperately that from now on he wasn't a hitman, but her butler, so there was no need to act like that anymore in the office. Garnet saw her little pet in Iris's hands, who was tickling it while Pi squealed that the young man had already tortured the poor creature. Looking at them with a soft smile, the blonde thought the two seemed to get along well. Right at that moment, the teacher entered the spacious room, which meant another long lesson was starting right now. Standing in front of his desk with papers in hand, the man announced that next week students would have exams in all subjects. When he added that for diligent students it would be easy, but everyone else would have to try. Garnet thought he had totally forgotten about that. Later, walking through the academy courtyard, she mentioned this to Rosa, who hurried to assure her friend that everything would be fine. The green-eyed girl said calmly they had to stay chill because the tests were pure nonsense, and their existence hadn't even been proven yet. North only realized it was a joke when her friend laughed happily. Keeping a positive attitude studying the game was just as important as the relationship between characters, because it determined interaction levels with the parents. There were 2 weeks of tests at the academy throughout the semester, and all the main game characters, of course, were excellent students. This test week showed that Garnet didn't like studying, so she took the teacher's comment about preparation personally. The blonde girl was seriously thinking that if she didn't pay proper attention to her grades, she could be on the verge of expulsion. She decided to handle the situation differently and asked Rosa if she'd like to prepare together for all these tests, and she happily agreed. Looking into her green eyes, Garnet thought excitedly that if she dragged her friend into her abyss of ignorance, they'd both fail the tests. Suddenly, she apologized to Rosa, surprising her with that behavior, then turned and headed in the opposite direction. North quickly explained she needed to study in the library today, and then left fast so her friend wouldn't follow. In the library, where the girl really came to prepare diligently, Lilian found her on the way and picked a book to read. Looking the blonde over carefully, the young man asked if Lady Garnet had decided to seriously prepare for the tests. The heiress smiled happily, glad to meet a familiar guy, and asked if he was here for the same reason. The guy replied condescendingly that he wasn't worried about academic exams, because the powers of the director of one of the institutes included way more complex stuff. Lilian suddenly grabbed the girl's wrist, pressed it against his body with his fingers, and then asked if he could help the princess with her Garnet prep. She blushed so hard she looked like a tomato and screamed in surprise, totally breaking the library vibe. A bit later, the guy praised the princess for how fast she soaked up info, but North couldn't get why they had to sit so close. Lilian smiled and suggested solving some problems to lock down the material, and the girl looked at her shocked. After tackling some tasks, the guy moved his hand with a pen, a fountain pen, sliding it across the notebook page while humming something low-key. He quickly spotted the mistakes, big and small, scattered through the princess's text. Gracefully running his fingers over the paper, reading her notes, Garnet thought if Lilian herself checked everything, she'd catch every single note about errors and inaccuracies, suddenly realizing she hadn't seen or heard Pi, who was always nearby. For a long time, the blonde girl looked up, but the critter wasn't close. Pi was chilling, flying through the library, between the tall, long shelves, until someone decided to grab him. Pi screamed when a strong hand and stubborn fingers grabbed his fur and yanked him down, leaving a trail of white feathers behind that had fallen during the scuffle. Later, after locking the magical creature in a cage, Datura, with a sly, bright smile, declared she'd finally caught the scared little animal, who shrank back, terrified, sensing obvious danger, and squeaked, pressing his soft paws over his mouth. Reaching out to him, the dark-haired woman said Pi was the main character's top assistant. To complete the game, West thought Garnet broke the game's pattern because the original plot's goal was to build a relationship with a specific character. It was also possible to form a harem, but for that the player just didn't develop a romantic bond with any character, instead just pulling heroes to their side as allies. Datura thought if she could win over all the key characters, North would be useless to anyone, and she could snatch everything he had. The little critter heard such nasty, rude stuff about his master and himself, trembling with fear about what awaited him. The dark-haired girl said she knew very well that Cutie P was a secret character in the original game, not just a familiar. She shook the cage and ordered the creature to reveal its true power, showing what the main characters really felt about her. The girl, with a wicked look, promised the animal that if Pi did what she said right now, he'd be free. At the game's start, the character's interest level was 50, but to fall in love, it needed to be double. Datura was sure she and Astro had that. Realizing she didn't have many options now, the magical beast agreed and used its true power, showing affection levels. With Astro, Lilian, and Iris it was 20, with Kirilla half that, and with the now hated Nelum it went fully negative. The dark-haired woman immediately yelled loud and angry, not getting how a negative relationship level could even exist. She couldn't understand why her bond with the Demon Lord's heir stayed so low, even though the girl tried to spend all her time with him. The princess grabbed the cage where Pi sat and shook the poor animal loudly, yelling that this had to be some global glitch and he better not be lying to her. Astro, passing through the courtyard and hearing the noise and shouting, came over and asked what Datura was doing here. The black-haired girl turned and blushed, putting the cage away again while the baby inside recovered from the shake. The redhead approached the girl and said sternly that Garnet lost her pet in the library, then asked if she'd stolen it. When Datura said she hadn't, the heir said the theft alone wasn't enough for the girl. She also decided to lie, adding she didn't even want to hear those excuses, and as it seemed before, she wasn't cut out to be the future demon queen. When Astro returned the pet to Garnet, she squealed happily, welcoming him and opened her arms to hug him as he flew toward her, curled up next to his babe. Pi, with a cheerful smile, declared that the redhead dude had saved him, and North looked at him shocked. Grabbing the baby and stroking his soft fur with her palms, the princess said they had already searched for the baby, and they were super scared, no time to think about anything. The blonde woman took several quick steps toward Astra. In today's recap manhwa, and with a smile thanked him for saving her, the young guy suddenly stepped away from the wall, grabbed the girl's hand and said with a shaky voice that he was down to do whatever it took for her. Pei looked confused by the heir's moves and Garnet blushed, a bit thinking the dude was really kind to her. Lilian, watching all this from the side, frowned a little and thought she needed to have a talk with the future ruler later. When Astrid was already walking down the hall with a smile and hands in her pockets when she heard someone shout her name from behind. The second-year student, leaning against the wall, crossed his arms over his chest, shook his head and said His Majesty was super annoying. Lilian wondered if that behavior was too rude and trashy for a guy who already had a fiancé. The redhead looked up, clearly way too unsatisfied with the convo that had started. Because it was a personal matter, a few days later, the morning before the exam, the whole academy was on edge. And the students were gossiping that Lord Astre had broken his engagement with Lady Datura, even wrote about it in the local school paper. And the girls whispered that the handsome redhead would start looking for a new girl. Hearing all this, Garnet looked up from her breakfast, surprised, unable to hide how much it affected her. The girl lowered her head, because she knew there was no plot twist like that in the game, and West stayed Astra's girl till the end of the original game. Rose said awkwardly that she even kinda regretted Astra and Datura breaking up, and the blonde woman quietly replied that that was how it was later. The girl heard a phone call and looked surprised because nobody had called her in a long time, and all her friends stayed close. On the other end of the phone was her dad's voice saying they needed to talk about something super important. Immediately asking if she knew about the engagement being called off, holding the phone. The girl said this terrible event shook the whole academy, but she had absolutely nothing to do with it. The man said they'd talk about something else, then said Rose and her daughter were nominated as candidates for the Princess Bride role. Surprisingly, pulling the phone away from her face, the blonde woman couldn't hold back a scream, because she didn't get how she was connected to all this. Her dad explained her nomination seemed to be proposed by the Prime Minister, who was still impressed by the princess's behavior when the king added he just warned him about the possibility of this outcome. Garnet snatched the phone away from her face and froze in fear. She looked at peaceful Pi sleeping and thought she wished she could rest that peacefully too. And a ton of problems dropped on her head. All the students non-stop competed to spill the latest tea, and there was a real noisy swarm in the office. Garnet was shocked, realizing her friend sitting across from her clearly wasn't too happy and just sighed quietly in frustration. The girl's green eyes burned with emotion as she turned around and started whispering something totally unrelated to the drama. In the end, Rose revealed they were chosen as the new candidates for Astra's bride, and added she was super nervous about it, remembering her dad's words. The blonde exhaled loudly. and thought she understood her now close friend like no one else clasping her hands. Garnet said she felt exactly the same way, and then said Astra probably wasn't too happy about what was going down. Rose nodded as North added they should now just focus on the exam because if they get kicked out, it'd be even more problems almost right after he said that. The office door swung open and the teacher stepped into the classroom grabbing the papers needed for the exam as she looked at the tasks ahead. The girl clearly realized that now she had to focus solely on her studies. Lilian. She trained her well to ace the academic exam, so the blonde woman gripped her pen tight and got to work. A couple of days later, the results for all the students were posted on a special board. Located in the biggest classroom of the academy, Garnet stood among a crowd of classmates next to Rose, searching anxiously for her name among the sea of last names. Suddenly she saw she was on the list of top-scoring students. She screamed with joy, mentally thanking Lilian for the help. On the other side of the same board, Tatura was standing and also searching for her last name to check her grades. Her yellow eyes flared with rage, and she clenched her teeth when she saw she was ranked 5th on the overall student list recently. Astri approached her in the academy courtyard and calmly announced that her engagement was officially over. The dark-haired woman screamed and asked why. The heir to the throne exhaled irritably and asked why she had to explain anything reminding her of how she'd been acting lately. Wes not only seemed annoyed, but felt like her whole life, which she'd recently promised would be successful, was crumbling right before her eyes. In the Southern Kingdom, she destroyed Prince Kirilla's restaurant, and at the entrance ceremony she tried to attack a student. She destroyed the door with her magic and more. The dark-haired woman tried to justify herself, saying it was all a misunderstanding, and that she was perfect for the role of future queen. Astra said that despite all her magical power, no one can just turn a blind eye to the reckless things she does without thinking about her status. Datura froze when she heard that the Lord's family didn't want to get involved with someone as scandalous and unworthy as her. Now after getting terrible grades, the girl was thinking about how she'd even gotten to this point. Because none of these events existed in the original game, the princess didn't understand if the main protagonist, Rose, or her also reincarnated friend Garnet were to blame for her awful relationship with the heir to the throne. The only thing she was sure of was that if she got rid of both girls, she'd still be the best candidate for the role of Demon Queen. Then Astra would have no choice but to come back to her and enter the same desired engagement again, and the plan would succeed. Only if things played out this way could Datura move toward a better ending that included the existence of an Aren. Back in the office, the dark-haired woman was thinking the problem wasn't just with the Demon Lord's heir. Her relationships with all the male characters left a lot to be desired. After a certain number of days, all the students gathered in a huge stadium for the next academic event, the final event of the first semester. Like in the original game, it was a sports festival attended by all the heroes with representatives from each kingdom. For example, Garnet, Lilian, Iris, and Nelum were on the Northern States team. The blonde girl was determined, because if they won, the whole team would share a certain amount of points. And she could level up her magic this time. Unlike the plot, Rose decided to just be present in the stadium and cheer on the other teams supporting them. They had 3 very powerful mages on their team, and it looked like a combo destined to win. But there was something she wasn't too sure about. Iris, who was sitting nearby, clearly noticed Garnet's twitchy movements, who alternated between smoothing her hair, biting the inside of her cheek, or touching her face with her hands. The young guy couldn't resist and asked the princess if she was nervous, and she blushed a bit. She looked up and nodded. The dark-haired guy smiled and assured the girl she didn't need to worry, because she and her older brother would work hard to win. However, this student sports festival felt way more like a regular fight than a competition with verified rules. The princess swallowed, thinking that besides magic, her magical skills could also come in handy here, but she wasn't sure if she could handle it. The announcer suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts and announced that the next event would be a relay race, then asked all the participants to gather. Garnet hoped these top athletes wouldn't join the relay, so she tried to chill out at least a little. Rose came up to her right away and smiled, saying they'd both be running in the relay, and offered to give it their all. Meanwhile, Datura stayed back a bit and prepped the girls in her crew for another dirty trick. After a while, the women's relay started, and the first runners took off. After the start was called, Garnet and Rose stood side by side, and the blonde tried to calm down even though her whole body was shaking inside, making her want to bolt. Taking the baton to keep the relay going, North knew she'd have to grind hard to win. The girls ran from spot to spot and everyone around them was ready to throw down as hard as possible for a shot at victory. Suddenly one of the girls standing by summoned curls of her bright green magic. Garnet realized Rose would soon be hit with harmful wind energy from someone else launched by Datura's minions. She didn't have time to think, so to save her friend, the blonde jerked aside and slammed her down with all her strength. Shocked, Rose hit the ground and dropped her staff, and that was game over for her in this race today. Garnet, now exposed, found herself right in the eye of the wind magic, meant to stop her from winning the race, and it ended before anyone could even get tipsy. Everyone around immediately rushed to the northern princess, who had passed out from the attack. The blonde definitely couldn't worry about winning the festival now because she ended up in first aid, in the infirmary, regaining consciousness on a clean, soft bed, quietly wrapped in special bandages, with wraps on her face and other parts of her body. Waking up, Garnet slowly sat up, saw the cast on her leg, and thought she'd had a rough time. And that sneaky attack was super cruel. The blonde heard a familiar voice behind the white curtain. Then Kiri came in, smiling, and said the princess had finally woken up. She quickly pulled the blanket up to her neck and asked, surprised, what he was doing there, wondering if he'd also been hit by magic. He explained that sports festivals are brutal for mermaids because the stadium is way too dry, and after all that, they need time to recover. Kiria crossed her arms and muttered she wished it would rain during the sports festival, but Garnet muttered back that would be terrible. Sitting on her bed, the young man said the troublemakers at this event were girls from the Western Kingdom, but it seemed like they were forced to use magic. The blonde guy exhaled, looking at her excitedly, and asked if she thought Datura was the real culprit behind the attack. The prince said it couldn't be ruled out, because she probably hated her rival for being chosen as a candidate for the next Demon King role. Kiria added that the Eastern Kingdom's residents refused to help the West because if their princess was picked as the future queen, the state would thrive. Each kingdom tried to propose as many candidates as possible for the queen role, but in the end, the girl from the Eastern Kingdom was chosen. Kiri's aunt was picked as the past demon queen. And during the selection period, chaos was happening in all the states, but she was determined. Gripping her hand, the blonde said she wasn't interested, thinking she never planned to become queen herself. Lifting the girl's chin, the young man said the marriage proposal still stood, and he was ready to feed her local delicacies every day. Garnet involuntarily remembered the treats served at her restaurant and felt her mouth water, wanting to eat. Immediately shaking her head, North reminded herself she was the future head of her house and would become the future queen of the northern state when the girl hid wrapped in a blanket, and declared she couldn't become his wife. Gorilla smiled and called the blonde funny after what happened with Garnet. The Northern Kingdom's team was filled with revenge and easily took the lead, letting all the guys' anger out in the end. Their team came out victorious in this sports festival, and even the wounded North scored points for their overall win. After a while at night, the medics finally discharged their patient from the first aid post so she could go to the safe house. Nelum, who was with her, asked how the lady was feeling, and Garnet told her not to worry, because she had rested a lot, and thanks to the potion she felt better, unfortunately. The game didn't have healing, and demons who got hurt had to heal themselves. Almost as long as humans lost in their own thoughts, the blonde girl suddenly placed the crutch in an awkward spot and dropped it, immediately falling involuntarily. To avoid leaning on her sore leg, Nelum sat on the floor and grabbed the girl so she wouldn't get hurt, pressing her against his body and exhaling. Because just like her, he was already scared, Garnet looked at her personal butler and blushed hard, because she had almost never been this close to him before, like ever. Suddenly, the awkward silence between them was broken by Astray, who picked up the fallen crutch and stepped toward them, asking if the girl was hurt. Immediately stepping away from the blonde young man, North laughed nervously and assured him everything was fine, and then thanked him for his help. The redhead said that Datura keeps disappointing him. In today's recap manhwa, even after their engagement was broken since he and Rose were attacked for that very reason, thinking this line was almost exactly the same as Carilla's words, the princess said West just didn't seem able to get over it. The boy said he wanted to talk about it in that home economics class but didn't dare, and didn't have time because of what happened afterward. Looking at her, Astray said that before the engagement broke he could at least slightly influence her behavior, but now Datura was uncontrollable. Their conversation was interrupted by Iris, who greeted the girl and said she was late and that she and Lilian were already worried about the princess taking her hand. The dark-haired girl looked North up and down and noticed she was in a lot of pain, and even walking was probably really hard. Moving the crutch to one side, Iris took the princess in her arms, calmly telling her it'd be better to carry her to her room so she wouldn't be bothered. Nelum and Astray watched the scene unfolding with identical expressions, because neither of them had thought of this before. When the girl tried to object, the dark-haired man ordered her to stay still, and her personal butler ran after them with crutches. Astray exhaled, disappointed, and looked at the closed door, thinking about how fast Garnet disappeared again. Even though she'd recently been close to him, the demon lord's own heir was surprised by his thoughts and feelings when he realized that without this girl by his side he felt a heart-piercing melancholy, involuntarily recalling the grand loud dances and holidays they used to have at the palace when he was still a kid. The very young heir was denied access to them, but he often secretly listened in on the highest nobility's conversations. Because he was interested in how everything went down, a noblewoman said that according to rumors, the heir to the throne had low magic stats that had never been seen before in the royal family. The red-haired boy lowered his head, disappointed, when he heard from her that only lower demons use plant magic. He himself knew very well that all his royal family relatives and even his highness possessed strong earth magic. The boy clenched his fists when the cruel woman said he'd need to find a strong bride in the future. To avoid the empire's collapse, the royal garden was insanely beautiful with endless clearings, the most exotic flowers and plant statues and interesting buildings. The little angry Astray, he waved his palms over the withered flowers, trying to convince them to bloom again, mumbling softly and then yelling in frustration. Suddenly he overheard the knights talking about how the northern celestial king had a daughter who had absolutely no magical abilities. Much later everything changed, and now the heir knew how to grow giant plants. These plants could attack opponents and control them. The young man also developed the ability to control the earth to wipe the noses of all the high society ladies who loved gossip. Giving it his all in the next training session, the now mature Astray wiped the sweat from his forehead and ruffled his bright red hair. The prime minister clapped joyfully, praising the young heir and adding that they expected nothing less from the prince. The boy, with a calm face but a joyful soul, listened as the man prophesied his future as one of the best rulers and the state's prosperity. The young man casually reminded him that the Prime Minister had come to share rumors that one of the upcoming kings would be someone without magic. He clarified if these rumors and stories were about Garnet North, who was the first and only daughter of the Northern Celestial King. The man said that was true, as thanks to her wisdom and strength she won the magical duel organized by her father. The redhead smiled and said that the fact the Prime Minister praised someone other than himself was very interesting and extremely rare, and yet the man turned out to be right. Although Garnet still wasn't strong in magic thanks to her perseverance, she was able to become an ideal queen. Astri thought about all this, sighing silently, and mentally concluded that he wanted to see the Northern heir as his wife. The next day, Nelum said it wasn't necessary for the lady to go to school with injuries, and Iris supported this, adding that anyway, the holidays would be here soon. Smiling nervously at their concern, the blonde replied she felt fine, and would definitely manage, though she was very embarrassed by all the attention. Iris said that, speaking of school, a practical exam would soon be held among the academy students to test their skills. Garnet sighed loudly and nervously muttered that she'd known about it for a long time and was more scared of this moment than anything else. Thanks to Lilian and her support, she still managed to pass the written tests. But the practical exam tested her magical skills, among other things. Passing the practical exam had a positive effect on the main character's romantic interests. North thought this was a trait of Rose because she was the only main character, but the game was changing due to interference, and it was scary to move forward not without effort. The princess thought she wasn't especially worried about love. For her, it was way more important to keep friendly relations with all the characters. She needed to prepare properly for the exam because she didn't want to mess up her relationship with her father over bad grades. Later, the blonde saw that her friend Rose was also actively preparing for the upcoming magical skill level test. The deciduous forest on the outskirts of the capital, already familiar to the heir, became an excellent spot for the two friends to train, pushing their light magic to max power. Rose suggested her friend push herself to pass the exam successfully. Garnet said excitedly that it wasn't necessary to use all her magic at once, and Peach and I, surprised, supported her lover. She explained that although most monsters here were low-level, such strong magic could attract the attention of serious monsters. As soon as the blonde girl finished her last sentence, magical vines from a green plant attacked her and Rose, tightly wrapping their arms and legs. The girls looked at each other fearfully, and then noticed bright yellow eyes in the dense dark bushes. Moments later, a huge creature emerged from the thicket. Saying it wasn't necessary to use all their magic at once, Peach and I were shocked, backing up their lover. He explained that even though most monsters here are low-level, such strong magic can attract serious monsters' attention. As soon as the blonde girl finished her last sentence, magical vines from a green plant attacked her and Rose, gripping their arms and legs tight. The girls looked at each other scared, then noticed bright yellow eyes in the thick dark bushes. Moments later, a huge creature burst out of the thicket, shaped like a massive fly trap with terrifying teeth roaring as it opened its mouth. Meanwhile, Peachy was already scared, trying to figure out how to help his mistress. The blonde girl, tied up by vines, sighed loudly, knowing things were bad. This monster was the mini-boss of this spot, and the girl knew with their current magic stats, she and Rose couldn't handle it together. The monster was unimaginably huge, screaming loudly, opening its mouth and eyeing its potential victims. Against this giant floral beast, the pomegranate and the rose looked like tiny reeds that couldn't put up any fight. The blonde girl spun around, surprised to feel the familiar blazing flame energy of one of the brothers right next to her. The monster let out the deafening roar when it felt the full power of Iris's infernal fire trying to protect the girls from the attack. Rose and Garnet exhaled in relief as the strong green vine bindings loosened, freeing their arms and legs. At the same time, the vines stopped squeezing, their bodies weakened from the massive plant's attack. The freed girls dropped to the ground one after another while Pi flew overhead. Iris approached and easily dealt with the giant flytrap using her magic, then asked how they were feeling. Garnet looked up, facing the dark-haired guy, thinking he had no idea how grateful the princess was to him. The blonde girl knelt down and flashed a bright smile, thanking the young man for saving her, while Rose, sitting behind, was still recovering. Iris knelt in front of the girl and asked why they were spending time here, since this forest was far from an ideal place to wander. Under Iris's stern tone, Garnet felt a bit embarrassed and explained they weren't just wandering, they were practicing for a practical exam. The guy said they got lucky this time that he was nearby because way more dangerous monsters lived in this forest than that flower. Gently taking the girl's face in his warm palms, Iris offered to accompany them during training so they wouldn't have to go through this alone. North felt her heart start pounding somewhere in her throat and muttered that she agreed, blushing hard at the guy's attitude. Thanks to the game's progress, she knew what kind of living creatures were out there, but Rose had no clue who they might run into. Still, she fearlessly used her staff and pushed the now dead monster, smiling as she checked on its petals. Looking at Iris, who was already playing with her beloved Pi, the girl thought it'd be dumb not to accept her help. Now the girls could just focus on hunting and leveling up their magic energy, so they started gearing up with fresh energy. They attacked the metal slimes again and again to raise their magic levels over and over to grow stronger. Those little guys looked cute but were the biggest pests in this forest, causing non-stop trouble for everyone. They even managed to steal food from their academy's cafeteria, so Garnet didn't hesitate to destroy them with special cruelty, looking at her hands with regret. After several hours of hunting, the blonde girl annoyedly realized her magic still hadn't increased. Noticing her sad expression, Iris approached the girl and got close, asking if something else had happened. Looking at her palms with frustration, North silently wondered if she'd only ever have access to paralyzing magic her whole life. Suddenly, the dark-haired guy placed his hand on the princess's head, stroking it affectionately, and said she was still very strong. He added that the stereotypes about magic were just plain stupid. Iris said the practical exam would take place in this forest, so it didn't matter if she killed the monster or not, she'd still get credit. He explained that the idea of destroying monsters in the forest might have come from her father, the demon lord through Astri, who took his duties seriously. The blonde thought that wasn't in the game, but if it was true, she could easily pass this practical exam. That same day arrived, and all the students gathered in the forest wearing sports uniforms to take the next type of test. Garnet, who had been preparing for a long time, easily overcame the required obstacles and passed the exam without any special issues. And that stereotypes about magic were just dumb. Iris added that the practical exam would take place in this forest, so it didn't matter if you killed the monster or not, you'd still get credit. She explained that the idea of killing monsters in the forest might have come from her dad, the demon lord, through Astra, who took her duties seriously. The blonde thought that wasn't in the game, but if it was true, then she could easily pass this practical exam. That same day came, and all the students gathered in the forest, wearing sports uniforms to take the next type of test. Garnet, who'd been prepping for a long time, easily cleared the necessary obstacles and passed the exam with no issues. Iris watched with a calm, condescending smile as the northern princess and her friends celebrated passing the test. Astra watched the girls from the side, wondering if she'd really connect her life with one of them soon. After a while, all exams were passed, and summer break started with all students heading home, for example, to the Northern Kingdom. During the break, not much changed in Garnet's life, because the young people who became her close friends spent all their free time in her room, leaving very little time before the final boss appeared. But the game's plot had changed, so she couldn't predict how things would go. Rose worked hard prepping for exams, and with her magic stats or not, probably everything was in order. Suddenly she remembered that in the game, to check the affection levels for her favorites, the main character specifically went to Pi at night. The blonde put the little critter on her lap and asked it to show her what signs of affection Rose had with all the characters. Garnet honestly hoped that at least one main character had more respectful and real feelings for the protagonist, and quickly got up from her lover's arms to help her with this, lighting up with a bright glow as she summoned her energy. The animal showed a hologram with affection scores for the possible story favorites, which were like 90 points out of 100. North was shocked by this twist because she didn't think the stats would be almost maxed for all characters. She thought it was kinda weird since her friend barely. In today's recap manhwa, she talked to any guys outside school, but then decided everything was going according to script. Pi suddenly squealed and objected that the lady was wrong, because it was showing the love stats not for Rose but for Garnet herself. The blonde blushed hard and pointed at herself, asking how all these could be her indicators, because it was just driving her crazy. North didn't really know what to do about it, looked at her assistant then, muttered that it must be some kind of error. Pi shook its paws in denial and showed the real stats for Rose. On the hologram, which were around 60 points, the main character started with 50 points for relationships with everyone, meaning she wasn't close to anyone. Snuggling under the sheets, the girl muttered irritably that she didn't understand anything at all, then decided it'd be way better to fix it in the morning. Looking at the princess sleeping peacefully, Pi flew around the room wondering if the blonde was ready for the tests coming up in the morning. Garnet screamed loud and jumped on the bed, seeing that Iris had fallen back asleep peacefully in her bed like it was her usual thing. The dark-haired guy didn't seem to see any problem with this and snored peacefully, putting a pillow under his head. And the girl promised not to do that, turning around to stand up. North yelled surprise when she found Lilian on the other side of the bed, sitting on the floor but leaning against the mattress at some distance from it. To the princess's further confusion, Nelum was also asleep, snoring quietly, burying his face in his hands and resting on them in a sweet dream. Shaking her head, the blonde blushed hard, not knowing if she could find a logical explanation for the boy's behavior. Iris made a face at the movement and stretched, then opened her eyes a bit and muttered something about the morning coming too fast. Looking at the bored young man yawning, Garnet covered herself with a blanket and immediately asked why everyone was sleeping in their rooms. Pi usually rested quietly in bed, curled up like a ball, and barely cared about any of the events happening. At the same time, the dark-haired guy reported that 3 assassins broke into the princess's room in the middle of the night to try another assassination attempt. At that moment, the mercenaries weren't too quiet. Nelum, with his sharp hearing, immediately heard strange sounds on the second floor and managed to call his brothers. The 3 rushed to Garnet's room and caught the assassins red-handed, hired by someone ready to take care of the sleeping girl. Iris explained she didn't wake up because of the gas. The mercenaries dropped a knockout drug in the room before they went in themselves, and naturally they immediately treated the offenders like men. They beat them until they were wiped out and told the king everything that went down. Garnet let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his chin with his fingers, thinking about who could be behind the next hit on his life. The dark-haired guy blushed a bit and brushed away the creepy strand from his face when the girl said she was grateful for the rescue. As a result of the interrogation, it soon became clear that Datura was behind this again. She just couldn't chill and wanted to get rid of her rival ASAP. According to Iris, the old man, that is the girl's dad, immediately contacted the Eastern Celestial King and laid out his feelings real clear. The ruler of the neighboring state clearly had no clue what his daughter was up to, so he flipped when he heard about it, totally out of left field. The girl found out from Iris that as punishment the princess was stripped of her title and then kicked out of the royal palace for good. The blonde girl held her breath in fear, thinking that kind of plot definitely shouldn't have popped up in the original game. Iris added that she was allowed to finish her studies at the academy and live in a dorm, but right after graduating from the school she'd be on her own, trembling all over. Garnet realized Datura had suffered the same fate she should have faced according to the original game's storyline. Noticing North's clearly sad and worried expression, Iris asked if she was okay and said she was worried about what happened that night. The princess blushed slightly again. Feeling the sweet care from the guy who always looked out for her, she said she was fine. The dark-haired guy stepped closer to the heir to the throne. He looked into her bright pink eyes and said nothing, but his gaze said a lot. Garnet suddenly remembered his main problem, that is the almost maxed out relationship levels with his favorites. When Lilian and Nelum started moving, Iris wished her big bro good morning, and the girl looked at each of them thinking about her own crew. North blushed hard, closed her eyes, and waved her hand toward herself, deciding mentally she needed to think about all this solo. The little animal just opened one eye because it knew its lady was safe, and besides a new and interesting day was about to start. At night, Datura was the only person in the entire female dorm of the Demon Academy. Sitting on the floor in a corner of the room, the dark-haired girl thought everything was over for her. Because her own dad kicked her out of the house and stripped her of her title. West hugged her knees, not understanding why all the bad stuff was happening just to her since she was only trying to protect her storyline. When the girl was reborn as the beautiful character from her favorite game, she was absolutely happy and thrilled looking in the mirror and loving her reflection. She thought that even if she wasn't born as the main character, she could still live differently. According to the original simulator's script, Datura always interfered with the main heroine Rose no matter how the story went. In any storyline branch, West ended up the loser. No matter which path the player chose, Astra publicly refused to commit to her, whether in a past life or this one. Her loved one had to reject her again, leaving the girl alone with that useless feeling. The dark-haired girl was sure that knowing all the game's features, she could change her fate, reach the desired RN ending, and replace the main character. Besides all the endings, the game had a secret RN ending available at max affection levels for the love interest. Then she was sure that even though the game was just starting and it wasn't clear how to pull it off, Datura was confident in her goals. She had to follow the game's rules and make the right calls. Because now there weren't any convenient save load buttons, but still, her loved one had to reject her again, leaving the girl alone with that useless feeling. The dark-haired girl was sure that knowing all the game's features, she could change her fate, reach the desired ending of RN, and replace the main character. Besides all the endings, the game had a secret RN ending unlocked at max affection levels for the love interest. Then she was sure that even though the game just started and it wasn't clear how to do everything to reach her goal, Datura was confident in her objectives. She had to follow the game's rules and make the right decisions. Because now there weren't those convenient save and load buttons, and yet, thanks to her plot knowledge, the girl clearly understood what she had to do first. To have a successful future, she was supposed to play Datura, the ideal smart villainess, the future queen of the West, but no matter how hard she tried, things more or less didn't go right. Because Garnet suddenly showed up in her path, who unlike her game version managed to become the northern heir. She made friends with every possible love interest, and even broke off the engagement because she wanted to take the northern princess as her wife. Wes was desperate to be in her place but could only watch from the sidelines how amazingly things unfolded. The circumstances for her rival, Datura was ready to do whatever it took to take the spot of this spoiled girl who didn't deserve any of it. Her soul was invaded by a feeling of revenge and a loneliness so deep it covered her whole body. Just thinking about how everyone treated North made her shiver. After a while, Iris was walking through the capital's shops with Garnet, and then decided to take her to the Monster Hunters Guild. Looking around the huge hall with high ceilings and multiple floors inside the space, the blonde smiled excitedly. Iris apologized to the princess for coming here because she needed to talk to her boss, but the girl just seemed happy. The guild boss himself approached them, bowed, put his hand on his chest, and greeted the northern heir princess. The man winked and said North had been killing it lately, having taken down 2 monsters solo, waving his palms. The blonde girl said she couldn't handle monsters alone and that her friends came to help her. The man ignored that and said it was especially tough fighting lower demons, such horror. And she also ended up in the Academy's territory. Garnet was a bit surprised to get praise from the guild boss and then heard rumors from him that they were planning to make her the future lord's bride. Suddenly, Iris hugged the girl and asked the boss not to say nonsense because the king had named her heir and marriage wasn't even mentioned. The man crossed his arms over his chest and agreed Garnet would be a wonderful queen of the north, but reminded her of her 2 brothers who could take her place if needed. Then he remembered the king of the east's daughter, who unlike her father was born a regular demon and could easily take her wife's spot. After a brief chat, the blonde girl accompanied by a young man left the guild, which she really liked, along with the hunters. Iris suddenly declared that North considered herself weak, but even people who don't know her personally think the girl is a really strong demon. The princess blushed, suggesting with a smile that she brought her here to boost her self-esteem, and then thanked her for it. Suddenly remembering her affection stats were almost maxed, Garnet turned, blushed, and thought she should stop. Iris stayed standing there, confused about what caused the heir's behavior. To the northern throne, very embarrassed at the same time. Datura was walking through the forest on a cloudy day, thinking it was all over for her and she wouldn't get the ending she wanted. She grimaced and thought she never expected this kind of plot twist. but now the game definitely needed a full-scale reset. The dark-haired woman knew the only way to get that result, and she went for it. Wes decided on a dumb but desperate move and wanted to wake the final boss whose fight was the hardest. He'd wake way earlier than in the original game plot, but the girl had nothing left to lose. In this case, Datura used all her magic skills to help, which luckily didn't abandon her, unlike her love interest channeling all her magic into the tombstone, which had long held the final boss's seal and all his dark magical energy. The ground started shaking under her feet and whirlwinds spun in the air while that same demon began to wake up feeling freed from the seal. He escaped from there and still hadn't regained consciousness, but Datura was sure the whole world would be in trouble once the boss realized he was free, who for a long time kept the final boss's seal and all his dark magical energy. The ground started shaking beneath her feet and whirlwinds swirled in the air while that same demon began to wake up feeling freed from the seal. He escaped from there and still hadn't regained consciousness, but Datura was sure the whole world would be in trouble once the boss realized he was free. The dark-haired woman stood up and smiled as she watched the whirlwind swirling the demon to wake him up and summon all his power again. At the same time, the new fall semester began at the academy, and all the students returned to their dorms to continue their studies. Garnet couldn't keep calm and act as chill as her classmates because she knew way more than the rest according to the original game plot. The final boss was supposed to show up with a deafening battle at the end of this semester. Now everything had changed so much she couldn't figure out what or where to expect, even though the princess's life depended on this visit. According to the simulator's rules, the boss could only be beaten by the main character whose stats were close to 200, and also had a connection with one of the favorites. Leaning over her desk with a silent groan, Garnet thought that despite everything she'd done, she was getting closer and closer to a bad ending. Meanwhile, the teacher had already covered the whole board with formulas while reading the reference material, but that didn't bother the princess. The blonde closed her eyes, thinking sadly that she still hadn't come up with a way to help Rose. Sitting next to Iris, Garnet leaned back and looked up at the ceiling, wondering what she should do now with everything going down. The girl noticed that the weather, which had been sunny before, suddenly turned bad, the sky filled with black clouds. Then a roar was heard. Students started grabbing their desks, panicking and screaming in disbelief, while the ground beneath them shook and the window panes vibrated, also desperately clutching the tree with her fingers. North thought in fear that such an earthquake had never happened in the game. Iris and Nelum immediately jumped from their seats, trying to protect their mistress from the possible destruction this could bring. Only Datura, also sitting in the office with everyone else, was completely calm. She didn't move an inch and even smirked at the corner of her lips. The teacher ran to the main door and ordered everyone to get out as fast as possible to evacuate to the street. Lots of students rushed in a non-stop fast stream toward the narrow doors. Trying to escape potential harm, Astra immediately took charge and told the guys to calm down. In today's recap manhwa, she then added that those who stayed in the office would leave through the window. She turned the right way and waved her hand, channeling her plant's energy, and immediately a loud crash was heard in the room. A huge bright green stem appeared out of nowhere, descending from the second floor to the ground so people could safely climb down. Astra's friends watched in awe at the work she'd done so. They gathered in a tight circle around the plant, worried about her friend and the unknown. The blonde turned and called Rose, and she, trembling, nodded and followed her. Both girls climbed down to the street along the huge stem, holding their dresses with their palms and silently screaming at the sharp turns of the movement. The students had already evacuated en masse from the academy building and were running down the street, packed in small groups, panicking at the next tremors. Garnet looked at the teachers, who were apparently discussing everything going on, and assumed all the students had managed to get out of the building. The blonde teacher, checking the lists, suddenly shouted loudly that some students were still missing. Rose suddenly turned the other way, and while walking yelled to her friend that she'd bring those students, starting to run determinedly forward. Trying to stop her, Garnet shouted it was dangerous and she shouldn't do it, fear shining in her bright pink eyes. Only the green-eyed one who ran off ignored the princess's words and her outstretched hand. Instead, she ran ahead without a care. Nelum and Iris turned at the noise but saw Garnet already running after her brave friend, who didn't think about her own safety. Kiria and Astra joined the young girls, frowning at the two fragile girls who'd taken on the role of saving others. North still managed to catch up to the main character and called her by name. Only then did Rose pause and turn around. Surprise on her face, the blonde woman grabbed her shoulders and said that was pure madness, because she wasn't supposed to go there alone, and even though she was worried about the others, Rose didn't realize all the possible danger. She smiled at all the worry and said there was no need to stress so much about her. Then she immediately turned around and pointed to two unknown girls sitting in a corner, curled up against the wall, shaking with fear. Calming each other down, Garnet approached them and leaned in a bit, asking how they were feeling, then added that it was dangerous to be here now and that it was time to get out. But her companions didn't answer, and the heir to the throne stepped back a little, looking at them and mentally noting that both had gone pale with horror. The brown-haired girl was trembling and couldn't even speak, and her friend looked up and with a hoarse voice told Lady Garnet that they had seen it clearing her throat. She explained that the girls were having lunch in the school's backyard when they saw the terrifying figure of that same demon. The student added that the look in its black and yellow eyes was so scary that they immediately ran away to escape, helping her friend up. The dark-haired girl said just the memory made her legs shake, but that it was really time for them to get out of there. Garnet turned around and confidently said that she and Rose needed to get the girls out of the building and then tell the teachers everything they barely had time to move. When another crushing bang and a roar of something falling nearby echoed in the room, Rose couldn't keep her balance or stand. So she fell face first, stretching out her palms and planting them on the ground. The blonde turned around and ordered the girls to run to the central plaza where the teachers and other students should be, and they'd catch up with them later. She crouched down and helped her friend up, squeezing her palms and fighting her own fear, reminding her they had to hurry. Garnet sniffed the air, but felt like there was no more oxygen in her lungs. She stopped and swallowed calmly. The concentration of magic in the heavy air had become absolutely massive, and there weren't many ways to explain such an atmosphere. Rose felt the same, then looked ahead with her bright green eyes and stammered the name of her friend Garnet. She felt sweat drip from her forehead out of fear, but turned and looked in the same direction as her friend's gaze. Right in front of them stood the final boss of the game, who could instill fear and horror in everyone around just by being there. North's pink eyes shone with terror, and she soon realized that a quick and tragic death might be way closer than she ever imagined. The demon with huge black and red wings and white horns smiled, and he didn't look angry or worried at all, violently trembling all over. The blonde girl looked at him and still couldn't understand how this was possible. The original game's final boss was called Kurama. He was the ex-emperor of an empire who desired unlimited power, so he got lost and turned into a tyrant. The current emperor managed to defeat and seal him, but in the story the seal broke, bringing him back to the world. But that happened later. Garnet thought with horror that at this rate and with incomprehensible leaps, events could lead her to the death she feared. Kurama's strong hand gripped her fragile throat, squeezing it so air completely stopped flowing into her lungs while the demon lifted her off the ground. Still squeezing her neck with his long fingers, the heir to the throne started coughing. Rose was still nearby and, panicking, called her friend's name, but could only hoarsely tell her to get out of here fast. Kicking her legs in the air while the lack of oxygen burned her lungs, the blonde panicked and thought about buying time for her to escape. Garnet's bright pink eyes filled with crystal clear tears as she thought about the fact that she wasn't going to die. Swinging hard and using all her physical strength to help North break free from her boss's tenacious grip, and kicked him hard. Staggering back from her own hit, the girl suddenly felt joy at being able to defend herself against such a strong character. Stepping back from her own hit, the girl suddenly felt hyped to defend herself against such a strong character. It was like watching in slow-mo how the hand of this scary gray villain moved further away from her neck. Kurama flew into the stone wall with all his might and crashed into it, making the whole room fill with dust and sharp fragments. Garnet immediately dropped to the floor, clutching her neck and coughing again. Closing her eyes and catching her breath, Rose grabbed her friend's hand and yelled they had to bounce ASAP. To warn the teachers about this sketchy demon, North nodded, and both booked it forward because it was urgent. They needed to get everyone off the academy grounds since even the teachers couldn't handle Kurama. The girls suddenly felt the shadows around them thicken and the air get heavier. Definitely not a good vibe. The final boss, who appeared behind them, just looked amused by the students' antics. He called these ladies slow, and Rose and Garnet quickly split up. When the demon's magic hit between them, trying to attack with fresh energy, Kurama said this was a pretty interesting attempt. But it was definitely not enough to take down the ruler of the underworld, as he reached out to the trembling girls who clung to each other in horror. With a predator's grin, the demon asked how the emperor was doing, someone he hadn't seen in ages. Kurama was one of the empire's first rulers, but a rival sealed him in that stone long ago, and centuries had passed. The final boss they were after had died ages ago, and the current ruler was the demon lord, Astra's dad, who took the heir spot in the original story. When Kurama found out his sworn enemy was dead, he swore to wipe the entire empire off the map, building a new kingdom from its ashes. Garnet knew she had to stop him somehow, but also realized the side hero couldn't beat the final boss. Mentally apologizing to the current demon king, the blonde thought she could just bring Kurama along like he was the emperor. Suddenly, Iris and Lilian appeared in the hallway, taking turns calling out to Garnet since they'd gone after the girl without waiting for her to come back now, their only hope for salvation. The blonde girl screamed with joy and even smiled. Rose turned to them and quickly explained that this demon introduced himself as Kurama, one of the empire's first lords. Lilian stroked her chin, wondering if this same evil demon had been sealed over 300 years ago. Iris lit a bright flame in her palm, casually saying she didn't care who was in front of her, Kurama or some mountain radish. The dark-haired guy added with a grin that attacking helpless girls was the lowest move possible, watching the young man's bold behavior with interest. Kurama smiled at his thoughts and muttered that this dude was pretty curious. Nelum ran to the girls and heard the demon say that before the emperor's visit he agreed to have some fun with all of them. When Garnet tried to say something, the blonde put a finger to his lips and shook his head, telling her to stay quiet. After hugging his lover from behind, the young man pointed the girls toward a distant corridor so they could go there and avoid getting hurt during the fight. Iris and Lilian waited for this moment and attacked the demon together, calling on infernal flames of various types. Kurama stepped back a bit, but the fire didn't seem to hurt him, as the final boss appeared to absorb everything aimed at him. After extinguishing the flames, he said everything went pretty well, and that he might even take them into his service after ascending the throne. Iris got even angrier, and lunged at the enemy, faster, growling and yelling that he shouldn't even dream of that outcome. Astra and Kirilla ran toward the noise and found two siblings already fighting an unknown creature, attacking it from different sides. The redhead froze, eyes wide and jaw dropped when he recognized the famous Kurama as the enemy of his friends. Garnet quickly approached and said the heir to the throne had understood everything correctly and that it was indeed the same ancient ruler. Both guys stood up and frowned when the blonde said if they didn't stop him and do something, his empire would fall. Tired from the attacks of the arrogant young ones, the demon stretched out his hand forward and forced the stone beneath him to shatter into many pieces. Channeling all his power downward, the final boss made the ground collapse right at the feet of the speedy teens who dared to resist. Lilian and Iris flew back, both stunned by Kurama's heavy, deafening energy, who as expected did not back down. Turning toward Garnet, the blonde guy realized he had to step up, and gently told the girl to stay back and not join this fight. The young man immediately rushed to help the prince of the southern lands, who was already gearing up for another attack on the enemy. Asked to explain that Kurama was an ancient lord of the underworld, a powerful demon who used forbidden techniques. This tyrant was feared not only by his enemies, but also by his allies. He put power above everything in the world, and as a result brought pain to those around him. Trembling all over, Rose said it was seriously creepy and then quietly asked if he was really connected to her family. Astra immediately disagreed and said they weren't related because Kurama was overthrown by the old demon lord. Garnet thought to confess she only knew the main game plot, but understood that without the main character's powers, there was no way to beat him. Iris, who approached them, suddenly punched her palm and declared it was the first time she fought someone that strong, and that's why it was sick at the same time. Kurama easily shrugged off Nelum and Kiria's serious attacks. The final boss suddenly stared closely at Astra and declared the dude radiated a power only royal bloodlines had. Immediately looking away, the demon sighed, bored, and said this guy still wasn't the one he was looking for. The redhead replied that, of course, that wasn't true because he'd been locked up for hundreds of years when his biggest enemy sealed him in the name of his descendants. The young man added that the ruler's disappearance was explained by the fact that he spent all his energy on that imprisonment, so he vanished. Kurama's yellow pupils and black eyes seemed to burn with hate, but were also full of surprise because he definitely didn't expect this. Waving his hands angrily, the demon wondered what to do now because all those years in captivity, he only dreamed of revenge. Garnet recalled that in the original storyline, Kurama found out the truth and got furious, then decided to destroy the whole kingdom. The blonde girl panicked and thought about how they could stop the final boss, because Rose wasn't fully ready to fight him yet. Suddenly Pai appeared, snapping the girl out of her thoughts, and shouted he felt negative energy coming from here. Rose and Garnet looked surprised at the little animal, who fearlessly ran to help. Sensing trouble, Pai saw Kurama in front of him holding his head with his hands, still unsure what to do now. Suddenly he yelled he made sure to seal him tight, and immediately wondered why he woke up now. The blonde girl asked, surprised, if he really knew Kurama, instantly merging the animal's words in her head and clarifying what sealed meant. Pai said that centuries ago a demon was sealed at the academy. In today's recap manhwa, but even that strong seal definitely started to weaken over time. He added he came here because he felt the familiar negative magic since he was the one who sealed Kurama back then. Garnet's bright pink eyes popped wide open, almost falling out of her head when she heard those words from her little animal. At the same time, the demon stopped his rant, because he felt with every fiber of his soul the very familiar energy of light. He looked at the strange little magical creature, but murmured he knew this glow very well. Looking at the lemon-yellow body of the winged kitten and some parts of its white fur, Kurama said he'd never forget the energy that defeated him. Switching back to a loud guttural roar, the final boss growled, asking if he was the demon lord called Piracasa. Garnet thought that, judging by Astra's words, the old lord gave all his strength to seal Kurama, and then she completely vanished without a trace. The blonde girl was shocked, thinking they had been friends. All this time feeding a historical figure who should have been dead ages ago. The beast claimed it was only because he sealed Kurama and used up all his strength on him that he lost and still couldn't get back his human form. Lifting several huge rocks with his strength, the demon shouted that his opponent hadn't changed at all and dared to ignore him. As he threw massive rocks in a fast wild flight, the dark-haired guy said this behavior really pissed him off. Some of the stone fragments barely touched and would have seriously hurt Garnet, who, even if she wanted to, wouldn't have had time to dodge the crash. Piracasa immediately leaned forward and shouted loudly that he'd protect Lady Garnet. Then he raised his paws. The little animal started stretching, glowing, and changing form, first taking the shape of a small kid in a white robe, then appearing to everyone as a young guy with long blonde hair, huge white wings, and an angelic robe. Astra, Rose, and Garnet watched in surprise and awe at how easily he transformed into a human, and stopped the spell, staring at his palms with light green eyes in surprise, turning them in different directions. Piracasa said that because the seal broke, his power returned to him. Iris and Lilian, nearby, still couldn't wrap their heads around how a small, cute animal could turn into a great warrior. Kurama said with a threatening tone that he'd been waiting centuries to finally get revenge from that battle, and this time he wouldn't lose. Despite everything going down, the blonde warrior looked calm and even chill. While listening to his old enemy's threats, the dark mage gathered all his power into a huge energy ball, channeling all the rage he'd built up over many years into it, and blasting another chunk of massive sharp rocks. Kurama shouted that this time he'd definitely finish him off. Piracasa, barely spreading his wings, was still battle-ready and wasn't about to back down. After being hit by simple but super sharp rocks many centuries ago, sitting on a stone floor, the dark guy declared that thanks to his research he'd created a new generation of demons, saying he'd become their leader, the strongest living demons who'd have to recognize. the new ruler of the underworld. When the pentagram was fully complete, Kurama raised his hand, and the huge drawing on the ground glowed white. Suddenly, a bunch of black energy burst out from beneath the earth, tangled in garnet red lightning. The young guy turned his head surprised as a dark spirit rose above the young researcher, and ominously declared he was the true god of this world. The young demon screamed in pain and struggled for air when an unknown nightmare spirit entered his body without asking at all. That's how Kurama appeared in the world known as the cruelest ruler, for whom nothing was more important than power. The dark spirit that settled in his soul murmured with interest that no one respected this demon, and his eyes turned black. Then destroyed the emperor's throne room, causing huge stone blocks to fall straight from the high ceiling. The wild spirit declared that if they didn't want to respect the demon, he'd gladly show them how to fear him. During his crushing attack, he injured several people who couldn't fight off the numerous stones flying at them. The crushed man was pinned to the ground, gasping in shock. Unable to understand how this weak kid suddenly took over such massive power, Kurama laughed and shouted he'd show these servants their place, give orders, and they'd just have to obey. At the same time, his close friend was behind a distant column, watching and hearing everything, realizing the full weight of the possible future. Peeking from behind the column, Piracasa whispered that his friend had done something terrible, looking at him with eyes shining with excitement. Kurama created a real hell for all the empire's inhabitants. He showed no mercy. And he didn't even care about how they begged for mercy when his subjects screamed it wasn't him. The dude just laughed and said he was the one and only king now. Demon who'd ruled them all, the dark-haired guy immediately spread his arms wide and with a bright smile declared that from now on, no one could ever top him again. People prayed once more, but now they weren't looking at Kurama. They were begging Piracasa. Clutching their clothes and crying, saying only he could stop the evil, the young man turned to the unlucky citizens of the kingdom who begged him to become the new ruler and declared they were down to follow him anywhere. The evil spirit inside the emperor seemed totally chill, while chaos and total destruction went down all around him and people suffered. Looking around at everything made by his own hands, the dark-haired man muttered it was just a straight-up amazing sight, and that no one would ever doubt his strength again. Piracasa stepped up quick, spread his shining white wings, and said low-key, but with confidence and firmness, that it was all over for him now. The blonde dude said he betrayed his people, who independently asked to overthrow the emperor from the throne, and added that he himself would be the next ruler. Turning around and staring at his old friend with yellow eyes burning with hate, Kurama wondered if even he doubted him, channeling all his energy at him and echoing the words that he'd become the new lord of the underworld. The dark-haired guy begged him not to laugh. Piracasa skillfully and fast used the ancient spellbook knowledge needed to take down the possessed ruler, his face grim and almost deathly pale, along with the pentagram drawn in the air covered in weird patterns, forcefully directing a huge white magic pattern at Kurama. To seal him in stone in the future, the dark-haired guy wasn't about to give up without a fight. With even more rage, he attacked his old friend to defend himself. Piracasa said that because of his greed, the ruler was hit by the curse of the ancient demon lord, and could only ease his suffering and unbearable pain by directing his light magic at his old friend. The young man said that as his friend and new demon king, he'd seal his opponent right there. The emperor growled and squeezed his eyes shut against the bright blinding light, while almost completely surrounded by Piracasa's shining magic. In the end, one ancient magic lost to another, and the dark demon was dragged straight underground, sealing his magical power in stone. When it was all over, the blonde dropped to his knees in front of the tombstone and gasped. Thinking he'd drained all his strength and stamina, the young man grabbed the white shirt on his chest with his fingers, because he couldn't get enough air, and realized at this rate he could die using the last magic he had left. Piracasa reincarnated into a small magical creature that helped him stay alive. Curled up on the cold ground, the hero of this battle thought he'd have to stay in this body for a while to survive this moment. Now the situation was different. He just had allies willing to help. In such a tough fight, staring at his sworn enemy, the blonde whispered with regret that he hadn't changed at all over all these centuries, and so he'd fall back into oblivion again. Kurama shook his head, declaring he remembered everything they did to him, and so he'd make them suffer as much as he had all these years. Garnet was shocked, feeling and realizing that Laura from the final boss had changed dramatically. Like everyone in the air could feel it, the girl had a clear impression someone possessed and controlled the dark demon. And he himself was not happy about it at all. Not wanting to distract Piracasa from the incoming attack, the blonde hesitated, leaned forward, and quietly asked if anyone else thought. Kurama's face completely stopped looking normal and human as he breathed heavily and declared he'd definitely get revenge on everyone responsible. It seemed even the body of such a strong ruler couldn't handle the massive amount of dark magic inside him anymore. The ancient evil spirit that captured the body of what was once a young, strong guy just enjoyed and smiled at how things were unfolding. Kurama's lips, they didn't even seem to move as he ordered everyone present to submit immediately to him and his will Iris. Suddenly he said that a monster hunter's instinct tells him they have to take down the entity that's taken over this old man's brain. Pulling his brother away from Garnet, Lilian said that for the first time, she saw the possibility of a ruling figure being attacked and possessed by an outside force. The blonde dude was totally zoned out from what was going down, and said that if he managed to catch Kurama he could run some pretty sick experiments. Piracasa said that a long time ago, there were 2 tomes in the underworld that no one was supposed to study, but they broke the rules. Garnet nervously listened to the fact that the white tome was about how to strip a demon of magic, but the black one contained a collection of forbidden magical techniques. The blonde man crossed his arms over his chest and said he didn't exactly know how this knowledge affected Kurama, but that's what made him what he is. When North asked why the emperor needed these writings, Piracasa explained he started ruling at a young age but wasn't strong and feared he'd be overthrown someday. The girl thought she knew that feeling firsthand. Then she asked how the demon had to pay for it. The green-eyed man exhaled and said that magic that strong affects each person differently. He added that because of studying the White Tome, he eventually lost his human form. But he didn't know the details about Kurama. The spirit still controlled someone else's body and ordered him to kill immediately anyone who didn't acknowledge him, and he could only obey. Extending his hand forward and protecting everyone from another attack, Astra declared that as the future demon ruler he was obligated to stop these atrocities. Lilian raised her whip, declaring that His Majesty wasn't alone. Nelum said they had to team up to take this down. Ignoring Garnet's silent objections, Iris lit a flame in his palm and declared that since this fight had started, he was joining in too. Kiria asked for water, suggesting that the Northerners entering battle with fire and wind forces could destroy everything here, so they needed to cover them. Suddenly Rose declared with determination that she'd help all the guys too, but the blonde rushed forward and told the girl to wait. Unable to stop her friend, the heir to the throne closed her eyes and exhaled, thinking that in that case she had to go with them too. All the fighters shouted at once and rushed to attack Kurama from different sides, with no intention of cutting him any slack, attacking with their powers. Meanwhile, the demon tried to defend against every hit. Garnet quietly approached him from behind, calling his name. The blonde asked if he was really satisfied with everything, pointing out that the man was under someone's control for power's sake, because that made no sense. Kurama turned to the princess and growled that a girl like her would never understand him or all this. North claimed she was born into a royal family and surrounded by high society demons in a place where only magical skills mattered. She was born without them, and added that because of that she spent her whole life trying to earn respect from all the other demons who were even better. The blonde said hesitantly that there are other ways to get strong, like killing small agile magic slimes. She immediately decided it was time to bail and get away. Garnet invited him to think it over and stepped aside away from Kurama, who suddenly remembered how he was despised and never thought to show respect, constantly pointing out the ruler's weaknesses. When the girl hid behind Piracasa, the demon quietly asked if she hated those who didn't love her, and if by getting so strong she wanted revenge on them. The girl immediately said she didn't hate them at all, and just wanted to live a chill life with those she loved a lot. Kurama stopped abruptly, confusion shining in his eyes as he repeated the words he'd heard from her about an ordinary life. The evil spirit didn't like the doubt stirring in the soul of this demon under its full control at all. It growled and reminded Kurama that some girl couldn't mess with its plans and that they were way too... In today's recap, Manhwa, distracted by little things like that and let their guard down, the black-haired guy lowered his head and created a glowing pentagram in the air, hoping to take down everyone standing against him. Kurama froze when he realized he couldn't move at all, no matter how much he twisted or tried to lift his arms, or even move his fingers. The girl behind the warrior explained with a bright smile that this was happening to him because she cast her paralyzing magic on him. Garnet added that before she could only use that energy through touch, but now her power had leveled up massively. Iris looked at the demon, mumbling that she even felt bad for this dude because she remembered how the body just wouldn't obey during paralysis magic. Breathing heavily, Kurama couldn't move, just growled pissed off, then blew out black-blue smoke, choking on his own fingers. Kirilla and Astra stared shocked as some weird substance spread fast in the air, forming a dome. Piracasa immediately ordered loud and strict that no one present should breathe in that smoke because this magic could enslave their minds. The young ones who accidentally inhaled the dark magic sat on the floor trying to clear their throats and hold their breath at the same time. Garnet spun around in the black-blue smoke, shaking her head in panic, trying to spot Rose, who wasn't beside the guys. The blonde saw her friend behind the demon clearly about to pull off something bold and honestly super dumb. Right then, with the power of light, she had green-eyed and fierce, she smacked Kurama in the back to stop him from poisoning the air with that nasty magical smoke. The dark-haired man shouted loudly that he was blinded by the bright magical light Rose sent, covering his eyes with his hand and black sleeve. Garnet clenched her fists hard, thinking this was her one shot, so she gathered herself and rushed forward fast. The princess yelled that the moment was finally open to attack and pushed off the crumbling stone floor, leaping. Kurama, who just opened his eyes, looked shocked at the militant girl already on top of him, ready to strike. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and everything around them got covered in a thick cloud of dust thrown into the air, with stones breaking into tiny pieces. Garnet's hit didn't land like she planned because some weird substance suddenly grabbed Kurama's leg, protecting him at the last second. The blonde froze, surprised and scared, staring at the strange creature, trying to figure out what the hell was holding her up in the air. Who was already on top, ready to attack him. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard, and everything around got covered by a thick layer of dust thrown into the air, and the stones shattered into tiny pieces. Garnet's hit didn't land as expected, because some weird substance suddenly grabbed Kurama by the leg, saving him at the last second. The blonde froze in shock and fear, staring at the unexplainable creature and trying to figure out what the hell was holding her up. Smiling, the demon casually said that even though she was super strong physically, there wasn't a single scent of magic in her moves or aura. In today's recap manhwa, the unclear substance abruptly threw the girl onto the broken ground, declaring with disgust that never before. In today's recap manhwa, he had encountered demons like that before, and it was creepy. Channeling his energy at the enemy, Piracasa declared that Garnet might not have magic. But everyone else does, and that's gonna be enough. Nelum turned toward the hallway. He summoned his wind magic and firmly stated that just in case he'd block all their escape routes. Lilian shouted there was no need to kill him because they should take this chance to experiment. Eris muttered that her brother was talking about his own stuff. Astrid stayed silent, looking focused, and at his command a huge plant stem sprouted from beneath the ground, fully under the master's control. Kurama froze in shock and surprise when his whole body, wings and all, got caught in the steel bindings of the all-powerful plants. Kiria unleashed a force on her opponent that she'd never shown anyone before, and big and small snowflakes flew through the air in a rapid whirlwind. The blonde Piracasa clasped his hands, and the pentagram he'd drawn lit up with a bright light aimed at the dark spirit Kurama. And with him, whoever controlled it both screamed in pain, choking and blinded by the light as they were attacked all at once. The spirit desperately thought that if it didn't leave this body immediately and find another safe house, it would simply die under the influence of such power. It saw through the window several white birds sitting carefree on the branches of a tree, not paying attention to the battle. The dark spirit growled desperately and even left Kurama's body trying to escape, because otherwise it certainly wouldn't have been able to do anything. While the thick black smoke beside it spread once again through the room, Piracasa started coughing and thought he was fighting to get out, attacked by the same smoke that seemed to destroy all the air in its path and press against his temples. Garnet coughed and screamed in discomfort. Iris was nearby and loudly shouted the girl's name, immediately lifting her into his arms. Laying her on the ground and shielding her from the dark magic with his back, the black-haired guy asked, worried, if she was okay. And North exhaled loudly, blushing a bit, and nodded several times. Piracasa realized that the spirit that had possessed Kurama all this time had disappeared. Because his old friend had fallen and surrendered under the attack of someone else's power, the warrior stood in the middle of the destroyed hallway, realizing they were now saved, but that in the future this could be a cruel joke for everyone. The bird that had previously perched on a branch watching what was happening had to accept all the dark power of the evil spirit. Astrid returned several times, asking how it was possible that it simply managed to escape, and Kirilla immediately backed up her words. Lilian said, annoyed, that she wasn't interested at all in the vessel of the ancient demon in Nelum. Said that with one word from the lover she'd make sure it never woke up again. Piracasa leaned over his old friend, looking at him with an emotional gaze and asking if he had finally become what he was before. Kneeling on the floor of the destroyed hallway, Garnet was breathing hard but couldn't believe her happiness, because she managed to avoid death. Meanwhile, the students were still choking in the academy courtyard. Wondering what was going on inside and why they weren't allowed in, Datura heard words that some students had seen very scary demons inside the academy walls, and the others wondered who it was. 3 teachers rushed in because they knew very well there were still students in the building, and hoped everything was fine with all of them watching the men who entered. The dark-haired woman declared mentally that now any of their actions would be absolutely useless according to the game's plot. The only demon capable of repelling Kurama's attack was the main character, but without enough points he couldn't do anything. The battle's aftermath was super devastating. The stone floor was destroyed, and heavy rocks fell from the high ceiling. Kurama breathed hoarsely and opened his eyes, which had completely lost their black color, and now looked ordinary and normal. Piracasa sat beside him, and his gaze showed all the sympathy and pity warming his soul, and he murmured that his friend had awakened. Stepping away, the black-haired guy said he'd lost his strength. Lost and fallen so low he couldn't even move, he closed his eyes and asked Piracas how it would all end and if he'd get rid of him like back then. Centuries ago, the blonde guy exhaled, trembling but calm, saying he didn't want anything and that besides, he wasn't going to do any of this. Kurama's yellow eyes lit up with surprise as he turned to look at his old buddy. His partner lifted him up and said he'd suffered because the evil deity took advantage of his hate, then apologized for not realizing this for so many years. The dark-haired guy immediately remembered the times his old friend had his back, taught him how to have fun or just spend time by his side. It felt like he suddenly got his sight back, and only now, centuries later, he could see clearly. Through clear crystal tears, Garnet spun around at the footsteps and shouted as the teachers ran toward them, asking if the students were okay after all the destruction. Piracasa froze, holding the exhausted Kurama in his arms, knowing the kind of reaction the appearance of a famous ancient evil could cause. The blonde girl didn't get what they should do now or how to explain in a few words to the teachers the appearance of a demon who's not evil anymore. When Pai jumped out the window with his friend in his arms, spreading his wide white wings, the princess put her hand on her chest and sighed, chill. Lilian told the teachers a bunch of stuff, plausibly claiming that's how the attacker escaped, but they managed to avoid getting hurt. North was glad everyone bought the young guy's lies, but had way too many questions and needed to discuss them with the others ASAP. That day, all classes got cancelled, and students were told to head back to their dorms since the criminal wasn't caught. And that's why an investigation kicked off. According to the preliminary report, everything that happened was just a regular earthquake. And when the former princess of the East heard this, she was shook because she herself freed the final boss. After a while in Garnet's room, Aster turned to the ex-demon king and first asked how he managed to break the seal. The redhead added that this appearance shook the entire underworld, and they need to understand what really went down. Kurama said he was possessed by an evil spirit and had few memories of his imprisonment, but got lucky keeping the memory of his awakening. He said he was freed by a violet-haired woman who was unusually strong and broke the seal with her own hands. The princess swallowed and looked at the prince, who confirmed her suspicion that Datura was the one behind what happened. Kurama, deep in thought, rubbed his chin and added that her hair was even purple and her eyes glowed yellow. Piracasa, who was listening, grabbed an academic newspaper from the cabinet, found a photo of West, and asked if she looked like that. When the dark-haired guy confirmed it, Aster seemed to growl with hatred, saying he knew it because no one else could have pulled that off. The redhead opened the door and said that if Datura helped free such a demon, they had to report it to his father immediately. When the young guy disappeared, quickly shutting the door behind him, Garnet turned and asked Kurama what really happened to him. The dark-haired guy put his hand on his chest and said it was hard to explain, but it was like there was another personality in his body controlling everything. He said that despite his cloudy mind, he still wanted to get revenge on Piracasa and destroy the current demon world. Looking at his worried friend, Kurama quickly assured that thanks to his buddy, he realized that desire didn't make sense anymore. Closing his eyes, the man said quietly that so much had happened he felt like a squeezed lemon, added he was super tired, and went straight to Garnet, standing up from his chair and asking if that was really her name, hugging her carefully and pulling her close. Kurama calmly explained he wanted to find in the girl a cure for his tired and wounded soul. The blonde blushed hard and dropped her jaw, unable to understand why the final boss of the game was suddenly hugging her. What was happening shocked everyone. And of course the two demon brothers and Nelum, who were closer to the girl than the others, didn't like it. Piracasa nervously shook his hands and told his buddy to let go of Garnet, who was clearly feeling uncomfortable. But he refused, humming some tune. The black-haired guy said this was the first time he'd met such an interesting lady. She was the first to get him, so he didn't want to let go of such a beautiful treasure. Feeling his whole being burning with jealousy, Iris lit a flame in her palm and ordered him to immediately take his hands off the girl. Ignoring her words, Kurama remembered he was a strong guy with fire, and immediately asked if he wanted to serve under his command. Turning to his older brother, the black-haired guy asked if this demon had always been this ridiculously weird and asked for some time to think. Lilian replied that although Kurama's intentions were his own and not from an evil spirit, his strange feelings for Garnet had been pure from the start. The demon smiled way too happily, and the princess screamed in horror quietly when Lilian added that if anything happened, North would become the queen of demons. Piracasa told his friend to stop because he could no longer become the ruler of the underworld, since Astra's dad was now the emperor. He added that Garnet was the future queen of the North and therefore the ruler, and like a loving dad, he wouldn't just hand her off in marriage to anyone. Kirilla crossed his arms and said he got it. But now they had bigger problems to deal with, pushing Kurama away from the girl and breaking their long, awkward hug. The blonde agreed with those words. A little later, the great warrior was already standing in front of the students, telling them the whole story from the start, going back to a distant past. He explained that he and Kurama were former rulers, but because he was attacked by an evil spirit, Piracasa chose to seal himself and lost his human form. Time passed relentlessly. The seal weakened, and he, disguised as a small animal, began looking for allies for a bigger battle with the enemy. The warrior added that the evil spirit was still out there and could come back stronger, and then invited everyone to join and face it. Time passed, and now before heading to class, the blonde gave instructions to sit in the room and not draw any more attention. The heir to the throne ran down the girls' dorm hallway with her bag so she wouldn't be late for important classes. Kurama and Piracasa first listened carefully to all the girls' instructions and then just smiled and said goodbye to her. Walking on the cobblestone street, the princess hoped the two strongest demons she'd left in her room wouldn't wreck the place. Classes continued even though the academy was damaged. Now they studied in buildings that weren't hit by the so-called earthquake. North thought about how the plots had changed dramatically, especially her personal storylines, and was glad her life wasn't over. Now she walked down the hallway and for the first time allowed herself to admit the idea that she was no longer in danger, because the main threat was gone. The blonde even blushed with happiness, realizing she could now fully enjoy her school years without any fear. Immediately a vivid image popped into her head, of a cozy stay in a soft bed with delicious sweets and girly magazines. She thought she'd really love to hold on to this moment and wished she could have that chance when her friends greeted her. After checking on all her friends and chatting about this morning, Garnet was surprised to notice that only Datura and Astra weren't in the office. The blonde girl sat at her desk thinking that in their last meeting, the young man had gone to his dad and hoped everything was okay with him now. The teacher who entered the office to give a lesson held a book, and his appearance distracted the princess from her thoughts. The man stood in front of her desk with papers in hand and announced that 2 new students had suddenly transferred to their academy for training and then asked them to come in. Kurama and Piracasa, who hid their huge wings, completely passed as ordinary teenagers wearing their usual school uniforms. The teacher introduced the new students to the whole class and then expressed hope that the kids would be friendly with them. Garnet's pink eyes lit up with surprise as she stared at the whole scene, not getting what they were doing here. The young ones, who were total opposites, didn't seem to see any problem with what was going down, and suddenly waved at the girl, pointing decisively to the seat next to Garnet. Kurama said calmly and confidently that he wanted to sit there. Iris threatened him to repeat what he just said again. Nelum also stood up, annoyed, saying they could try it. In the end, the guys took seats on both sides of the blonde. In today's recap, Manhwa, Iris and Nelum were forced to scoot down and sit next to Rose. The teacher pressed his palm to his chest and took a deep breath, thinking for sure he wouldn't be bored with these kids. Meanwhile, Astre was at the Demon King's castle and told his father in detail everything that had happened recently. Datura knelt before the Demon King, glaring with hatred at both father and son guarded by two imposing knights. The redhead said he never thought Datura could stoop so low and break the ancient seal that almost killed many demons. The emperor said he felt sorry for Lady West, but couldn't turn a blind eye to everything the girl had done on her own will. The man announced that as punishment for this act, she would be expelled from the academy and forced to live and work with low-level demons. The girl's yellow eyes lit up with fear when the man added that Datura's powers would have to be magically sealed to avoid trouble. The girl hysterically bowed forward and shouted that no one could do this to her, declaring she hadn't done anything to deserve this fate. The dark-haired girl screamed, horrified, not understanding why she always got punished and wondering what was wrong with this game. The knights grabbed West as she started to fight back and twisted her hands behind her back to stop her from freaking out. Father and son watched silently as the guards dragged the struggling girl out of the main hall and shut the doors behind them. Calling his son, the ruler asked what info and news he had about the reborn ex-demon lord. Astrid turned to his dad and calmly told him that right now the future Northern Queen Garnet was taking care of them. Piracasa. According to him, even before taking human form, she lived with her lover and Kurama. After the spirit was freed, she became an ordinary demon. His Majesty rubbed his forehead with his palms and muttered that the number of monsters had recently increased and the reason might be the seal breaking. He added that he studied all the old records about evil spirits in the royal office where it was said the spirit itself isn't dangerous, but it drains demons' magic. The king said they need to find it before it finds a new host and starts parasitizing. At that moment, the game's direction changed big time, and a girl with bright blue hair, same eyes and glasses stepped onto the street. The main character defeated the final boss of the game, and so started loading the happy ending with max stats and max sympathy level. Thanks to the main character's work according to the original simulator plot in the demon world, true peace and quiet should have reigned. Suddenly there was a glitch and the main character's awakening wasn't completed and the final boss wasn't marked as defeated again, so the ending load was suspended. The game stopped due to a system error followed by a forced reboot and a new story loaded. The creation of a new rival and final boss in one person was completed and then the forced reboot finished. Now in the game, due to changes in plots and character stories, the perfect villain character was automatically created. The girl opened her eyes and shakily claimed the system wasn't satisfied with that ending and this time appeared in the simulator. The new heroine looked super innocent and sweet, but said she was ready to ruin the main character's life, and that no one would get a happy ending. After another rough day at school at night, Garnet in her school uniform, he dropped onto his bed and let out a loud sigh, rubbing his forehead with his hand as he thought about the fact that according to the original game's storyline, beating Kurama was considered the official end of the game. Tossing and turning in bed, the blonde wondered if he could finally chill now that the bad ending was behind him and he had escaped death. Turning around at the noise, the girl noticed Piracasa standing near her nightstand sipping the same treat she loved in animal form. The young guy crinkled the wrapper and turned when Garnet asked with a smile what he had forgotten in her room. The blonde reminded her that he was now officially a student and had been given his own dorm. Passing by her, the guy said he'd lived here the whole time, and then asked how the princess could kick him out after everything they'd been through together. North tried to argue that back then he was just a cat, but Piracasa stepped up to her and said this room was his second home. The blonde immediately froze and stepped back a bit when he heard the whistle of sharp blades right by his head. The angry Nelum behind him, who was in a seriously belligerent mood, ordered him to back off from his lover, immediately pulling out a new sword and threatening the dude with it. The personal butler snorted and annoyed called Piracasa a straight-up pervert. The young guy's green eyes sparkled with amusement as he reminded Nelum that he was constantly and intensely watching the princess, asking if that was true. Ordering him to shut up, Nelum blushed and replied he was just looking out for his lover because she could be attacked at any moment. Garnet heard a knock on the door, and then when Kiria asked if she wanted to try a piece of cake he'd made, she said yes. The prince from the southern lands entered the room holding a cake and asked what was going on here. Seeing the guys fighting, she said everything was as usual. The prince put the cake on the table and started cutting it, then said Kurama had been defeated, so now everyone could finally rest easy. The three sat down to eat dessert and finally calmed down. Nelum said hopefully he wished the school days would be just as peaceful. None of the friend group knew that the same new and unknown villain was already watching them from the street through the window. Early in the morning, the blonde yawned and wished all her friends good morning as she entered the office, and they replied the same. Rose smiled brightly and noticed her friend had made it on time today, and North laughed, agreeing with her sarcastic words. A girl with short bright blue hair entered the office and walked forward with a smile, descending from the upper stairs to the lower. The unknown lady greeted and winked at everyone, wishing them good morning, her cheeks flushed with joy and positive vibes. Iris looked up and greeted Nelum. Nelum smiled at Lady Lavalier like an old friend, looking around a completely unfamiliar face that definitely wasn't part of any branch of the original game's plot. Garnet realized she didn't know who she was. The blonde was shocked that this stranger was chatting with all her friends and family, like she'd known them forever, but that wasn't the case, noticing two friends entering the office. The blue-eyed girl clasped her hands behind her back, smiled, and greeted Piracasa and Kurama. Unexpectedly for the princess of the northern lands, even these demons, the strongest of all present, also wished Lavalier good morning. North's pink eyes sparkled with surprise, and she slightly opened her mouth, not fully understanding how this could happen since she didn't know them. Kiria also responded with a smile, placing her hand under her cheek, and the heir to the throne began to feel like she wasn't herself. The blue-eyed girl sat next to Astrum like she did this every day then, chatted with a smile with the main heir. Scared by what was happening, Garnet went even paler than usual and couldn't understand at all what was going on or why the girl sat in Datura's spot, and no one was surprised at all that she sat right there without even choosing like she'd always sat there. North chilled out when she realized Rose was just as confused since the new girl hadn't met any of them personally. After a bit, the crew headed to the Demon Academy's garden to swap their experiences and worries. Rose held the bow in her hands and then hesitated, asking if it was true Garnet had no clue who Lady Lovelia was. The protagonist's green eyes lit up with hype. When she added that everyone was chatting with the new girl like they'd known her forever, the blonde pushed her lunch away from her face, stopped chewing, nodded, and said all this was super weird and honestly kinda scary. The princess added, confused, that Lovelia sat in the exact spot Datura had been chilling the whole time. Like that spot was hers. Rose suddenly froze and glanced sideways as Garnet said the teacher hadn't even announced or introduced the new girl. Then she jumped up and pointed to the side. Even more confusion flashed in her green eyes when she asked her friend to look. Lovelia was talking super nicely to Lilian, who she shouldn't have known since he was in middle school, unlike their crew. North stood up determined cause she was hella worried about this totally new character showing up. With a weird vibe, she asked why they should guess about this, smiling, and added they could just ask everything face to face, and Rose agreed. The friends immediately rushed over to the young couple, still chatting emotionally under a street canopy. Lilian turned when a familiar female voice called his name, pulling him out of the convo, and at the same time the girl went quiet. The guy turned and smiled, greeting Garnet and Lady Rose, who he hadn't met yet due to different schedules. He asked what brought them here, and the blonde hesitated, saying she had some super important questions. Gathering her courage, Garnet tried to look as friendly as possible and nodded toward Lovelia, asking how everyone knew the girl. The guy looked confused, asking what she meant, because Lady Lovelia, like everyone else, had been studying with them since semester 1. The two friends stared at the middle schooler, shocked cause they were sure that was impossible. Cause nothing added up. Lovelia, tears in her eyes, said Garnet's behavior was straight up cruel. Cause they were friends and had been through a lot together. The blonde thought about how she'd recently let her guard down and wasn't hunting for a game catch in every event. She couldn't even imagine why this girl was suddenly called her friend. Cause they met for the first time that morning, not hiding her tears and sobs. Lovelia said Garnet hated her since day 1 and didn't want to get along but just pretended she didn't exist. North said cluelessly she didn't even know anything about her, and Rose backed her up, saying her friend wouldn't say stuff like that. Lilian suddenly gave the princess a sharp look and declared she was going way too far and shouldn't be mocking Lady Lovelia cause she didn't like it. The blonde girl looked like she'd been dunked in ice water and took a step back. In today's recap, Manhwa saying she didn't want to bother anyone. The blue-eyed girl kept faking crying even though she was staring at the girl with 0 real tears, just pretending. Garnet thought she didn't get it cause that character didn't even exist in the game. And something was definitely off. That night after class, with a heavy heart, the heir to the throne sat on her bed, trying to figure out what to do now. After all, it was straight up impossible that only she and Rose didn't know anything about the new Lovelia, while everyone else acted like they'd known her forever. Piracasa suddenly looked toward her room without knocking, and with a bright smile said she wanted something tasty again, so she came today. Garnet sighed and leaned in, asking how many times she had to tell the guy this wasn't his room anymore and he couldn't just barge in like that. Pulling a sealed cat treat from the nightstand, the blonde added that normal people don't eat those snacks. The guy's green eyes sparkled when he said he had been in the cat's body for way too long and couldn't switch back to human life anymore. Suddenly he remembered that the old demon Piracasa's traits said he was familiar with the traits of all demons. Looking at the happy young guy who was already munching on the treat he'd gotten from the north, he thought with a victorious vibe that now he'd uncovered the truth. Stepping politely toward the guy, the northern princess asked if he really knew the real info about every demon, and after chewing the Piracasa delicacy, he said yeah, that's right, and that he got this knowledge from the white tome he'd studied before in the game world. There were white and black tomes, and at first the young guy just showed the affection points of his love interests. But the devs came up with this after seeing the thoughtful look on the blonde girl's face. The guy asked why she was asking, and who she wanted info on. Hearing the answer, Piracasa said he was ready to spill the truth about Lobelia, but it was unlikely she'd learn anything new since she already knew everything about the girl. The young guy said Lobelia was his classmate, the Demon King's niece and the daughter of the Demon King Garnet's younger brother. He thought there was info in the game files that the Demon King had a younger brother, but he never showed up in the game and there was no info about his kids. The blonde thought this was way too sus and that he just shouldn't be in the game world, but only Rose could believe it. Piracasa said Lobelia also has rare light magic. She's good at studies, gets along with everyone, and is adored at the academy. The northern princess suddenly realized super clearly that this whole description perfectly matched the canonical type of Rose from the original game. Garnet asked his friend to also show the affection points of Lobelia with her love interests, and he felt her starting to cast her spell, showing the levels with a hologram that With all possible favorites added up to about 800, North thought his research had finally led him to a dead end, starting to wonder if his memory might be failing and if everything happening was even real. The next day, the blonde woman told Rose everything she'd learned from Piracasa, and the girl said things were getting weirder and weirder. The friends chatted a bit and then quietly got lost in their lunches. When a bunch of guys marched into the cafeteria with orderly steps, they all looked like a legit squad of warriors entering the mess hall. And the vibe coming off them was mad hostile. Garnet looked up and asked what was going on all of a sudden. And Rose followed his gaze and whispered she didn't know at the front of the real squad of guys was Lobelia, who looked like an innocent princess with her bright blue eyes shining with happiness. The girl's classmates suddenly stood up, commenting that Lady Lobelia had come to dine with her entourage, and there were always so many admirers around her that it'd be better if they left, and made space, pointing with her palm toward the empty long table. One of the guys pointed at it and asked Lady Lobelia to take a seat. Another young guy had already run to grab a tray, filled it with food, and declared he'd got everything done, and brought lunch to the lady. The blue-eyed girl blushed at such nice attention and covered her mouth with her palms, thanking them and adding she was really happy about it. The guys immediately started bowing with smiles, crossing their hands and saying they didn't need thanks at all because they were doing it all for her. The girl sat at the table with a bright smile while her male entourage surrounded the table, each ready to fulfill all her wishes. Rose looked at the scene surprised and said she didn't know Lobelia could be so popular with everyone. Interlacing her fingers, the blue-eyed girl said as a rule that the guys, intertwining her fingers, the blue-eyed girl like a rule said the guys could have lunch, and I didn't need to stress so much about her. The young guys started yelling like they just scored some major win, shouting at each other that the lady was letting them eat lunch and that she was super sweet. The homies were frozen, feeling something cold and straight up threatening in Lovelia's sudden intense glare aimed at them. The blue-eyed girl rubbed her chin with her fingers, flashing a smile, and greeted the girls who also decided to have lunch here. Garnet and Rose didn't know how to respond to those words, and it wasn't clear if it was even possible to respond to a simple affirmative message with a threatening smile. The girl said that everyone in the cafeteria knows the rule that if she walks in, everyone has to leave their seats. Lovelia looked at them like she was expecting something, and North couldn't get why she thought she could act like that. She reiterated that this is an unspoken rule of the academy, and if a girl shows up somewhere, everyone has to leave immediately. The girls looked at each other scared when the blue-eyed one added that Uncle King adored her and promised to make her the next queen. Lovelia said clearly and with a smile that it was precisely because of that the descendants of the 4 heavenly kings had to know their place. The whole blue-eyed male entourage immediately surrounded the girls' table with an obvious threat and weren't about to back down from a simple request. The guys suddenly shouted that even the daughters of the heavenly kings should know the limits of audacity, and demanded they leave so they wouldn't offend their babe. Rose stood up, leaned on the table, and then yelled that behavior was unacceptable, because the cafeteria belonged to everyone. Garnet looked at Lovelia and thought that since she really was the heavenly king's niece, she could easily flip the situation in her favor by faking tears again. The blue-eyed girl sobbed and declared she was super scared because Rose. The girl's green eyes sparkled with excitement when Lovelia asked why she was yelling at her for no reason. Bowing her head and wiping tears, the ruler's niece said she was really sad and that's why she should complain to the teachers about their insolent behavior. The guys started arguing angrily and irritated that the princesses made the babe cry, and after that, they definitely should be punished. Garnet thought everyone had totally sided with Lovelia, and before her showing up at the academy there was never such a strict hierarchy. The kids of the heavenly kings like Astra and Karilla studied at the academy but treated themselves and others like regular students. Shaking his head, North couldn't understand how a girl who popped up out of nowhere could rack up 80 affection points with the minions. The blue-eyed girl kept fake crying and wiping tears, and the guys, her lackeys, seemed totally insane. Helping her friend up from her chair, Garnet said it was time to bounce, because fighting over dumb stuff made no sense. The girls almost got away but froze in shock when Lovelia waved at the teacher and was happy he was there too. North got mentally pissed and yelled loudly, not understanding how they even had time to call the disciplinarian. The gray-haired guy adjusted his glasses and said he'd been called by the babe's sidekick, then asked what happened. The guys started shouting, competing with each other, because the 2 insolent women made the lady cry, and even though they were daughters of the heavenly kings, it was just disgusting. Lovelia immediately put on the most innocent look possible and calmed the boys down, saying she was fine and the girls hadn't done anything wrong. The blonde girl didn't get what was going on at all because the heavenly king's own niece said she was going to complain about her friends. Rose squeezed Garnet's hand and modestly said there really was no reason to punish them because they weren't guilty of anything. Hearing this, Lovelia put her palms on the table and asked the teacher to strictly punish these girls because they have no manners. Putting her hands together and adopting a charming and cute look, the blue-eyed girl asked the teacher again to do it, just for their own good, thinking a stranger wouldn't fall for this game. Garnet mentally asked the girl to decide if she was a saint or if she was demanding punishment herself, surprising the girls. In today's recap manhwa, the gray-haired man adjusted his glasses, pushing them up higher on the bridge of his nose, and said he'd do it for her. The friends were left speechless when the teacher announced they'd both been suspended from school for a week. And this was seriously unfair. The blonde thought that was the harshest punishment the academy ever handed out, and they didn't deserve it at all. Suddenly, Lovelia asked if they were suspended for a week and added that it was super generous and fair. From the man's side, the teacher bowed and said this was the maximum punishment possible. Yet future rulers of countries should get a decent education, lowering his gaze. Innocently twisting her curls with her fingers, the girl said that in an emergency maybe they wouldn't take the throne. After that, the teacher looked at them and ordered them to head back to the dorm. Adding that none of the friends could leave the room without permission, Garnet and Rose stayed silent for a moment. Then they quietly agreed because the situation was getting worse for them by the second. North was withdrawn, sitting in her room all day staring miserably out the window. Thinking her dad must be mad at her for everything she'd done, totally bored, the blonde sighed. She started rocking in her chair in different directions later, stepping into the hallway thinking she wouldn't leave the dorm. But she had the right to go to the cafeteria and at least grab dinner. The girl suddenly froze when she first heard heavy footsteps. Then she saw who was making the noise and pressed herself against the cold wall. Lovelia walked toward her, driven by all possible love favorites, clearly happy about it, having pushed her rival out of the way. Garnet quickly hid around the corner thinking if she got caught now, she'd be looking at another teacher's punishment. Peeking carefully around the corner as the footsteps faded, the blonde thought it was better not to draw this girl's attention again. Nelum asked if maybe they should still visit Mrs. Garnet and Lady Rose, and the blue-eyed girl replied she was also really worried about her friends. Looking innocent at the young man, Lovelia added that both girls were suspended only because of her, so she felt super guilty. She claimed she really wanted to save them and stop the teacher, but he wouldn't let her say a single extra word. Garnet, who was eavesdropping, practically exploded with rage because everything was absolutely wrong, and Lovelia managed to twist all the events. Piracasa, suddenly with an extremely sad expression on his face, announced he was super hungry and rushed ahead of everyone. The blue-eyed girl seemed to pull a cat treat out of nowhere and hurried a few steps forward to get closer to the young man. Catching up to the hungry demon, Lovelia handed him a stick-shaped treat and wished him bon appetit. The blonde guy asked, confused why she always had his favorite treats on hand since he never mentioned liking them. Garnet thought that was a pretty sharp observation because even though Piracasa had existed before, no one knew except her and the key game characters. Lovelia didn't answer the question and instead handed Iris a sealed pack of cookies, who looked just as confused, clearly trying to max out her sympathy with all the characters at once. The blue-eyed girl gave Lilian a bag of chips with her favorite flavor, walking toward Astra with a plate that appeared out of nowhere. Her cousin said she was happy to gift her brother a freshly cooked steak when Lovelia announced she'd prepared some treats for Nelum, Kiria, and Kurama. The blonde wondered irritably how she knew all this. Remembering the suffering, Datura Garnet thought this heroine might have been reborn, but then decided she was more like a secret character. The blonde looked sadly at her friends leaving because, which was understandable, she really missed their constant attention and presence. Left alone in an empty hallway, the girl thought she only now realized no one had visited her all week. Suddenly stopping in the middle of the hallway, the blue-eyed girl screamed in fear and covered her mouth with her hand, and declared that she had forgotten something without paying attention to the calls from the shocked Lovelia men suddenly rushing off in the opposite direction, and walked away from them halfway. The girl stopped and told them if they were so worried, they could come with her, then winked at them with a sly smile, asking confusingly if they should go there or not. Iris ruffled her hair, scratched the back of her neck, and muttered that nobody knew, grabbing a paper bag with groceries against her chest. Garnet happily thought she had managed to have lunch without even running into Lovelia. Walking quickly down the hall, the blonde thought she had to get back to Rose, obviously starving ASAP. Suddenly she shivered all over and stopped when she noticed the same annoyed girl in her peripheral vision wagging her index finger at her. The blue-eyed girl said with an obvious smirk and a cheeky smile that Garnet was a really bad girl, unable to hold back her anger. The Northern Crown heir turned to her rival and shouted loudly, asking what she wanted. Lovelia, with a genuine laugh, calmly and sarcastically claimed she was really scared of the voice of a princess so full of threat. The girl suddenly went silent and very quickly abruptly stepped back and fell screaming and hitting the lower part of her body against the cold ground, clutching the shopping bag tighter than before. The blonde asked why she suddenly fell out of nowhere sitting on the floor. Lovelia replied that everything was wrong, and Garnet pushed her hard to the ground because she hated her from day one at the academy. At that moment the guys came running. Astra asked who was screaming, and Kirilla confirmed they heard the noise and clarified what happened here. Turning to them, the king's niece's blue eyes shone again with tears, saying she just wanted to say hi, but Garnet pushed her, looking suspiciously at her friends. The Northern Lands princess sighed and thought everyone around her would believe Lovelia again for no reason, just that she didn't realize all her friends were in the crowd of guys except Iris, who was completely on the other side and also heard everything. The dark-haired guy muttered that North didn't pressure anyone at all, not understanding what would happen to Lovelia if she did this. Addressing the crown heir, the redhead, Astrid turned his attentive gaze to her, called her by name, and asked what happened. Looking into her wet pink eyes, the girl muttered she hadn't done absolutely anything but understood how it would look. Lovelia seemed to transport her to a terrible past where the princess had such a bad rep that no one even believed her. Iris suddenly appeared behind Garnet and quickly approached the girl, unexpectedly blocking her with her strong back. The young man said North really didn't do anything and wasn't on the list of people who just get bullied. The blonde blushed hard and felt a relaxation all over her body. Realizing Iris believed her, a nice warmth spread through her stomach as she gritted her teeth. Lovelia suddenly went much paler than usual and mentally asked why the hell the guy suddenly came to her side. The blue-eyed girl assumed Iris somehow could see everything and feared he could easily expose her simple lie. Nervously biting her nails, the girl realized that in this case, the trust between characters would break. And all because of the stubborn dude getting up, levelly apologized and claimed she was in a rush because she forgot something very important at the cafeteria, but the dark-haired guy called her without listening and with no intention to stop. The blue-eyed girl just walked away furious, unable to stand the truth and similar accusations. Looking at Iris with gratitude, Garnet thought it was the first time someone managed to lose control and question that heroine's righteousness. In today's recap manhwa, she still couldn't understand how everyone knew her and why she felt 80% sympathy for everyone more than for Rose. Lilian suddenly took a few steps directly toward North and, pulling her brother a bit away from her, suddenly apologized for her behavior. Added that as an apology, she wanted to gift her a magical artifact that could protect the girl at the right moment. The young man said the red button was a mini camera that recorded everything that happened to her, and the blue one he was swapping out a headset to record conversations, and explained that it could also be used to communicate since he had his own. Iris noticed with jealousy that he wanted something like that too. Having fixed his eyes on Liliana's gift, the girl sincerely thanked him, because thanks to something so magical, she was able to prove her innocence at the right moment as she approached her. Iris whispered that he had something to say about Lobelia, and Garnet turned to him and nodded. The dark-haired guy said he saw with his own eyes how she fell out of nowhere and then shamelessly decided to blame North for all of this. His older brother said Lobelia seemed to want to deliberately slander North, because she knows damn well that Iris wouldn't lie about that stuff. The girl wondered if she could change the outcome by admitting it to her friends right then. That she had never seen a new girl in her life. Shaking her head, the blonde thought she should first show everyone her true identity and only then confess everything. That's how Garnet's week of suspension passed. And now she was happy to finally be back in the academic scene. On the bulletin board, the princess saw info that the fall festival was coming up, for which each class had to prepare an event. North wondered what her class would organize, but she saw that the vote had already been taken to make a decision. The princess, unhappy with the lottery result done without her, muttered that the cafe wasn't as bad as the theater. After Iris told the truth, Lobelia's popularity dropped big time, and all the guys apologized to her for their behavior. Garnet thought with a smile that she was pleasantly surprised that at least someone took her side in this tough conflict. Only Lobelia, of course, wasn't willing at all to accept her new role, which of course she didn't like. She approached Iris and invited him to discuss the cafe concept for the festival, but he told her coldly he didn't care and advised her to just do it herself. The dark-haired guy exhaled annoyed and closed his eyes when the blue-haired girl asked if he was sure, because she needed help with the idea she was proposing. North heard this and thought tiredly about how any proposal from Lobelia was again supported by the whole class without a single objection during the fall cultural festival preparations. The blue-eyed girl bossed everyone around with passion and didn't help with anything except errands. The blonde girl stayed silent, but huffed, irritated, and thought about how, as expected, she was assigned to carry weights along with the guys. Soon the first day of the fall cultural festival arrived, during which the academy opened its doors to everyone, their planned cafe fully prepared. According to Lady Lobelia's instructions, was getting ready to open very soon. Standing in front of her subordinates, the blue-eyed woman clenched her fists and wished each one good luck in their future work. Suddenly comically distorting the girls' names into nicknames, Lobelia called them over and the friends approached. She led them to the courtyard and told them they had to invite visitors right at the festival entrance, announcing she even brought chairs. Rose and Garnet looked at each other when the blue-eyed girl added with a smile that they couldn't leave this post until the festival ended. As a result, the villain forced them to do the most boring and thankless job, and the girls just sat in the courtyard with signs showing the cafe's name. Looking up at the sky, North thought sitting here until the end was the worst thing Lobelia and her crew could do. Some students dressed as waiters greeted guests, others brought menus, and others carried prepared dishes to the tables. The skilled Kirilla wielded a knife and cut endless buns and sandwiches with a variety of fillings, and Nelum served hot drinks. Looking around, the prince of the southern state furrowed his brow a bit and muttered that for some reason he couldn't see Garnet or Rose anywhere. Satisfied with herself, Lobelia thought with a smile that there weren't many visitors yet, but their common cause clearly had potential. She thought if they raised the most money at the festival, it would significantly boost the girl's status because the cafe idea was hers. Blue Eyes thought she had also gotten rid of Rose and Garnet like that during the festival so she could contact all the key players. The girl wanted to regain her confidence and max out the sympathy percentage, then the game would be over. Neither the main character nor the villain with microphones could stop Lobelia from getting what she wanted. Blue Eyes' eyes sparkled with happiness when she thought she'd be soaking up the rays of love and adoration while everyone else got left with nothing. The festival went on. The students and city guests visited various booths to check out how the different classes had prepped for the event. Sneezing, Garnet denied Rose's question about being sick, adding that there was a sign saying someone probably remembered her. Suddenly, two demon disciples approached them and angrily asked why they were just sitting there like Tao, ordering them to hustle and bring in customers ASAP. Furious, thinking this was straight up ridiculous, the blonde woman shouted with passion, like seriously they were gonna tell her how to do her job. Lobelia deliberately pushed her and Rose as far away from the cafe as possible so that promo wouldn't do jack for now. One of the demons yelled that the lady had given clear orders that had to be followed, and the other declared that not even the daughters of the celestial kings could do everything. Garnet, really wanted to show off her fiery side and stand up to the bullies, so she pressed her lips tight to avoid saying too much. Her attitude and resistance could seriously mess up her relationship with her family. Plus, it would cast an unnecessary shadow over her dad, and the girl didn't want that, North thought this time. Whether she liked it or not, she'd have to swallow the insult, so she stood up with Rose when they were told to hurry up. Lilian suddenly appeared and shocked the girls, her voice thick with anger, asking if the demon knew who he was talking to. The young man said this lady was the future queen of the North, and that Lady Lavelia treating the girl like trash was totally not in her best interest. The demon, scared and stuttering, raised his hand and said they were just trying to follow Lady Lavelia's orders. Crossing his arms over his chest, the blonde said he was aware, but he'd heard the whole convo between the mistress and Garnet perfectly thanks to the awesome brooch. Lilian added that not even a dynasty member can just humiliate people. Lavelia's gotta keep friendly ties. With a wave of her hand, the demon angrily declared that he wouldn't get away with such a blatant insult to the royal family and its direct member. Iris, who came up from behind, offered to try fighting them because the whole royal family backs Garnet. And he already talked to his dad. The dark-haired guy added that Piracasa and Kurama also heard exactly what Lady Lobelia did. The young man said no one in their crew was going to turn a blind eye or let these incidents slide. Wanting to add even more weight to his words, Iris suggested showing the evidence to Kiria and Astra. Among other things, Lilian held out her hand with the brooch resting on it, and with magic's help, it transmitted Lobelia's speech word for word. The blue brooch glowed even brighter when the king's niece's voice said that friends couldn't leave their spot until the festival ended. From that day on, the girl always used the gifted brooch as a lifeline and tried to see if they could use it to unravel Lobelia's intentions. Most likely her target wasn't Astre because the girl was already related to him and a royal family member. The blonde didn't get why the new Blue Eyes heroine was so desperate to get rid of her and push her off the battlefield. Taking orders, the girl thought how weird it was that so much time had passed, but none of the main male characters had come to her. Noticing Kiria and Nelum's disappearance from the kitchen, the dark-haired girl thought at least one of her love interests should have shown some interest. Thinking clearly something was off, the girl slipped away and shut the door, staying alone. Lavelia looked up and called the system, asking him to show his affection levels with his love favorites. The hologram immediately appeared. It showed Lavelia that with none of the listed heroes did the number of points cross the 40 threshold. The door suddenly slammed open, the hologram vanished, and one of the demons said with a grin that they had finally found my lady. He majestically declared that he had followed all her orders, and Blue Eyes thought honestly she didn't give a damn about anyone present or the behavior of the guys around her. It was explained by the fact that the system gave her a boost to improve relationships between people, but they were pretty basic, so she had to max them out herself using the same love potion that worked like a charm. Later in her room, Garnet thanked the brothers for saving them from Lavelia's fans. Asking if they had any instructions from the girl, Iris put her hands behind her head casually and said he was responsible for building the cafe, and that he didn't have any other tasks as such. Lilian, who was older, explained with a smile that her class had put on a play, but it had ended earlier that morning. North chuckled quietly. While the brothers argued about who found it easier or harder to prepare for the events, the blonde suddenly said that when he heard Lavelia's words directed at the princess, it was like waking up from a dream, and asked if she had always been like that. Iris replied that the girl had always seemed normal to her too, so she became friends with her on the first day at the academy. The dark-haired guy immediately recalled how he and Lovelia went to the mountain and then took part in that sports festival. Garnet wondered in surprise why, when talking about those memories linked to her, the young man was talking about something totally different. In today's recap manhwa, she looked at the guy and in a low, hesitant voice asked if he remembered how they spent time together all school year. Waving her hand, Iris asked what kind of question that was, immediately answering that of course he remembered everything. But he seemed unsure. The guy ran his hands through his hair, quietly asking what the hell this was all about, and why there were no memories linked to North in his head. Lilian swallowed calmly, lifted her head and said that now that she thought about it, she didn't remember anything related to Garnet or Rose either, saying that in all her memories from this school year, she only saw Lavelia, murmuring that everything happening with the king's niece seemed super weird. It felt more and more scary and unreal. The blonde lifted her head and exhaled when she realized that she and her friend had been right all along about the strange weirdness. She knew that if Lilian and Iris couldn't remember anything about her, then that meant Lavelia was an NPC and something was seriously off. Garnet got up from the bed and turned around, asking the guys to listen to her, but this monologue hadn't even started when Nelum suddenly appeared, kneeling before the princess and apologizing for overhearing the whole conversation. He pressed his hand to his chest and said that he, just like Iris and Lilian, didn't remember spending time with his lover. The three guys looked at each other and gradually accepted the idea that this was all some massive deception. Lilian turned to Garnet and asked excitedly what about her and her memories after Lovelia showed up. The girl exhaled and crossed her arms over her chest, saying she didn't remember anything about the girl and actually saw her for the first time at the start of the new semester. She said that basically neither she nor Rose remembered anything about this girl, and everyone else saw her as their friend. The blonde said their memories were all very different and suggested that made it even stranger. Iris confirmed, confused, that yeah, that was true, and then asked who this incomprehensible Lavelia could really be. Lilian noted they wouldn't get answers from her because the girl was royal family and would use her status to dodge questions easily. Hugging his lover, Nelum said quietly that to get answers, they'd have to go solo to the Demon King's castle. Garnet's eyes widened in shock and she immediately objected loudly that this was a no-go, because no one there would listen to them if everyone in the Demon King's castle was expected to be in Lobelia's shoes too. Then they could just be executed as traitors to the Empire a few days later. The blonde walked slowly down the street with her briefcase, still thinking about what had just happened, thinking about confessing that she still hadn't come up with a better plan than the one Nelum had suggested that day. Garnet thought maybe all her doubts could be cleared up at the castle, but Astra suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts and appeared behind her, calling her by name. The princess turned around surprised when she heard a familiar male voice and stopped to talk to the guy, the redhead, anxiously apologized for everything she had to endure because of Lobelia and added that Lilian told her everything. North's pink eyes shone with hope that fairness would come to everyone when the crown prince said he couldn't even imagine a girl being capable of such a thing. Obediently placing her palms on his, the blonde murmured that it wasn't Astra's fault and he wasn't obligated to apologize to her. Squeezing her fingers, the guy said it was his fault because Lobelia is a member of the royal family, and because of him, a scandal was brewing. Garnet thought Astra always had a stronger sense of responsibility, due to his position, and maybe she could learn from him info about her dad and uncle. North exhaled loudly, and carefully asked if His Highness and his brother knew what Lobelia had started to create and do. The young man replied that he had written both of them a letter about everything that was happening but hadn't gotten a reply yet, so he was planning a face-to-face meeting very soon. Astra added that he would definitely bring up the topic of his cousin again because that kind of behavior can't go unpunished. The redhead gently let go of the girl's palm and asked her to trust him, then promised he would definitely sort everything out. In class, Garnet greeted all her friends as usual but noticed that the normally annoying Lobelia wasn't there. The blonde frowned and rubbed her chin with her fingers, realizing she hadn't seen the girl since the autumn cultural festival. When lunchtime came, the girl got up from her seat and pushed her chair back. Sighing quietly and barely whispering that she was super tired, North stopped when Piracasa looked at her and called her by name, trying to get the attention of the crown princess. North. The young man called her to the backyard and apologized for the sudden call to talk, but said he wanted to tell the girl a lot of things. His green eyes burned with guilt as he apologized for not being able to protect Garnet from all the horror Lobelia was causing. He added that Lilian told him everything and then had to think about how everyone blindly missed the double cross. Even though he didn't suspect that girl at all despite her age, the blonde man said the more he thought about it, the stranger the new girl seemed. For example, the circumstances of their friendship raised doubts. Assuming he had the same story as Lilian and Iris, she asked if he didn't have memories of her either. Piracasa said that was the case, and that it was totally not normal, so he used the White Tome's magic to restore true memories. Garnet asked if he was sure he could use it because then he might turn back into a cat, but the green-eyed guy said that wouldn't happen. He assured the girl that this was as safe as heroes showing sympathy to each other so nothing bad would go down. Smiling brightly at her good friend's concern, the blonde blushed a bit and thanked Piracasa for how she was handling things. The demon suddenly turned as red as a tomato, because the praise and thanks from the Crown Princess of the North felt really nice. Suddenly he stepped closer and called her by name, but North backed away, feeling the awkward vibe between them, and murmured that the guy was way too close. The girl let out a muffled scream when her conversation partner got hit on the head with something not too heavy, but definitely noticeable and not exactly pleasant. Holding a grocery bag, Kurama wondered if when she went out to buy lunch, her friend decided to take advantage of the situation and flirt with Garnet. Piracasa seemed really annoyed after what happened, and the blonde listened amazed to the conversation between the two close friends. The green-eyed one said Kurama couldn't have run all the way here and shown up at the wrong time, and the dark-haired guy looked at him surprised. The blonde sighed and declared that if people's memories were truly distorted, he could help each one of them thanks to his spell. The demon mentally read a special spell and cast it into the sky, not holding back any light magic for it. Looking up at the sky, the blonde exhaled and told his friends they could only wait now and hope everyone remembered everything. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's castle in Lovelia's room, the manual crafting of a special magic potion was in full swing. The blue-eyed girl murmured how convenient it was to be related to the king. Since all the servants were ready to immediately bring everything needed to brew the most powerful potions, this secret potion was practically unreachable. But thanks to the game system itself, the girl knew its subtle and complex recipe. At the same time, the demon ruler sat in the main throne room and received the inhabitants of his empire for an audience that was already familiar to everyone, waving his hand. Toward the exit, His Highness sighed and murmured that everyone could be free once all the citizens left the premises. The monarch told the prime minister there was way more work compared to last year, and he agreed. Suddenly, both men were hit by the lightning of Piracasa's spell, whose goal was to awaken all memories and restore sanity to the people. The prime minister and the ruler looked at each other because they didn't really understand what had happened, although both felt significantly better. The blue-eyed girl looked toward her office and said she had finished all her business and therefore could return to the academy dorm. Both men turned to look at a kid completely unknown to them, who for some reason confidently called His Majesty his uncle. Lovelia instantly froze with a gross sticky fear when the king stood up and not without irritation asked who she was. The girl stepped forward, squeaking that those jokes weren't funny at all because she was his cute and beloved niece named Lovelia. The new heroine's blue eyes widened in confusion at the situation when the man said he never had a niece, Running toward His Majesty's throne, the girl, desperate to fix the situation, repeated again that this wasn't funny. Looking down on the girl, the red-haired ruler clearly declared that his younger brother had no kids and never did. Growling with rage, the king accused her of messing with everyone's memories and daring to pretend to be his relative. Asking who she was, the blue-eyed girl froze when the man added that it didn't matter. Because anyway, a criminal like that couldn't be allowed to roam freely in the kingdom. Lovelia couldn't understand what was going on because both the ruler and the prime minister, close to him, looked at her with obvious distrust. The system could help her boost her likes and replace memories only once. But then she'd have to get out of there on her own. The monarch looked at the girl and asked if she could somehow vouch for the crime committed against the royal person. The blue-eyed girl laughed nervously and said as she walked that she probably would, because now she had to go. The king loudly ordered her to stand up, and when Lovelia ran forward, a barrier of stones rising from the ground appeared in front of her. The girl thought with desperation and fear that in such a fight, she could never defeat the true ruler of the underworld herself. She thought that even if she tried to hit him with magic and escape, her relationship with him would be completely ruined. The blue-eyed girl thought lost that she had to have at least one way to help her face her opponents. Suddenly she froze and dug deeper into the pocket of her dress, looking for a vial with a love potion she had prepared herself the day before. The king approached her, imperiously held out his hand to the girl, and declared she must not move, or else everything happening would get worse. Lovelia had no intention of giving up and lose everything the game had given him, so with quick moves he pulled a glass bottle from his pocket. Spraying the potion, the ruler tried to shield himself from the pink substance of unknown origin with his sleeve, but he didn't have time and the dirt covered his whole body. In today's recap manhwa, the prime minister realized something could happen to the monarch and shouted, running like a loyal subject, to help him. Meanwhile, his aristocrat companions caught Astra's attention with news about his father. Standing in the academy hallway, the redhead listened surprised to something he had no clue about, unable to tell the bold, made-up rumors from the truth at the same time. Garnet and Kurama spent lunch at the cafeteria to finally restock their food supplies and lift their spirits a bit. The blonde girl asked how much time the guy had to pick his food, and he replied he couldn't decide because he wanted to smoke all the pastries. After that, the girl thought about Piracasa, who, although brave, declared everything would be fine for him. However, after such a powerful spell, he needed to recover his strength. She of course wanted to visit a friend, but on the way she ran into Kurama, who said the princess needed to eat lunch and took her to the buffet. After that, when the sun was setting behind the horizon, leaving pink traces of sunset, the two returned to the dorms to rest. Astra was near the exit, clearly dressed not for a night stroll but for a trip, and all the companions were already with him. Assuming the heir to the throne had just returned from a trip to the royal castle, Garnet approached and called him by name. The redhead immediately turned at the call of a familiar female voice and shakily whispered North's name, turning fully toward her. Astra said that actually he was just going there because his mom had sent a message asking him to come home ASAP. The blonde wanted to know more about who his mother was and what happened, but suddenly the young man announced he was in a rush, promising he'd ask his dad and uncle what was going on and definitely find out who the mysterious Lobelia really was. The girl caught Kurama's attention, who looked down thoughtfully and silently. Repeating the words about a trip to the royal castle, the black-haired guy suddenly looked up and declared that if the heir allowed it, he'd like to go with him because he was tired of student life. Garnet, annoyed, claimed he couldn't get tired of anything, since the guy just ate tons of all kinds of treats every day. Kurama immediately dismissed the girl and declared with sincere delight that he'd love to meet the current demon king in person. Astra exhaled, awkwardly apologized, and said that now his father's castle was very restless, and there was no place for strangers there. The dark-haired guy asked if the crown prince really had any problems, and then, without waiting for an answer, stated that as a former ruler he should help him. North thought with a smile that, despite everything going down, Astra still seemed to respect Kurama and Piracasa's authority. Shaking his head and exhaling, the redhead agreed and then turned to the princess, heir of the north, and asked what was up with her. The blonde girl hesitated a bit and thought that if she was honest with herself, she'd realize she had absolutely nothing to do in the king's castle. Kurama suddenly declared with a bright smile that Garnet would definitely go with them, and she looked at him surprised, asking what he wanted. After a while, Astra was already standing next to a small plain carriage waiting for his two companions, who had to get ready super fast. Turning around, the redhead saw in front of him a princess dressed in a festive pink dress and Kurama in his full outfit. The prince explained they wanted to reach the castle without making unnecessary noise, so he picked the simplest carriage, which might be a bit tight. The black-haired guy started climbing into the vehicle and said that if anything happened, Garnet, saying it might be a bit tight. The dark-haired dude started climbing into the ride and said if anything went down, Garnet would just chill on his lap. The drivers and assistants waited until the prince and his crew calmed down. Then the carriage rolled out of the academy yard. The guy spent most of the trip in awkward silence, barely trying to figure out what exactly they could even talk about now. Kurama rested his face on his chin and asked what was so bad if the queen suddenly sent messengers to her son. The redhead closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head and asking him to keep everything he heard a secret. Garnet froze and opened her mouth in surprise when Astra suddenly declared in a low but firm voice that his father had really lost his mind. The young man added that he had no idea exactly how or why this happened, but that his mother was seriously worried about her husband's behavior, who suddenly started acting impulsively, suggested that Lobelia, who had been absent from classes for several days and might have been in the castle all this time, could be the culprit of it all. The three looked at each other and realized that His Majesty might be in danger because of this mysterious girl's influence. Astrid said that given Lobelia's ability to easily distort memories, she could cloud his father's mind. When the carriage was already approaching the castle and cruising through the main streets of the capital, the young man said that if there were serious problems with His Majesty, then the whole empire was at risk. They arrived at the royal domain. When the sun had already set below the horizon, and Garnet thought she had come here with her father a couple of times but before rebirth, the butler greeted the crown prince with a smile and expressed his joy at having visited this palace and honored it with his presence. Astrid asked excitedly how his mother was, the queen, and the man replied with a bow that Her Majesty was holding firm when the hesitant prince clarified how the king was feeling. The butler swallowed and asked them not to take this as rudeness, but it was like the ruler had been replaced. The man explained that the monarch had locked himself in his office and was tirelessly writing by hand. Very strange laws about the families of the four celestial kings. The grey-haired butler suggested that Lady Lobelia might be the culprit because His Majesty had never thought about something like this before. Astrid lowered his gaze and confidently replied that his father always respected other royal families and therefore would never change the established order. Kurama recalled that some rulers tried to change this, but it only led to disputes and clashes between kingdoms. The dark-haired one remembered that back then, to avoid military conflicts, they simply chose a new demon lord and everything would calm down. He assumed Lobelia did this on purpose to resist stupid laws in the future. But it wasn't worth telling the other kings yet. Astrid said that because of the incident at the cultural festival, the northern and eastern kings now disapproved of his father, and the rulers of the south and west wouldn't stand aside. Garnet thought excitedly that for the first time she didn't know what the future held, and then remembered that they still hadn't found the dark spirit pulling her out of her thoughts about the new final boss the redhead said he wanted to visit the queen, and asked if they would go with him. Kurama agreed without much thought, and North blushed with discomfort, and thought that the two definitely didn't belong there. The prince entered his mother's chambers and first apologized for being late, and then asked if she wanted to talk about anything. The demon queen was a mermaid, a young and pleasant woman. She said with a barely noticeable smile that she had been waiting for them for a long time. Astra introduced his companions, the ex-demon king Kurama and the future queen of the North, Garnet North, and asked if mother minded their presence. The blonde said she was very sorry to invade the privacy of the castle's inhabitants, and her friends suddenly announced they were happy to help. So they wanted to know what happened to her husband when silence fell, and the princess thought she had absolutely no sense of tact. Kurama cleared his throat and repeated his question. The queen said that according to the prime minister, her husband tried to stop Lobelia, but during the fight she sprayed him with an unknown substance. The woman added that after an examination, her people discovered that His Majesty was drugged with a rare love potion. She explained that this drug was developed by alchemists a long time ago, but because of its properties, the king himself decreed that she and her counterparts would never be produced again. Garnet was pissed. She looked at the queen, who was clearly going through the toughest moment of everyone in this situation, and thought she was really strong, leaning her head back against the couch. The blonde suddenly realized she remembered a similar potion from the original simulator plot. This super rare drop could be obtained after defeating Kurama, and this potion was even saved for the next run. Looking at the dark-haired guy, the girl thought if rumors spread that an adult man, a demon king falling for a schoolgirl, would cause a huge scandal. Astrid seemed more worried than anyone. He lowered his head and growled that this was all some kind of BS and they needed to interrogate Lobelia ASAP. Kurama suddenly said confidently that if it was the ancient love elixir, he could whip up the antidote himself. The dark-haired dude explained that when he studied the Black Tome, all the knowledge about forbidden techniques, potions, and how to counter them was revealed. The crown prince nodded and said the royal lab should have all the ingredients they might need. The queen added she'd give instructions to bring everything necessary, and that she herself would try to bring His Majesty to the right moment. The woman rested her face in her hand, hoping her husband's illness wasn't tied to the world's destruction. Trying to calm Her Highness, Garnet turned to her with a shaky voice and said maybe this was a bit too dramatic. The queen said that since North had recently become queen of the North, her father probably didn't have time to tell his daughter. She quickly explained that to avoid possible popular uprisings, all royal families of rulers studied this story. According to the queen, the legend said that when the magic of the White and Black Tome activated, the whole kingdom would be thrown into chaos. From this chaos and destruction to desperately save the world, the empire had to be saved by a certain holy girl whose description matched roses. The ruler said if they didn't find this maiden, an ancient evil would rise on earth and threaten to destroy everything. Kurama said he knew this story. After a while, the trio was already heading down to the basement to carry out their plan to save His Majesty. The blonde remembered that the legend the queen told was also in the original game world. The holy maiden, along with her lover, could stop the chaos that would engulf the whole kingdom. But if she wasn't there, an ancient evil would awaken. Garnet thought the first part of the legend repeated the original game's plot, and Rose and her boyfriend defeat Kurama and the credits roll while she wondered what ancient evil could be unleashed. Night finally fell over the royal castle as she watched the dark-haired man prepare a potion with the needed ingredients. North seemed to really enjoy the process. She couldn't help but think she and the equally smart Lilian could be great science partners. After a while, Kurama declared everything was ready, and on the table were many vials of antidote for the ancient love elixir. When Astray asked if he needed to drink it, the demon said it was enough. To apply the antidote on an open patch of skin, their friend's discussion was cut off as they turned toward a loud crash. Because the open door flew off and slammed against the wall, the queen was leaning on the door, breathing hard, looking really bad, and Garnet ran to her. The woman explained she wanted to visit His Majesty personally but was surrounded by demons, affected by the elixir spell, and if she hadn't escaped she would have been enchanted. North thought fearfully that everyone in the castle was under Lobelia's control when the Prime Minister and another person appeared at the door. One of the men asked why His Majesty was running and resisting, and the other added she should join them quickly. Covering the queen with himself and holding the antidote in his hands, the dark-haired guy said not to worry, because the special potion was already ready, adding that Garnet and Astra would easily free the castle from the Lobelia's henchmen, and the girl thought they'd immediately be swamped with work. In today's recap manhwa, the redhead was pissed about everything going down and the fact that someone dared to curse his people, so he grabbed a can and bolted forward. Quickly popping the lid, the young guy shook the bottle hard and forced the antidote to spill over the men. Enchanted by the love potion, both guys instantly froze as they were sprayed with a special potion, and some changes seemed to start happening in their bodies. The Prime Minister asked me what I was doing, and the other muttered that Miss Lovelia had given him some kind of drug, and from that moment his mind went blank. Garnet was hyped and smiled, seeing the whole scene, muttering that the magic potion worked. Astor looked at the Crown Princess and said the two wouldn't be cleaning the whole castle, then immediately added he had a plan arming the two freed from Lovelia's witchcraft. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, the prince asked if everything was clear, and they nodded. The redhead walked down the hall with the princess, and soon they ran into a soldier who said that for Lady Lovelia's sake he'd find plenty more friends. The heir to the throne ordered him to freeze and with a quick sharp move pulled the antidote for the love potion from his bag. He sprayed the antidote that everyone managed to skillfully pour into more convenient diffusers. To make spraying easier, when the knight woke up looking shocked at the people around him, Astray turned to the blonde and said they could keep moving. Walking through the spacious hall, the young ones stood back to back and sprayed the antidote on everyone they found along the way. Having cleared the path to the main hall, where the emperor usually sat, the redhead pushed open the tall doors ready to keep acting. Lobelia, who was shamelessly sitting on the royal throne, was totally calm and didn't expect anyone to bother her now. The crown prince growled angrily, declaring that the girl had done a killer job enchanting absolutely everyone in this massive castle. The blue-eyed girl said with a nasty tone that Astray didn't need to frown, because it wasn't right to have wrinkles on such a beautiful face. When the girl snapped her fingers, Maya's armor vibrated and Garnet and Astray were surrounded by soldiers still under Lovelia's control. Lovelia declared that this was exactly what she needed to do from the start: subjugate the castle and royal family, then the entire underworld. Pulling out another bottle of pink love potion, the blue-eyed girl smiled and invited Astray to join her in this plan. Pulling something from the inside pocket of his jacket, the redhead echoed the girl's words, then shook his head and smiled. He and Garnet immediately took off running, pulling out the antidote, 2 bottles in each hand, and started en masse, making the soldiers come to their senses. Lobelia fully understood that if this was the antidote, and everyone in the castle went back to normal, then all her work would definitely go down the drain. Deciding she had no other choice, the blue-eyed girl looked up and cupped her hands to her lips like a megaphone, screaming and calling for help from His Majesty. The young ones, who had already dealt with the soldiers around them, looked at each other, waiting for the still enchanted king to appear. When he entered the throne room with steady, orderly steps, all the knights immediately kneeled before their ruler. The monarch, completely different from before, looked at everyone under his brows, then turned his gaze to the young girl, asking why she called him. Astray didn't recognize his dad at all, so he leaned forward and asked His Majesty what had happened to him. Meanwhile, Garnet was behind him, pulling out a sprayer with the antidote. The young guy muttered to himself that if he handled this, all the chaos would end. The king didn't seem to share that hype at all, lowering his hand, and the ground beneath them immediately started shaking. With no ceremony even with his own son, the ruler waved his hand, sending shards of stone he'd summoned with energy toward them. Astray gently pushed the girl behind him, and she thought this was about suffering her father's actions, who was under a spell. The blonde blushed a little as she watched the prince's back rise before her, thinking tenderly that even now he was thinking about her. Pulling out 2 sprays, the redhead said she was going to heal the demon king, and immediately asked if she could cover him, and Garnet clicked her tongue, frustrated by this twist. She leaned forward and then easily pushed the piece of debris away from Astra, who was heading straight for him. Turning to her, the young man said with a smile that the crown princess had done an excellent job following his instructions, but Lovelia didn't like this at all, and said it'd be better if Garnet didn't get in her way because she was already pretty tired of her, and she lit up light magic in her palms. North thought with surprise that the girl really possessed light magic. Just like Rose and Piracasa, she was different in that way, but according to the White Tome study, to dodge the hit, the blonde quickly stepped back, thinking hard if her opponent might have more than just these skills. At the same time, Astra fought with his father, or more precisely just blocked his attacks, so that neither of them got seriously hurt. Realizing that at this rate she wouldn't influence him with the antidote, the redhead thought with some annoyance that he was still weak as a dad. Suddenly the northern princess, who was already busy battling her common rival, told him not to give up because he could win right then. The young man felt like he'd come out on top of any fight no matter who his opponent was. The prime minister also ran toward the throne room, calling out to his majesty with the antidote in hand. And this was a sure sign they'd dealt with everyone. Lilian noticed with surprise that the spell had lifted from him, but she immediately smiled and raised her index finger, declaring it wasn't necessary. When she snapped her fingers, the main hall filled once again with knights ready to do anything under the potion's power. Looking at her sadly, Garnet thought the blue-eyed girl was making a fatal mistake right then. Because she and Astra weren't alone here, the girl didn't want to deal with this anymore because she preferred to solve problems quickly. And she ran toward the soldier with the antidote. Along with the prime minister, they attacked the enchanted knights. They sprayed them with the antidote and they immediately regained consciousness. Lilian thought, horrified, that their opponents had managed to break the spell on all the soldiers and that she'd need more elixir ASAP. The only one still under the girl's power was the king, the most powerful of all. But the princess asked Astra to trust them, allowing herself a moment's distraction and a smile. The redhead said he'd never doubted the girl or her actions. Kurama entered the throne room with a basket full of antidotes, and the queen declared that although they'd kept them waiting, they could help immediately. Turning to her newly arrived allies, the blonde smiled brightly and said all this was just sick. The woman quickly handed out the antidote to all the knights, ordering everyone to take several bottles, and they obediently followed the order. Starting to use her stone magic, Kurama gave instructions to all the knights and said their goal was to heal his majesty. Lilian felt intense fear and attacked her opponents again with the power of light, declaring irritably that she was really tired of all of them. The blue-eyed girl screamed in surprise and fear, feeling her hands covered by a thick layer of ice, and a severe female voice declared she wouldn't let the little one go unpunished. His Majesty's wife looked at her with all her fury and then coldly asked how she dared to curse her husband so shamelessly. Trembling with hatred, Lilian thought about how bold it was to be threatened by some kind of twig from the original plot. At the same time, Garnet tried to help her friends neutralize the king, who wasn't fully prepared and had no intention of giving up without a fight. While Astra and Kurama attacked him from both sides, the blonde froze and assessed her chances of success. If she went a little differently, approaching him from behind north, whispered that it'd be better that way, and influenced his majesty with her magic. The king croaked softly and immediately froze when his whole body was hit by lightning, and then panic set in. He realized he was slowly going numb. The prime minister shouted to the soldiers that Madame Garnet had neutralized his majesty. Then he made a hand gesture and ordered them to grab the vials. Everyone immediately surrounded the ruler, who couldn't even move, and they understood they had to act fast before the magic ran out. The king suddenly waved his hand, tossing a dozen knights aside, but Astra jumped toward his dad on the other side, shouting that they finally caught him. The redhead pressed both nozzles hard, making sure to hit his father's exposed skin. Everyone in the throne room seemed frozen when his majesty cleared his throat silently and grimaced. Slowly opening his eyes like he'd just woken up, the queen ran to her husband, dodging the destruction and knights. Shouting with joy and relief that he had finally come to, the woman touched her husband's chest, explaining he was poisoned with a love potion that Lilian had prepared, and everyone around him fell under its influence. She added that only thanks to her son, Lord Kurama, and future ruler of the North, was it possible to bring his majesty back to his senses. Astra, fired up from the battle, shouted that since his dad was awake, he had to arrest. Immediately, the one responsible for everything that happened, Lilian, froze when everyone's attention turned to her, and she felt her whole body trembling with intense fear. The girl murmured that all her elixir supplies were gone, by the way, because she couldn't imagine that Kurama would show up and ruin everything, realizing the situation was stuck for her. The blue-eyed girl wondered if she'd have to call on the system's help. Everyone saw the interference appearing around her. And Astra, who approached her, murmured he'd never seen so much magic before. Lilian knew very well that the system's help function would only be available to her once, but she was in a really tough spot. The blue-eyed girl realized there was no other choice and raised her hand, shouting loud and calling for help from the system that saved her. Lilian disappeared from where she had just been. And everything happened with a deafening boom and a light that blinded everyone around. Garnet thought that kind of witchcraft wasn't like white or black magic, nor like the other four elements. She wondered if the heroine's appearance could be related to that same legend, because her rival skillfully manipulated brewed potions and cast magic. Lilian moved to a dark alley on a regular street in the capital that was pretty far from the place which was dangerous for her. Catching her breath, the blue-eyed girl thought she was close a little more, and she would have been under surveillance and chained at the same time. In the center of the capital, there was a bar where life was in full swing and people relaxed after work or didn't work. A rude man at one of the tables held out his hand with an empty glass and demanded they bring him as much alcohol as possible. Datura was already pouring beer, but the guest kept yelling angrily, asking how long he had to wait and ordering her to hurry up, leaving huge mugs on the table. The dark-haired woman quietly apologized for the wait, but the man slammed the table with his hand as he shouted, Asking why he had to wait so long, Datura felt like she was back in her first life and whispered an apology. The cruel man yelled he couldn't hear what she was saying and ordered her to speak normally, then threw an empty mug, hitting the girl. Running away and feeling hot blood on her bruised temple, the girl thought if she had magic she'd have crushed them all to dust. She looked at the cursed bracelet that was her main punishment, and the reason she couldn't even cast magic now. Datura was forced to work. Like all the low demons, and in her life there was absolutely no luxury of a real existence left. Meanwhile, the king and all the castle's inhabitants finally returned to normal and all the destruction was cleared from the throne room. His Majesty officially thanked the three heroes for foiling Lobelia's plans and also saving the castle's inhabitants. The ruler smiled and then honestly promised them that capturing the villain would be his top priority, and that of all the knights in this castle. The blonde thought that even though Lobelia had escaped, the girl had this weird feeling that they would definitely cross paths again, remembering all the moves the blue-eyed girl had made up to this point. It seemed like this heroine wasn't about to give up that easily once the long official part was over. The whole royal family and their guests moved to the dining hall to enjoy a festive breakfast. The blonde girl slowly ate pieces of the still warm steak and didn't really get why she was invited to this event too. Suddenly the ruler turned to Lord Kurama and Lady Garnet and thanked them for their role in resolving the conflict that happened last night. North tried to brush it off politely, to avoid hearing too many thanks, but her friend gladly accepted the kind words. His Majesty asked if Lady Garnet used magic to immobilize him, and upon receiving a positive answer said she was insanely skilled in magic. The girl nervously swallowed when he added that, as the Prime Minister said, the princess was perfect for the role of the next Demon Queen. The Queen said she'd love to have the girl as her successor, but she heard her brother also wanted Lady Garnet to become his nephew's wife. The blonde wasn't surprised, since she remembered all the marriage talks from their last meeting. Suddenly, Kurama pulled the girl and her chair closer, hugged North, and confidently declared she could only be his queen. Astra didn't appreciate this move, lightly slammed the table, and declared the demon was walking on thin ice. The king and queen watched with quiet laughs and genuine smiles, as the young heirs argued among themselves. His Majesty made the girl look at him surprised when he declared no one would force her, but no one would deny her the throne. The Prime Minister stayed behind the open dining hall doors, and listened to all these words with a smile because he was the princess's protector. A little later the blonde walked alone through the garden, because Astra and Kurama said they needed time to get ready. The excitement didn't leave the girl, even though everything ended well, since now no one knew where Lobelia was or what she was planning. The blonde stopped when she suddenly heard a very familiar male voice calling her name Iris. She seemed super hyped and ran straight to Garnet like something terrible had happened, surprising the air princess. The dark-haired guy shouted that she'd been missing since morning and he was worried. Then he asked if she had been given the title of future Demon Queen. At first North opened her mouth in shock and froze, but realized his words and worries made total sense. Yesterday she hadn't told anyone where to go. Iris might have guessed this because of the secret listening brooch. Garnet figured the guy overheard the same breakfast conversation and didn't get the full picture, since she hadn't even agreed to it. The girl stayed silent, lost in thought. Iris grabbed her shoulders, leaned in hard, and asked if she'd become the next Demon Queen. The blonde blushed hard and thought the guy's behavior was super weird. Then she blushed a bit more and muttered that they offered it to her, but she refused. The dark-haired guy stepped back, surprised by the princess, took a couple steps back and stammered something totally unintelligible. Suddenly Kurama and Astra appeared, apologizing to the girl for taking so long to pack and making her wait. Garnet and Iris walked away because this convo seemed way too private and awkward to share with anyone. The four young ones strolled through the garden to hop in the carriage and head back to the academy together. The blonde walked silently, thinking about how the guy's words and obvious sincere worry stirred up totally different feelings inside her. Soon 2 carriages were moving steadily through the spacious capital streets, carrying the knights toward the Demon Academy. Garnet didn't like the silence that settled between her and the young guy, who for some reason seemed super hyped and respectful about the news of her marriage. It looked like the dark-haired dude was embarrassed after that convo where he acted way too emotional and wild, totally exposing his feelings as she noticed the guy lowering his head and breathing heavier. The blonde pressed her palms together and sweetly asked if everything was okay. Iris wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered that she felt a fever coming on, but that it wasn't as serious as it seemed. On the way to the castle, the window was open and someone sprayed the carriage with cold water, so she probably caught a cold after that. She said she was so hyped to see Garnet she didn't even stop to look for those idiots in North. Thought it was dumb to soak a noble's carriage. Suddenly something blocked the path and the carriage slammed on the brakes, stopping hard and making the young ones scream in surprise. Iris was the first to jump out of the cabin and the blonde got down after her, wondering if some nasty accident might happen. The young guy seemed to head somewhere confidently, like he knew exactly where he was going, and Garnet called his name, trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly Lovelia appeared in front of them, wrapped her arms around the guy's neck and said with a bright smile that she'd been waiting for him forever. North froze, dropping her jaw because she had no clue what was going on here or why Iris was just chilling through all this. The Northern Crown Princess suggested that Lovelia had used the leftovers of that secret love elixir again. It was the young guy who got sprayed with it on the way to the castle, which made him feel so off and even think he just had a fever. Garnet frowned and firmly decided that now there was a spray bottle with the antidote leftovers hidden in the pocket of her dress. Hiding behind the guy's shoulder, Lavolia nervously said she didn't like Garnet because she had such a terrible look on her face. The blonde yelled angrily at the blue-eyed girl, asking how long she was going to keep doing her thing again, and what she was trying to pull off. Lavolia turned to Iris and touched her chest, begging her not to talk to her like that, because now the guy was in her control. North noticed that the dark-haired dude wasn't as active as others under these spells and carefully pulled out the bottle while looking into the young guy's blue eyes, who had recently shown so much concern for her. The girl thought she just had to save him. Taking a step forward, the crown princess pulled out an antidote vial and shot it at Iris. In today's recap manhwa, the monster hunter was quick and sharp, instantly dodging the attack like it didn't even require any effort. A bright flame sparked under the young guy's palm and Garnet stepped back a few paces, swallowing hard. In silence, thinking about what to do next. She wasn't totally used to how ruthless Iris could be, and that she might even consider attacking her afterward. In today's recap manhwa, after that tournament, the blue-eyed woman standing behind him ordered him to surrender. Because the kid only listens to her words, North is now just an enemy to him, hugging him by the shoulders with both hands. And squeezing him lightly, Lavolia with a slick voice asked the young man to protect her from this girl. The blonde girl was shocked to notice not just fear in her soul, but something even nastier than that. Jealousy seemed to stab her heart. She begged Iris not to give in to this. But when a fire attack was sent her way, Garnet ran forward, involuntarily recalling the tournament. The princess became her friend after the victory. The young man never got tired of backing her and was the first to show admiration for her strength without any magic, and he had previously saved her from Obelia. Standing in front of him, waiting for another attack, North quietly called the hesitant Iris by name and muttered he didn't want this. He reached out with the bottle and pressed the button, but suddenly nothing happened. No antidote sprayed in the air. The girl tried pressing a few more times and shaking the bottle, unable to believe her luck had turned so against her. Garnet froze in fear and dropped her jaw, realizing now she couldn't somehow hold off Iris if he decided to attack. Looking around, the air princess remembered that, just in case, there were several more antidote vials among the things in the carriage. The love potion didn't really affect the young man as much as everyone else because he calmly watched her run away. A couple seconds later, the blonde came back with a new vial of antidote. Iris still wasn't particularly worried, and apparently didn't even have time to blink. Moving a bit closer, Garnet straightened up and confidently declared she wouldn't let Iris stay like that any longer. The girl asked her to wake up ASAP because she didn't want their scuffle to turn into a serious, dangerous fight. The dark-haired man suddenly clenched his hand into a fist and squeezed it against himself, growling softly, clearly coming to his senses. Lovelia couldn't understand what was happening because none of the enchanted people had ever acted like this before. She thought the air wasn't circulating well in the narrow alley, and even though North never hit Iris, a ton of antidote had been installed. The blonde girl muttered that even this way she could reason with a guy who wasn't quite himself. Even if she didn't have time right away, the blue-eyed girl gritted her teeth angrily and looked at the princess. The northern air called her trash in her mind. Lovelia thought if that was the case, she'd just dump more love potion on Iris and started fiddling with the bottle. Garnet shouted loudly that she wouldn't let people around her get bullied anymore and that she wasn't going to tolerate this moving forward. Swinging with all her might, the blonde threw a bottle of antidote at her opponent because that was her first thought. Lovelia screamed in sharp pain and dropped the potion when the girl's hit caught her and slammed into her arm, seriously injuring her. When the blue-eyed girl growled irritated, the northern princess thought it probably wasn't very smart to just throw the antidote, but now the blue bottle that flew even higher after touching Lavelia's hand broke and exploded from such a hard hit. The antidote sprayed in the air right above Garnet's and Iris's rival, who still hadn't fully recovered from the potion's effects. The blue-eyed girl confidently approached the princess and asked if her opponent really thought she'd won that easily. Pulling out another bottle, the heroine said with a nasty smile that she still had some elixir left for her dear Iris. Lovelia froze when the young man's strong hand easily snatched from her palm the same bottle with the terrible potion that had caused her so much trouble. Looking at the confusing pink liquid, the dark-haired guy muttered that this is what it looks like walking toward Garnet. Iris said she didn't remember anything. The dark-haired guy muttered that this is what it looks like walking toward Garnet. Iris said she didn't remember anything. From the moment the carriage stopped, immediately clarifying if she was under some crazy control, the blue-eyed girl trembled with fear and whispered in disbelief that none of this should have happened. Turning around, the dark-haired guy asked if she really thought that after all those lies and manipulations, he'd believe a single word she said. Clicking his tongue, Lovelia spun around and tried to bounce as fast as possible. To avoid getting caught again, Iris and Garnet chased after her, dead serious about grabbing the girl who was already causing way too much drama for everyone around her. Laughing, the blue-eyed girl used her light powers, unintentionally just giving in to her opponents while she bolted and vanished around the next corner, the young ones blinded by the light. Cursed quietly, unable to even open their eyes, Iris growled annoyed. Brushing the annoying hair off her forehead, she looked ahead where no one was left. She and Garnet exchanged looks and caught their breath when they realized Lobelia had slipped punishment once again. The blonde lifted her worried gaze, looked around at the young man, and hesitantly asked if he was okay. Iris immediately relaxed and smiled, saying she no longer felt any pain, assuring the girl her condition was back to normal. North looked up surprised. The guy had no clue how everything went down, but after hearing his voice she managed to come to. The princess explained she'd fallen under the influence of Lobelia's love elixir, which was what they'd sprayed on him that morning. On the way to the castle, Garnet distanced herself from the guy and to avoid awkwardness offered to keep the convo going. Only in the carriage, the blonde spilled everything that happened at the royal castle, finishing her story by saying that after all this, Lovelia immediately escaped, assuming the villain hadn't gotten far, and the young man asked if the girl thought she was hiding somewhere in the city. Iris guessed he'd tracked her down. Because she'd used a carriage with the North family crest to travel, the dark-haired guy suggested Lobelia picked it, since she didn't know what happened at the castle and was an easy target. The young man apologized to the princess, saying he hadn't helped but had actually contributed perfectly to creating even bigger problems. He muttered he wouldn't use his brother's stuff like the brooch anymore, but wanted to stay in the loop about his affairs, and the girl told him not to stress so much about her. Shaking her head, Garnet immediately smiled and said she was super happy that Iris had finally come to. The dark-haired guy blushed a bit and rubbed the back of his neck with his palm, mumbling that he only regained consciousness thanks to the Princess of the North eyes never leaving the girl. He said he heard the blonde begging her not to stay like that, then asking her to wake up. North was shocked and blushed hard looking at him because coming from the young man those words somehow sounded especially respectful and sexy. Intertwining his fingers and squeezing them lightly, the dark-haired guy said that after all those words, he thought he should talk to her. He added that when he woke up he saw her fight with Lovelia and was super nervous. So now he was really glad Garnet was totally safe. Iris couldn't hold back her warm feelings and leaned forward, pulling the northern princess close and hugging her tight with warm arms. The blonde girl blushed hard, pressing her palms against the guy's chest because she definitely wasn't expecting this hug and couldn't shake off her embarrassment. Inside, the girl was screaming and shaking her head side to side because being so close to Iris felt really nice. Getting more comfy in his arms, Garnet snuggled closer and let out a sweet sigh, thinking her heart was about to jump out of her chest. That's when the game registered changes, because the girl's romantic bond with Iris hit max level as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon. A girl sat on a doorstep hugging her niece, Datura dressed in rags, muttered that everything going down was just disgusting and she wanted more than ever to go back to her old world. When a stranger blocked her son, the dark-haired girl looked up and asked who it was, looking at the girl with glasses, hands crossed behind her back like a student. The blue-eyed girl said she was glad to meet Datura and then introduced herself as Lovelia. The little girl's yellow eyes lit up with disbelief when Lovelia explained she came to save her from a similar fate. Suddenly, a hologram of a black tome appeared glowing, and the blue-eyed girl asked if it was true that she was a villain. Then she said a huge creature intertwined with dark magical energy in black and red would help. Out of nowhere, the creature burst from the book with a roar, and Datura stepped back shocked. The dark spirit finally found a new home in the form of a girl. Defeated and weak, unable to resist through the night, Garnet sat in the dorm living room, replaying everything over and over in her head. The events that had happened over several days made her think the royal family was hunting Lovelia all over the capital. But she probably had time to cook up something seriously evil. Collapsed on the couch, the blonde stretched and groaned, feeling a sharp headache. Wondering what to do next, she froze in surprise when she heard a familiar male voice calling her name. Garnet turned around, blushing a bit at how he looked, and saw Iris in front of her, rubbing the back of his neck with his hand. Sitting on the bed, the blonde smoothed her bangs and hesitantly asked how he felt after everything that happened. Waving his palm, Iris replied with a smile and his usual chill vibe that he had been lying down and felt a bit better. Sitting beside her, the dark-haired guy murmured that she seemed worried and added that, of course, it was clear why the demons possessing Kurama or Lovelia were a serious problem. But the young man assured the princess she didn't have to fight them alone. Garnet's pink eyes lit up warmly. Thinking this guy had always been more observant of her than usual, she gently touched the tip of her nose. Iris asked her not to get carried away because he would always be on the princess's side and definitely help however he could. The blonde blushed hard and promised she wouldn't chase either of them, then thanked him for his concern. It seemed like in those moments a sudden warmth and shaky closeness arose between them. That no one from outside could mess with, only worried Nelum didn't see it that way. He quickly ran down the hall and shouted for his lady, yelling that he finally found her. Iris turned annoyed toward the blonde man. The crown princess looked at her friend surprised and asked what happened. The young man's bright violet eyes sparkled with excitement as he sat down and told the kids there was total chaos outside. He said he was with Kurama and Piracasa when the sky turned scarlet and they seemed to understand what was going down. Then they quickly took off. Iris sighed and said if those two got stopped then this was serious. So he was going after them and quickly stood up. Garnet immediately jumped up, declaring she'd go with them, and when the young man objected that it could be dangerous, she said she totally got it. The blonde thought she didn't want to go there and face them all again, but she had to do it to help her loved ones. She looked at Nelum and asked him to warn everyone he could, and only then would she join Iris and the others going there for now. The young ones jumped up and quickly followed the exit through the spacious hallways to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, in the forest behind the academy, Kurama and Piracasa were pretty shook by whoever they found and were catching their breath after the fight. Datura was completely taken over by an evil demon controlling all her actions and flipping through a black tome with forbidden spells. Lovelia, holding a white tome in her hands, looked really happy as she stepped out from behind her companion, apologizing. She said she didn't hold a grudge but that the guys would get in her way, so it was time to spoil them, and she'd take it for herself and cling to the book. After this monologue, Piracasa and Kurama found themselves on the ground, unable. And she'll take it for herself and cling to the book in the end. After this monologue, Piracasa and Kurama found themselves on the floor, totally wiped out. Even unable to face the dark demon's power together, while thoughtfully biting her lip with a finger, the blue-eyed girl thought that even with all this, Datura was way too weak as a vessel. When the spirit settled in Kurama years ago, they made a solid trade, a body for unlimited power, but that wasn't the case here. It's just that there was already enough dark magic in Datura's body, and at this rate such an alliance could break it. And something had to be done. Garnet asked Iris if he was sure they were on the right path, and he said he didn't know but felt the presence of a powerful monster. They stopped abruptly when they heard a boom right in front of them, and the whole sky turned even redder than before, even darkened. Seeing Kurama and Piracas fall to the ground, the blonde dude shouted, calling out to them, and bent down to figure out what was going on. The scared girl grabbed the two demons by their collars and shook them, demanding they wake up Iris nervously. Asked why they had to be so rough, Garnet explained she just wanted to snap them out of it, but the dark-haired guy thought that kind of shaking might actually make Kurama worse. When the blonde girl woke up, North gently squeezed her big hand with his fingers and murmured that she'd finally come to asking what had happened. Closing her eyes, Piracas whispered, weakly and very quietly, that the truth was Obelia had lifted the White Tome's spell, adding that there was still part of the White Tome's power inside him, but it was locked away. In the Demon King's castle, only the blue-eyed girl could do what not even the Demon King could. In today's recap manhwa, she personally recreated the White Tome. Piracas whispered that he'd never seen the kind of magic his rival had, capable of messing with memories and doing stuff like that. Kurama suggested that in this case it was Obelia, who might be involved in the events of the legend the queen was talking about. Garnet immediately remembered the words that only the Holy Maiden and her lover could stop the chaos that had begun. The first part of the prophecy had come true exactly. Now the second was approaching, but they were doomed because the Holy Maiden wasn't there. The blonde girl immediately thought desperately that Obelia, based on all known facts, really could be that ancient evil. Iris brought a moment of clarity, saying this is just a legend and so they need to defeat their rival and finish the job. Piracas whispered it wouldn't be easy because now she had the power of the White Tome. The Black Tome was possessed by her minion Datura, whose body was successfully taken over by an evil spirit that gave the elixir not only to the students, but also to the monsters. Both stood up and said they first needed to deal with this force and only then try to do anything, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to beat this evil. Garnet thought fearfully that even the ancient great demon kings would have abandoned the battle that had barely started. When Iris asked where Obelia was going, Piracas pointed to the side and said she was heading straight for the academy when something exploded behind him with a roar and sparks. The dark-haired guy turned and assumed these girls were there at that moment. North hurried to get up and told Piracas and Kurama to join them when they could catch their breath and ran after Iris. The two ran forward, hearing the sounds of explosions, until the path led them to the academy courtyard where the girls had already arrived. Datura, whose body was fully taken over by an evil demon, was about to cause destruction using forbidden spells. The dark-haired girl completely lost control of herself, and it was no surprise the evil spirit got way stronger in her weak, defenseless body. Suddenly Rose appeared, who bravely ran out to confront the attacker and loudly ordered them to stop this madness. Immediately Obelia announced with a bright smile that she was just looking for her and added she was really happy to see Rosetta here. Iris and Garnet hid behind a tree to avoid jumping into a nearly pointless fight right away. With two girls who had gone a little crazy, Obelia suddenly said she had still thought about crushing her cleverly, but the easiest way would be to finish off the heroine with her own hands. When Rose froze in fear at the words she heard, North's eyes widened when she heard them call her friend a heroine. The blue-eyed woman put her hand on Datura's shoulder and said this is the same one. Heroine who ruined her life by standing up to the girl against Rosa. The dark-haired woman lowered her head, remembering she was a villain and could take revenge on everything. While thinking about those words, the girl overheard their argument about villains and heroines. She didn't really get what was going on and could only silently fear what was coming next. Lovelia claimed she showed up because of her own stupidity that stopped them from finishing the story as originally planned. Iris didn't understand a thing she heard, but North mentally sighed, realizing the blue huge knew she was in a game world. Honestly, everything went completely sideways. Now neither the main character nor her main lover existed to fight the evil. Garnet thought the ideal ending didn't work out, but if the heroine didn't awaken her powers and didn't fall in love, then a bad ending with defeat would come. The blonde didn't want this world to end, so she stood up thinking that if she didn't stop all the horror, the prophecy would come true. Lovelia told Rosa not to worry because she'd easily take her place and then change this world for the better. She immediately added that this system needed a good ending, and for that a new villain was created in her person. Garnet was already running forward while Lovelia got lost in her monologue, about how she refused to be a villain and wanted to break free from it. The blue-eyed girl claimed that only by deleting the system's main character could she be happy and enjoy life. Datura still couldn't control what she was doing, so she was about to attack the green-eyed girl with all the dark magic she had at her disposal. Rose screamed in fear and took a few steps back because there was no way she could fend off such an attack. Garnet shouted loudly that she wouldn't let this happen and waved her hands, sending paralyzing magic toward her. Datura froze and dropped the black tome from her hands. Not only did her palms go limp, but her whole body weakened. Losing the ability to move somehow, the blonde ran toward Rose to protect her, or at least try in case of another attack, ignoring West, who had fallen to the ground. Lavelia smiled and said Garnet had joined them. Turning to her, North said she just heard the whole story and was convinced the blue-eyed girl wasn't a person at all. Lavelia adjusted her glasses and said sometimes the system can glitch and add living creatures to the game, but she didn't expect such a thing. Lavelia said now she understands why Garnet doesn't act like a third-rate villain but like a true main character, while Datura regained consciousness. The blue-eyed girl said she didn't care if she was human or not, because she'd still take on her role. Turning to her ally, Lavelia asked why she was hesitating and ordered her to finish everyone off quickly. West barely regained consciousness and stood up, pressing her palms to the ground as she got up, feeling all the hate and power that had built up in her body under the influence of the evil spirit. Datura screamed from everything tearing at her soul and was ready to charge at them. Rose murmured that she was suffering, and the blonde agreed because two souls torment each other, trying to take over this body, and it's painful. Lavelia said they don't have to wait for any of their friends because now there's a terrible chaos at the academy caused by them. All the students who succumbed to the girl's love elixir create horror on the school grounds and won't let any of their main characters come here. Garnet swallowed calmly. When the blue-eyed girl smiled and said without them she was nobody and simply couldn't beat her alone, Rose twisted silently in fear, and North thought this was really true and that without all the guys, they couldn't fight her and Datura, while the blonde wondered if Astray would show up there with the antidote. West extended her hand and shouted loudly, attacking the girls with her magic. Lavelia said she now has the powers of 2 tomes. Under her control, no one can stop her, and this time she'll get a good ending for herself. Garnet, who recovered from Datura's magic, thought that even if Lavelia is connected to the system, she's not all-powerful. Since her plans had been messed up multiple times already, the princess hoped that this would be the moment the Villainess would straight up ignore Iris again. The one sneaking up behind her waited until Lobelia was way too caught up in her actions and monologues. Then out of nowhere, she jumped forward and grabbed the book. Blue-eyed girl looked shocked at the dude who just popped up from nowhere. While she was trying to grab back her lifeline, chaos was breaking loose at the academy. Total destruction was going down, all designed to distract the main favorites, with sharp stones flying at everything in sight. The young guy was yelling loud and hyped, saying he'd do anything for his babe. Another student slammed a wooden board on the ground with that same blank-off vibe on his face, shouting he'd destroy everyone and everything. The uninfected students cowered scared in corners, trying to figure out what the hell was going on and where they could bounce. Astray, like the rest, had no clue what was happening. He looked around at all the chaos, with things literally tearing apart the academy building. Nelum, breathing hard, stepped out of the big hall and asked if everything was okay with the knight, the redhead. He immediately answered his panting buddy's call and asked where he'd been all this time. The young guy mumbled he'd just come back from the forest. Kurama was hurt, but he managed to patch him up. He asked to be told that these demons were obsessed with Lobelia. The redhead said he should have known only this girl could be behind such chaos. Asking for details on Kurama's condition, Nelum said the wound wasn't serious, but it was unlikely he could fight, and Mr. Piracasa was hurt too, but he went to the academy with him. They split up during the search. The prince said there was an antidote to Lobelia's love elixir in his room, and he offered to restore everyone's sanity. Meanwhile, Iris tried to snatch the white tome from the girl who had left, so she could finally deal with her, still trying to play it cool. Not wanting to totally wreck her relationship with him, the blue-eyed girl asked the young guy not to be so harsh. The black-haired dude growled annoyed, yanked the tome hard, and rudely told the ugly woman to finally shut up. Lobelia opened her eyes, insulted by the sudden tension and pushback. The magic book slipped from their hands, refusing to be controlled by just one person. The girl screamed loud and scared. Then she looked back to see the book flying toward Rose and Garnet nearby. The blonde yelled she was catching it, pushed off the ground, and jumped to grab the book so it wouldn't fall anywhere. She skillfully grabbed the book by the spine, squeezing it tight with her slender gripping fingers to not let go. Without realizing it, she was handing it over to her enemies. North sank to the ground, exhaling loudly, relieved that Lobelia had at least lost half the book, which would lead to victory. The girl immediately panicked, thinking that even with the tome seized, it wouldn't help her at all because she actually couldn't cast magic. When Garnet heard her name called, she instantly spun around and saw Piracasa in front of her. He was coming out from the side of the garden, knowing full well he'd find a way to use this book. The blonde rushed to run toward him. Green Eyes saw the tome in Garnet's hands and immediately wondered why Lobelia hadn't even tried to use her weird magic to take it away. Piracasa seriously thought about whether they should just dip from the battlefield or if it made sense to fight the girl. Lobelia claimed that no matter what he thought, she had all the system's power, and they could take back the book any time. She added that normal game characters couldn't use it, and Garnet couldn't even use magic because she was weak. The blonde froze in shock as the white tome in her hand started flickering like a hologram and became way less tangible. She can't even use magic because of her weakness. The blonde froze in shock when the white tome in her hands started flickering like a hologram and became way less tangible. Piracasa warned her to be careful. Because Lovelia's magic is super weird and could snatch the book back anytime, North realized from the start, the blue-eyed girl was linked to the game system, meaning she could literally break the laws of this world. So yeah, it was just a matter of time before the book came back, but it had no magic in it. And in her hands, this book was straight up useless. Suddenly she jumped up and ran forward with the tome in her hands. That move shocked not just Piracas but also Lovelia, who lit up a bright glow with her palms. The blue-eyed girl asked if she was really that mad about the truth, or if she just wanted to give the white tome back to her lover herself. Garnet shut her eyes because she wasn't about to use ordinary light magic that wasn't as devastating as Iris's flame. The blonde skillfully dodged a special bright beam, and her anger toward the villain just got even stronger. Her stubborn fingers still gripped the tome tight, determined to find a use for it. Way more useful than spells, North shouted angrily that even without magic she could just smash Lovelia hard with the book. Lovelia thought it was some dumb joke and nervously smiled, asking what she meant. Right then, Garnet slammed the book hard into the blue-eyed girl, breaking her jaw. Her eyes darkened in sharp pain, and at the same moment the girl's glasses flew off. In today's recap manhwa, they'd been broken and twisted from the hit that smashed her face. As Datura came to Rose and Iris watched in shock, they couldn't believe what their fearless friend and lover just did. Lovelia roared as she hit the ground so hard she bounced a bit away. The girl rolled face down but got back up, her blue eyes full of tears. Her cheeks swelled fast and nearly blackened. The blonde stood over her with the tome in hand. Everything inside her burned with rage and hatred mixed with exhaustion from what her rival was doing. Reaching out her hand, Lovelia desperately called to Datura, hysterically begging her to do something, anything to save her. West couldn't handle the power taking over her body, and her whole existence became a pointless fight with her own head and soul. The blue-eyed girl thought she couldn't handle the power of the Black Tome, even though she was the daughter of the Celestial King. Iris approached Datura and said they needed to destroy the dark demon they'd lost because of their own mistake fast. A bright flame lit up in her palm. When the dark-haired girl added that a direct attack should finish it off once and for all, the demon understood perfectly that this body was too weak for it and left. Iris cursed when she realized this. A dark spirit surrounded Lovelia, and when the girl asked what it was doing, she could already feel its power slowly seeping deep inside her body. The spirit declared this body was very close to its power, and added that their union could easily give the girl power and she just had to do whatever she was told. Garnet thought things had gotten way worse because now a dark demon had possessed Lovelia's body, who was connected to the game. Meanwhile, Rose leaned over Datura. The blonde thought this situation was exactly like the legend, but they still didn't have a holy maiden. Turning to her friend, North asked Piracas if Rose couldn't use the white tome and awaken her powers. The blonde replied it was impossible due to her status. Because yes, she was compatible with the white tome, but she couldn't defeat this demon alone. He said he'd help. But this time he used all his strength in the battle and immediately closed his eyes, thinking about how to get out of this mess. His green eyes suddenly noticed Garnet's aura, then shifted to Iris, and a big idea popped into his head. Piracas whispered low but confident that if Garnet and Iris combined their powers, they could activate the white tome's magic. Not hearing his whisper, the princess declared it didn't matter what method, because they still needed to defeat Lovelia. Piracasa whispered low but confident that if Garnet and Iris combined their powers, they could activate the white tome's magic. Not hearing his whisper, the princess declared it didn't matter what method because they still had to beat Lovelia. Even if there was a chance, turning to her, the blonde said she'd awaken the girl's powers. And she looked at her, shocked, clutching the book. Piracasa didn't hear any objections and yelled loud, pouring all the strength he had left to wake the magic in Garnet. Still holding the tome in her hands, the blonde woman closed her eyes. Feeling the rush of powerful energy flowing through her whole body completely transformed, the girl closed her eyes and felt her whole soul open up to magic, her body dressing in a beautiful white gown. North's bright pink eyes involuntarily opened for the first time, as she felt the power of real magic running through her veins, something she had been deprived of, and now Garnet was standing right in front of them, wearing a stunning dress that honestly looked like a wedding gown and a long veil, surprising everyone who saw her. Impressed by this sight, Iris quietly stammered, asking what it was, and Rose could only whisper her friend's name. The white tome floated in the air near the girl when the dark-haired man ran up to her and called her name. Unable to take his eyes off her, Garnet didn't understand what was going on or why, so she just murmured his name softly. Looking at the young Piracasa, she explained that he used the tome's powers to awaken the girl's magic, and now he and Iris could finally take down Lovelia. Gently hugging the girl by the waist, the guy cautiously murmured that he didn't get any of it, and asked if she'd eventually turn into a cat like Piracasa after the fight. The green-eyed guy shook his head and said he didn't know, and the blonde said she felt fine so far. Garnet thought thoughtfully that thanks to the help of such a strong demon, many of her stats must have improved pretty well, and then she saw that the attack was equal to infinity. There was less and less time to think because Lovelia's body was completely taken over by the dark spirit, who started casting spells. This was exactly the kind of magic all the main characters in the game had suffered before, leaving no chance. Staring at the white tome, the blonde thought she had no other choice and that she was forced to accept this fight no matter what. Garnet boldly stared down her rival, even though she herself could hardly have imagined the final battle would be hers. As the girl ran forward, Piracasa and Iris called her name in unison, trying to stop her. Catching up, the blonde said if there was no other option, he should also help the girl with all this. North looked up as the sky suddenly lit up, similar to the glow of a game where some weird problems were happening. The dark spirit declared that this girl has the power of the creator god of this world and is therefore a wonderful and useful vessel for him. The girl perfectly understood that these were Lovelia's trap skills, but now having gained such power she wouldn't even lose to them. With a tome in her hands, the blonde flew from her spot and declared she'd now give them what they were missing. The dark spirit froze along with Lovelia, unable to believe a princess with only physical skills would attack them like that. They were sure such an attack was impossible, but the girl easily proved them wrong, literally flying above the ground and threatening to hit them. The evil demon didn't exactly know how to defend, because it hadn't even thought to expect such an attack. The blonde woman hit them with all her might using the power of the white tome, attacking in a way that would surely get rid of this evil for good. The dark demon couldn't withstand the attack, and flew out of Lovelia's body, letting out a loud screech as it left the villain's body. The evil spirit looked at the girl and shouted that in that case it would take over its own body. Suddenly it also screamed in pain when Iris caught her in time with her flames and shouted that it could try. Turning to the girl, the dark-haired guy confidently declared it was time to finish off the spirit so it wouldn't escape a second time. Garnet turned to the young man and told him he was right. Squeezing her thin, tough fingers on the white tome, North gathered her courage to destroy the annoying evil while Iris held it back with her blazing flame. The blonde girl angrily wished the dark spirit would finally die and directed all the power she had with the help of the book. Garnet and Iris together, but from different sides, attacked the creature that was fed up with all the characters trying to get rid of her. The spirit suddenly screamed loud and desperate that she couldn't die here and now under the attack of her enemies, gradually fading away, and Datura fell unconscious to the ground. When the dark magic left the tome, the blonde girl collapsed exhausted into Iris's strong arms, and the elegant white dress vanished from her body with a white glow, leaving her ordinary school uniform. The system detected that the main final boss was defeated along with the new villain, and Lovelia was already down on the floor, defeated, not understanding when she managed to pass out. The girl slowly got up, unable to understand what happened to the evil spirit. The system reported no more system errors found, and that the happy ending was loading. Lovelia screamed, asking what ending they were talking about. The girl's blue eyes opened wide as she received a system message that the errors made were being erased. Still lying on Iris's chest and barely able to move, the blonde quietly called her rival by name, absorbed by the system. Lovelia screamed hysterically that she didn't want to disappear but wanted to stay free, trying to grab the ground with her garnet-colored fingers and nails. She even pitifully heard her rival's screams about how she begged the system for help because Lovelia didn't like this ending. The system reported that the system error elimination was complete, and the villain, crying desperately, was absorbed by the pixel panel that appeared. Helping her beloved stay standing, Iris exhaled loudly because the sight was unpleasant and whispered, asking what Piracasa behind them declared that Lovelia was comparable to the devil, and he didn't know how it was possible, but she had the power of the creator itself. With a tired smile and green eyes, he addressed Garnet and Iris by name, congratulating them on their achievement. North thought that Lovelia called the system many times wanting a different ending, and apparently the system was connected to the game world. The blonde thought the system created a new heroine to achieve the desired ending with the main boss, and closed her eyes, leaning back against Iris again. She exhaled, relaxed, and immediately lost consciousness, thinking that from now on she could live a peaceful and desirable life. After a while, the girl regained consciousness in bed, covered with a warm feather blanket that even kept her warm. Garnet thought she had fainted and then touched her forehead calmly, thinking it seemed like she hadn't turned into a cat. The blonde thought about everything she had suffered and sat up in bed when she heard a familiar male voice calling her name. Clinging to the corner of the wall, the inspired Iris smiled happily and said she finally woke up. The young man ran to her in 2 steps, hugging her tightly and pressing her against his body, whispering that he was so worried because she hadn't woken up in 2 whole days, blushing intensely. Garnet accepted his strong hug with a smile, pressing against his strong shoulder and asking how the others were feeling. Iris replied that everyone was safe and even Datura was alive, then asked how she felt and if she could use magic, and the girl answered that everything was fine. Rocking her beloved in his strong arms, the dark-haired man whispered thanks to God that she was now by his side. Garnet smiled happily, gladly accepting all his love and tenderness, and immediately a pleasant soft blush appeared on her cheeks. Hugging the young man and clinging to him, the princess whispered tender thanks for everything he had done. Resting her head on his shoulder, the girl declared she was glad they faced the final battle together. Feeling how fast her heart was beating, North realized that if Iris could help her, then their shared affection had reached its max value. The dark-haired man suddenly squeezed her shoulders a little tighter, pulling her away from him and sitting her back on the bed with a surprised sigh. Iris said he loved her a lot, and added that he was very persistent in his goals, always taking care of his friends and loved ones. Garnet hesitated, wondering if she could do whatever she wanted since she felt happy and they had reached the best ending, trembling with emotion. The young man gently stroked her shoulders and excitedly asked what she would say to the happy ending. It finally loaded when the blonde placed her hand on his chest and declared she was crazy about him too. From now on, the system stopped messing with the world and left it alone, and several years passed unnoticed by everyone. Even though Garnet graduated from the academy, she had so much work that everything slipped through her fingers and she didn't have time for anything. When asked if she needed help, the blonde lifted her head while sitting amid endless piles of work papers. Mature Iris approached her, looking around with a smile at her hardworking babe. The girl said she was happy to get such an invite, but he had just come back from monster hunting and was probably tired, so it wasn't necessary. Resting her hands on the table, the dark-haired guy immediately said that was true, and that's why he really needed a fatigue cure. The impatient man leaned forward and gently kissed his babe. Pulling her close and lifting her chin, pushing the paper piles toward him, he said he was now ready to help her with her work. And Garnet covered her blushing face with her palms because she still couldn't get used to this. Iris demanded he move and sat in the chair next to her. Not wanting to leave her babe in that situation, the blonde said there was already enough space and asked if he could stop interfering with her own duties. Lilian and Nelum came over, who also volunteered. To help their lady with this tough task, Kurama, Astre, and Piracasa followed. And the green-eyed one said he was really looking forward to seeing her because she was fine at the Demon King's castle, but he was way more familiar with her. The redhead demanded they stop disrespecting the whole royal family and said disgusted. There was no need to get ahead of everyone. Kiria handed over the package and said she brought memories for Garnet and Rose. With a smile, she invited her to chat like old times. Noro stretched surprised, because the previously quiet room filled with noise and voices from all sides, deciding he didn't want to hand over his princess to anyone. Iris took her in her arms and carried her away from everyone to keep her babe and their time to themselves. Piracasa watched this scene from the side, then decided to test an interesting theory. The girl stood up surprised when her friend's hologram showed that the princess's compatibility had maxed out with all the characters, and that's how the four heavenly kings started helping her and a crazy stormy life began. In today's recap manhwa full of constant events, maybe in the original game it would have been useless, but now this world was nothing like the game world, and Garnet found a place here.